I want to welcome everybody once again to the second day of our 52nd annual conference of the Liberian Studies Association. We're all getting adjusted to the new realities of COVID. And so I believe we're all at this very moment scattered across different time zones around the world. I want to say a special welcome to all of you who are attending for the first time, and welcome again to those of you who attended the first section. We have an extremely packed session today. We have a total of we have a total of 4 sections, and we have a total of 4. Can everybody hear me? I'm just being distracted. I'm sorry. We have a total of 4 sessions today, and we will be ending hopefully approximately by 6 o'clock this evening. And so everyone, we are hoping that the transition will go smoothly. A little bit about housekeeping. We're hoping that each moderator will, as best as possible, manage the discussion of the different sections. Everyone will be given the opportunity to share his or her screen. Hopefully, we may have PowerPoints and other things to share with the conference. Immediately after everyone shares and we're finished with our statement, I believe is the expectation of this conference that we will exit the screen sharing as well as switch our microphones and our video off. Once again, this conference at the moment is not being shared on any other platform besides the Cornell platform, I believe. So there is at the moment restrictions on social media sharing, any form of sharing of this particular conference. So I hope conference attendees and participants will be guided accordingly. But I'm very happy again to welcome all of you, and I hope you have a fruitful and rewarding discussion. And we're looking forward first to begin with our first session on the monograph with Dr. Robtel. And now I would like to turn it over, if David Harris is ready, I would like to turn it over to Dr. Harris as our first moderator for today. Thank you.
Many thanks, Samuel. Okay, so good afternoon from the UK, and good morning to various other people, and I'm sure good evening to others. Right, we are here then to discuss the new book by Robtel Nijay Paley called Development, Dual Citizenship and Its Discontents in Africa, the Political Economy of Belonging to Liberia. So yes, as Samuel said, I'm David Harris from the University of Bradford here in the UK. And as moderator, I get to be the first to extend my congratulations on this excellent book to my good friend and collaborator, Robtel. From my perspective, the book provides riveting stories and narratives and a neat framework for understanding the many twists and turns of Liberian citizenship. The book is comprehensible to those like myself who have been immersed in the politics, but are not as familiar with the literature and the debates of citizenship. So congratulations on that as well. It is timely in that many African countries are trying to deal with long-standing issues of citizenship criteria and dual citizenship, but also with more contemporary phenomena such as the diasporocracy and diasporocrats. And I'm still wondering whether that's the way to pronounce that word. Anyway, these terms, I think, are particularly apt, and they have already entered into the lexicon of my African politics modules at Bradford. The book also raises many questions, which this panel will now explore. Okay, so what we're going to do is, once I've finished, Robtel will present her book. After that, we will have reflections from George Clay Keir and Yolanda Covington Ward. George Clay Keir is Professor of Political Science at the Texas Southern University and was recently appointed as the Dean of the School of Public Affairs. He has written many books on international relations, Africa and Liberia, including Africa and the New Globalization and Liberia in the 21st century. Yolanda Covington Ward is Associate Professor of Africana Studies and Anthropology at the University of Pittsburgh. She has published a book, Gesture and Power, Religion, Nationalism, and Everyday Performance in the Congo. She also researches adjustment and acculturation experiences of Liberian immigrants in the US. Once those two have made their reflections, Rob Tell will respond. After that, then we go to our second two people who are going to offer their reflections. That is Sakwi Malakpa and myself. So Sakwi Malakpa is Professor of Special Education at the University of Toledo. He seeks to promote abilities everywhere, but especially those in Africa. I am particularly intrigued that Sakwi has written several novels, including in 2020, Black Professor, White University, which is now on my list of novels to read. Okay, now, whilst all this is, oh, sorry, then we get to the Q&A. No, we don't. Rob Tell then responds to those two reflections, then we get to the Q&A. So we will have time for general questions. For the Q&A, as usual, put your questions into the question box and I will hopefully be able to get through those. And Rob Tell, or indeed the commentators may want to answer those questions. I think I'm done there. I think I've done everything. So at this point then, I will hand over to Rob Tell to do her presentation.
Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you to the Liberian Studies Association for hosting this monograph panel. I would also like to thank all the discussants who agreed so graciously to share your reflections on my book. I think one of the beauties of doing a presentation at the Liberian Studies Association conference is that I'm amongst people who understand the social dynamics, the economics, the political processes that have occurred in Liberia for almost about 200 years. So I feel like I'm amongst family. I would like to thank particularly Dave for moderating as well as providing discussion remarks. I would like to thank Yolanda for providing discussion remarks in advance. I would like to thank Sakwi for providing discussion remarks in advance, and then George as well for providing discussion remarks in advance. So without much ado, I will now share my screen and begin my presentation. First, I will actually put my slides up so that you can actually see the slides before I share the screen. Okay, I hope everybody can see that. And I'll begin with the slideshow so you can see the full slide. Okay, so in terms of the outline of the presentation, what I would like to do is to divide this presentation into three parts. The first part, I will talk about contributions generally that I think I'm making with the book, theoretical contributions, empirical contributions, as well as methodological contributions. In part two, I want to talk about what the implications of the book might be for policymaking as well as practice, public discourse as well as policymaking in Liberia, but also more generally across the continent of Africa. And then in part three, I want to discuss why I've decided to embark on a launch tour. I've already done 3 launches of the book in 3 different continents, most recently sponsored by Howard University, my undergraduate alma mater, and then I'll continue with launch tours this fall. I want to talk about why I've decided to do this, given that we're in the midst of a pandemic. So let's begin with contributions. So I think the first thing I will say is that, as you may already know, that the case study of Liberia is incredibly unique. So that's the starting point for me, is that Liberia was Africa's first Black republic. And as a result, it was really the first country in the continent of Africa to actually devise laws and norms around membership, around citizenship, as well as around belonging. And that unique first is an important note of this particular conversation that I'm trying to have in the book. What I do in the book is I present the first study that actually investigates both domestic as well as diasporic constructions and practices of Liberian citizenship across space and time, and their myriad, implications for development, which I think is broadly defined as social, political, and economic change. And what I do is I use a contested dual citizenship bill that was introduced in Liberia in 2008, but lingered in legislative limbo for about 10 years until 2018 to ask these broader questions about what does it mean to be a citizen? What does it mean to be a citizen of a post-war country? And how has Liberian citizenship configured as well as reconfigured change across space and time? And there are three major arguments that I make. The first is that while mid-19th century to mid-20th century Liberian citizenship was largely passive and constructed from above by a hegemonic state. This is an argument that Carl Patrick Burroughs also makes in much of his research and scholarship. Mid-20th century onwards, Liberian citizenship has actually been active and reconstructed from below by citizens themselves through processes of protest. Now, why is this? Largely because of historical as well as contemporary processes and factors such as conflict, migration, and post-war recovery. And each of these factors has a chapter in the book. So I have a chapter on conflict, how conflict has configured and reconfigured Liberian citizenship. I have a chapter on how migration has changed Liberian citizenship and how post-war recovery processes have done the same. Now, in the case of migration, as an example, what's interesting to me is that while Liberia in the 19th century was largely a country of relative immigration, IMMI, right? Large migratory flows to the space that is modern day Liberia now, from migrant settlers coming from the United States, as well as the Congo River Basin and the Caribbean, largely fleeing economic servitude as well as racial injustice. Citizenship norms were really biased against what I call the rooted indigent. So indigenous populations that lived in the hinterland as well as on the coast were barred from citizenship largely for the first 100 years of the Republic's existence. On the other hand, in the 21st century, nowadays, Liberia would be considered a country of relative emigration, EMI, so large flows outside as opposed to within. However, citizenship laws, norms are biased against what I call the rootless emigrant, right? So those Liberians who perhaps left before, during, or after the war and may have naturalized abroad are barred from citizenship. So that's the irony, right? But this isn't surprising because scholars like Mahmoud Mamdani, as well as Bronwyn Manby, who write a lot about citizenship construction and processes across the continent of Africa, historical as well as more contemporarily, argue that citizenship has been contested in African countries primarily that have had the greatest colonial era migration. And although Liberia didn't experience European colonization, it did experience heightened levels of colonial era migration. The second argument that I make is that the 21st century gridlock or impasse that we've experienced on dual citizenship in Liberia is really emblematic of these enduring struggles, right? These historical as well as contemporary enduring struggles over Liberian citizenship across space and time. So Liberia happens to be one of only 7 countries in the continent of Africa that actually prohibits dual citizenship. But I want to say as a caveat that Liberia does recognize conditional dual citizenship for those Liberians who were born abroad to Liberian citizen fathers, but they must declare at the age of majority whether they want to maintain their Liberian citizenship by ancestry or their foreign citizenship by birth. The other 6 countries in the continent that prohibit dual citizenship are Cameroon, DRC, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Tanzania. The third argument that I make is that domestic as well as diasporic Liberian actors actually interpret citizenship as well as dual citizenship differently based on what Norman Long calls their life worlds, which is just a fancy way of saying their lived experiences, as well as their social location, so their socioeconomic status. So for example, many of the domestic Liberians I spoke to said that they believe dual citizenship would be a zero-sum game if it were passed, that it would infringe upon their already very limited access to political, economic, and social opportunities, and that it would actually reproduce inequalities. On the other hand, many diasporic Liberians I spoke to argue that dual citizenship would actually enhance and enable development, that it will strengthen their ties to the homeland, and it'll enable them to be stronger political, economic, and social actors. So we can always see the sort of dichotomy amongst the perspectives of those who are physically rooted in the country, but then also those who are more transnational in their orientation. So what I do in this book is I provide a critical framing of citizenship. And I believe fundamentally that citizenship is a continuum of inclusion as well as exclusion. So by virtue of deciding or proclaiming who a citizen is, what you're effectively also doing is proclaiming who a citizen is not. But I also provide a critical framing of development. So I think of development as processes of both amelioration, so betterment, but then also degeneration, depending on the perspective of the person in question. The book also interrogates the sort of presumed kind of symbiotic relationship between development and dual citizenship. What I show is that dual citizenship is actually viscerally contested as a development intervention, that it's not a taken for granted process of amelioration or betterment. So I provide critiques of dual citizenship in the literature. Quite often there's, I would say, unsubstantiated claims made both in public discourse as well as in some of the scholarship about the fact that dual citizenship would enhance development when there's actually no empirical evidence that supports that claim. So what I show is that a number of scholars have shown that dual citizenship fundamentally is about extending rights without necessarily extracting responsibilities. Other scholars have shown that there's no empirical correlation between actual dual citizenship enactment and increased economic contributions by nationals abroad. Another thing that I do is that I center the perspectives of domestic citizens, right? I say fundamentally that domestic citizenship practices are key to socioeconomic change. And as a result, what I do is I challenge the literature that tends to privilege, and I would say overly privilege, the citizenship claims of immigrants solely. And then lastly, I offer a sort of post-colonial critique of the neoliberal framing of diasporas and donors as the panacea to post-war reconstruction. What I show is that diaspora citizenship as well as their development claims are very contested in the same way that donors' development claims are contested. I show that diasporas are both development enablers, but they're also development spoilers. Dave mentioned or alluded to one of the chapters of the book entitled The Dichotomy of Diasporic Developmentalism, in which I talk about this notion of the diaspocracy, right? Diaspocracy. And it's a term that I coined. So if you're going to use that term, make sure that you reference and cite my work. And I can talk a bit about what a diaspocracy means and what diasporocrats look like. But effectively, what I argue in this chapter is that Ellen Johnson Sirleaf in her 12-year administration relied heavily on returnee experts, right? Almost to the detriment of validating and recognizing the expertise, the resources, the knowledge of those in the country. And that created a serious backlash against dual citizenship, unfortunately. The other thing I talk about is the fact that in terms of looking at diasporas as spoilers, many of those returnees were involved, allegedly, I want to qualify that, involved in heightened levels of post-war corrupt practices of post-war profiteering, which also created a backlash against dual citizenship. The third thing that I argue is that diasporas are a silver lining, not a silver bullet, in the same way that I don't believe that they are the panacea to post-war reconstruction, in the same way that I don't believe that donors are the panacea to post-war reconstruction. So what are some of my theoretical contributions? What I do is I employ and I expand Norman Long's notion of actor-oriented analysis. And this actor-oriented analysis effectively states that different actors respond to development interventions or policy prescriptions, such as dual citizenship, for instance, very differently, again, based on their lived experiences as well as their socioeconomic status. And what Norman Long argues is that even the most marginalized actors, right, even the most subordinate actors still have the agency, the capacity, and the knowledge to act, right? And he says that there are negotiations between these various actors, and they occur at what he calls the interface, right? This is a site in which there might be divergence, where there's confrontation or conflict amongst these actors, Or there might be convergence where they're able to reconcile their differences and accommodate each other's differences, or there's more agreement than conflict or confrontation. But what I do is I take the interface analysis a bit further by moving beyond the sort of localized, bounded encounters over actual development, physical development projects, to a more transnational ideological exchange about the merits, the pros, as well as the demerits, the cons of dual citizenship as a proposed policy-oriented development intervention. I also theorize citizenship as a triad, and I call it the Liberian citizenship triad. So a number of scholars like Lisa Malky have demonstrated that identities, practices, and relations between people actually transform in the aftermath of violent conflict. And this is definitely the case in Liberia. So Liberia's contested state formation processes led to political upheavals in the 1980s, but then also the protracted armed conflict of 1989 to 2003. So in this citizenship triad, I borrow from Johan Galtung's notion of the conflict triangle. In this citizenship triad, there are three nodes. So the first node is identity, right? And this is largely a passive form of citizenship. It's by virtue of having been born in Liberia, or by virtue of having a Liberian citizen father, you are a Liberian citizen. This requires nothing really in terms of expectations from the actual citizen. But there's another node of the citizenship triad in which I talk about practices, and that's a more active form of citizenship. This requires things like paying taxes. It requires things like abiding by the laws of the state. It requires things like building Liberian capacities. And that's more the responsibility side of the triad. On the other hand, the identity or passive form of citizenship is more about rights, right? So we've got rights, we've got responsibilities. And then the other node of the triad is a set of relationships, right? And this is a more interactive form of citizenship. It's about citizen-citizen relationships. It's about citizen-government relationships. And this is where you talk about the relationship. So the triad is about rights, responsibilities, and relationships. And it comes from all of these interviews that I conducted with Liberians across 5 different locales, which I'll talk about in the next slide. But I also theorize citizenship as more than just the politics of belonging. I think of it as a political economy of belonging, and that's where the subtitle comes from. In this framework, I think that socioeconomic transformation really depends on the provision of privileges and protections, what we might deem as rights, in exchange for the fulfillment of duties and obligations, what we might deem as responsibilities. And this exchange happens vice versa as well. So it moves beyond the whole idea of the politics of belonging to think about citizenship as a political economy of belonging. And then last but certainly not least, I theorize citizenship from the perspective of a post-war African country of emigration. In doing this, I expand the contours of the general citizenship studies literature, which I believe fundamentally tends to be very, very Eurocentric and incredibly, incredibly abstract. And I would say too theoretical. So let's move to my methodological as well as empirical contributions. So the book is based on multi-sided fieldwork that I conducted with over 200 Liberians, primarily Liberian actors in the capitals of Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, the UK, and the US. And this is largely in response to work by Sasia Saskin on her global cities framework. And Saskin argues that global cities, or cities in general, particularly capital cities, are sites in which citizenship is most viscerally contested. And so I wanted to test this hypothesis by interviewing Liberians in Monrovia, by interviewing Liberians in Freetown, by interviewing Liberians in Accra, by interviewing Liberians in London. And then last but certainly not least, by interviewing Liberians in Washington, DC. So this book has extensive comparative analysis between what I deem homelanders, and these are Liberians, most of whom either never left the country, or if they did leave the country, they left for very short periods of time. These homelanders consider Liberia as the only home they've ever had, which is why the name is derived from that, homelanders. I compare homelanders with returnees, circular returnees, as well as permanent returnees. I compare and contrast the perspectives and experiences of executive branch policymakers, but also legislative policymakers. I was able to interview the 4 sponsors of the dual citizenship bill, Jewel Howard Taylor, Sumo Kupi, Abel Masale, as well as, who am I missing? Cletus Waterson. Of course, I can't forget Cletus Waterson because he was the chief sponsor of the bill. But then I also compare and contrast the perspectives and experiences of what Nicholas Van Heer calls the near diaspora versus the wider diaspora. So the near diasporas would be diasporas or migrants who live in their subregions of origin. And the wider diasporas would be diasporas who have moved a bit further afield. So near diasporas in my study are Liberians in Sierra Leone as well as Ghana. And then wider diasporas are those who live in the United States as well as the United Kingdom. And I wanted to compare these different types of diasporas because I think in the literature on migration, in the literature on diasporas and development, there tends to be an overemphasis on perhaps migrants or diasporas from the so-called global South who happen to go to regions of the so-called global North. Whereas in actuality, empirically, the vast majority of diasporas or migrants actually live and reside in their subregions of origin. They don't go to the so-called global South, for instance. The book also employs vignettes and verbatim quotes quite generously from fieldwork because I really wanted to demonstrate people's experiences, their conceptions, and conceptualizations of citizenship in their own words. So you'll find block quotes in which they're long quotes from my interviewees talking about what they think about post-war recovery, conflict, and migration as it relates to citizenship construction and practice in Liberia. So you see the breakdown of 202 Liberian respondents that I interviewed across these different locales. I think the next contribution, and I would say probably one of the most important contributions I think I'm making to is this sort of scholarly canon about Liberia by Liberians, right? So I engage extensively with the work of Liberian scholars. I think of myself as not only a conversation facilitator amongst my different respondents, but also a conversation facilitator amongst Liberian scholars about political, economic, and social change in the country. And this is largely in response to what I believe is the erasure, whether intentional or unintentional, within the mainstream literature that does not engage with these scholars at all when there's a large body of scholarship that has been produced by Liberians. I consider this to be a form of epistemic violence, and I'm very, very intentional about subverting that epistemic violence. So I engage with the work of those who've left us, people like Clarence E. Zamba Liberty, the historian, as well as Thomas J., the security studies scholar. May their souls rest in perfect power. But I also engage with the work of those who are still with us, who are alive and kicking, people like George Clay Kia, who's on the panel today, people like Carl Patrick Burroughs, D.L. Wood Dunn, Amos Sawyer, Joseph Sequanu, Augustine Kwana, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For me, it's incredibly important for Liberian scholars to engage with other Liberian scholars. And what I'm saying by doing this is that anyone, whether you're Liberian or not, who writes and researches about Liberia, who does not engage with these scholars, my fundamental statement is that you're actually not writing and researching about Liberia if you're ignoring these scholars and their incredibly important contributions to the canon. So you see some of the work, Growth of the Liberian State, which I think is a seminal text in terms of state formation in Liberia. We see the work of Thomas J., and then also the Historical Dictionary of Liberia, which for me is a Bible. I keep it on my bedside table in terms of the references that are produced in this work. So let's move a bit to the implications for policymaking, and I would say even, practice and public discourse. So this table is a table that I generated based on these interviews that I conducted with Liberians, because I wanted to get a sense of who supports dual citizenship, who supports dual citizenship with reservations, who rejects dual citizenship, who's ambivalent about dual citizenship. And although my study was largely exploratory, I state categorically throughout the book that these tables and the sort of descriptive statistics that I generate are not emblematic or not representative of all Liberians. So for instance, if you look at the green, the highlighted in green, who supports dual citizenship, you'll see that about 61% of my 202 Liberian respondents support dual citizenship generally. They believe fundamentally that dual citizenship will actually strengthen social cohesion, that it is a development enabler. But then you look at the reject, what's highlighted in red. About 18% of those Liberians I interviewed rejected dual citizenship. And if you look at the Monrovia row, you'll find that the largest number of people who rejected dual citizenship were those based in Monrovia, and most of them were homelanders, right? So either those who never left the country or left for very short periods of time. And this is largely corroborated by Afrobarometer data. If you're not familiar with the Afrobarometer data, this is a Pan-African survey that's conducted in about 30 plus African countries. There was an Afrobarometer survey conducted in Liberia in 2012 as well as in 2018. And the results show that about 2/3 of Liberians surveyed. Now, the Afrobarometer survey is actually more representative than certain my statistics. But it demonstrated in both 2012 as well as in 2018 that about 2/3 of Liberians actually rejected dual citizenship. And this is corroborated in some of the results that I generated. So again, what are the implications of this for policymaking and practice? What's interesting is that Mohamedou Jones presented a really fascinating paper yesterday about the Jallo case, but then also alluded to the national referendum. What I realized is that the national referendum results, even though the dual citizenship bill didn't generate or garner the 2/3 majority vote, it does show signs that dual citizenship might be inevitable for Liberia, right? That continental trends, more than about 80% of countries in the continent recognizing dual citizenship in the past 30 years, is emblematic in these national referendum results, even in the counties that rejected dual citizenship. So even in Montserrado, even in Bomi, even in Nimba, even in Bapalu, even in Grand Cru. And so I have screenshot the referendum results from the Montserrado County to demonstrate that if you see amongst the valid votes, now we know that there are large numbers of about 52% of the votes were invalid. But if you look at the valid votes in Montserrado, for instance, you see the yes votes at about 96,356, and then you see the no vote at about 97,089. They're actually split almost 50-50, right? Whereas the Afrobarometer survey data show that about 2/3 of Liberians rejected dual citizenship. You see in Montserrado County, where the capital Monrovia resides, that it's actually a 50-50 even split almost, as opposed to that 2/3 kind of overwhelming majority in the Afrobarometer survey data demonstrating that most Liberians actually reject dual citizenship. So I think we're inching closer and closer and closer to enacting dual citizenship, and that it is inevitable for Liberia. However, I think that the country has to take a gradual, phased approach to enacting dual citizenship, given that people, homelanders, for instance, feel aggrieved, feel a sense of that dual citizenship might reproduce inequalities, for instance, that we have to respond to those, I think, valid concerns when we're thinking about policymaking and practice. So I think one of the recommendations that I mentioned in the book is that we've got to think about how do we reconcile the contradictions between the 1973 Aliens and Nationality Law, which categorically prohibits dual citizenship, in the 1986 Constitution, which is a bit more ambivalent about dual citizenship. I think one of the other things we've got to do is think about how do we reform the judiciary, given that so many Liberians carry two passports. So although there's de facto dual citizenship, because the practice of dual citizenship exists, there isn't de jure dual citizenship. And many of the Liberians I interviewed in the country have said, well, they're flouting our national laws. And there's no rule that enables them to do so. So what if we open up our citizenship architecture, enable dual citizenship? There will be almost like opening up a Pandora's box to give people the legal basis to, steal money from the national coffers and flee to their second country of citizenship. So we have to think about how do we strengthen the judiciary to give people a sense of confidence in the rule of law, that the rule of law will prevail. We also have to address inequalities. I mean, let's be clear. Liberia is one of the most unequal countries in the world. Unequal in terms of income, unequal in terms of land access. We did have this 14-year armed conflict. People are pushing for a war and economics crimes court. Unequal in terms of access to transitional justice. So those issues have to be reconciled. And I think most importantly, we have to think about, if we are going to enact dual citizenship, how do we ensure that we're extending rights while also extracting responsibilities? I believe that there are a lot of important examples from Africa that we can draw on in terms of policymaking. So for instance, Eritrea charges a 2% diaspora tax, and that diaspora tax, the money that's generated from the diaspora tax, is actually used for development purposes. So building roads, hospitals, schools, so forth and so on. Liberia might think about allowing for diaspora representation in the national legislature, perhaps in lieu of voting, diaspora voting, or in lieu of diasporas being able to hold political office. This is something that Senegal does. In Sierra Leone, They've established an operational office of diaspora affairs in the presidency. I tried to do that when I worked for Ellen Johnson Sirleaf for 4 years, but I'm not really sure where that has gone in terms of the establishment of the office or even the operationalization of the office. Ethiopia, which is one of the countries that prohibits dual citizenship, allows non-citizen diasporas to actually invest, own shares, set up lending businesses in the country. This might be a model that Liberia could follow in the interim, such that those abroad feel like they have a stake in the post-war recovery process. And then last but certainly not least, perhaps we might think about granting would-be dual citizens the right to purchase rural land, since rural is a major tenet of citizenship and belonging in the country, in exchange for agricultural production. We've got large tracts of land that are just sitting there in the country and nothing's happening with it. So this might be a way of extending rights to citizen diasporas while also extracting responsibilities from them. Now, I recognize that there might be concerns around land grabbing, the idea of these large agro-industrial ventures in the country in which large multinationals are taking tracts of land without any sort of recompense to rural communities. That would have to be something that's reconciled with creating sort of safeguards in the laws. So I'll move now to talk about why I've decided to embark on this launch tour. I launched the book on January 7th, 2021, which was the actual publication date of the book. And this was very, very intentional for me. I flew back to Monrovia because I really wanted to present the book, launch the book, where everything started. The book is about Liberia, it's about Liberians, and it's written by a Liberian. So I was intentional about ensuring that the first launch, the unveiling, as it were, occurred in Liberia. And I want to thank Samuel Toford serving as one of the discussants. It was held at the University of Liberia. I also had a launch in London, United Kingdom at the London School of Economics and Political Science, where I currently am an assistant professor. And then just recently had a virtual launch in Washington, D.C. at Howard University, my undergraduate alma mater. Subsequent launches will be held in August in Accra, Ghana at the University of Ghana, and then in September in Freetown, Sierra Leone at the University of Sierra Leone. And you'll probably notice that all of these launches were held or going to be held in the cities and countries, as well as continents, where my field work and my interviews were conducted. If you're interested in following me along this sort of trail, you can find more information about the subsequent launches in Accra and Freetown at robtelnijpaley.com. Now, what was the rationale for embarking on this launch tour? The first is that I believe fundamentally that a lot of research about Africa and or about development in Africa, I think, is incredibly extractive and exploitative, right? It's about taking from the continent, not necessarily using the research to serve the continent and its people. And I want my research, all of my research, everything that I produce in terms of my scholarship to be emancipatory as well as transformative. Emancipatory as well as transformative, not only in terms of public discourse, but also in terms of policymaking, because much of my research, in fact, I would say mostly all of my research has some sort of policy relevance or policy implications. So that's the very bottom on the left is the launch or the book launch announcement that was produced by the University of Liberia. And Jani Jala was the coordinator and organizer, did a lot of the heavy lifting, and she was phenomenal. So that pretty much ends the formal presentation. I just want to show you that there is information on the book purchase. You can download the introduction for free. If you're not really sure that this book is worthy of your time or attention, read the introduction. And if you think that it is, you can go further to actually order the hardback as well as the ebook, visiting that website. You can enter the promo code PALEY20, all caps, at checkout for a 20% discount. So that ends my presentation. Thank you so much for your undivided attention. I'm really looking forward to the discussion remarks and the subsequent discussions afterwards.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Robtel. I do encourage people to go out and buy the book. And will now move on to our discussants. So I'm going to ask George Clay-Keir, who has appeared nicely on time, to begin that. And once he's finished, Yolanda, if you would just seamlessly move into yours before we return to Robtel. George, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, David, and good morning, everybody. Thanks, Robtel, for the invitation to participate on this panel. I had the privilege to participated on the panel during the lunch at your current place of work at the London School of Economics and Political Science. So I'm quite delighted to be on this panel for the second time. I'm going to frame my brief remarks around what I consider to be three of the major points you've raised in the book. The first point is that the debates about dual citizenship, whether in Liberia or elsewhere, are framed by people's life experiences and their social locations. The second key point is that the issue about dual citizenship cannot be addressed unless there is buy-in, or more broadly, substantial involvement by home-based or domestic Liberians. And the third is the nexus between privileges that are conferred by dual citizenship and the extraction of responsibility. So I want to use, as I said, those three key points as a sort of a frame in making my brief remarks, because I believe those points, among others that I raised in the book, contribute to this very important discussion. So the first point I want to raise then, based on those three frames, is that it seems to me that the debates or discussions about dual citizenship in Liberia are occurring in silos. And by that I mean both diasporic and domestic Liberians are not engaging one another in any kind of discussion that I'm aware of. Much of what I know, at least from the diaspora angle, is that diaspora Liberians are, involving all of these discussions, and even when they make the effort to move the discussion to Liberia, they've either been rebuffed or they've rather not engaged home-based Liberians in that discussion. Now, I will argue that is the essential precondition, because unless there are serious discussions so that all perspectives are put on the table and there is a clear understanding of these perspectives, it's going to be very, very difficult to make any progress. Now, whether the determination is made to have dual citizenship or not, irrespective of what the policy outcome is, it's going to be difficult to reach that point in an informed way without that kind of a discussion taking place of not just diasporic and domestic Liberians engaging one another, but having an understanding of each other's perspectives, again, based on people's social location and their life experiences, which the research have so eloquently presented. The second point then is that because these debates or discussions, in my view, are taking place in these silos, the policy-making process, both during the Salif regime and now during the WIA regime around dual citizenship, has tended to be very hasty. If one looks at the Dual Citizenship Act, which was passed and which constituted the basis for the referendum, that was done without, to my first point, an engagement in the kind of serious discussions that are required, particularly involving both domestic home-based Liberians and diaspora Liberians. So policy making, without belaboring the point, has to reflect quite clearly the results of those debates and discussions among these two very important sets of stakeholders in the Liberian polity, both those who are at home and those who are in the diaspora. The other point, drawing from the broader African experience, is that as those discussions are held and we move towards, if that is the outcome, the construction of dual citizenship, care has to be taken, in my view, not to create two tiers of citizenship. Because if you look at the Liberian Dual Citizenship Act, it is heavily focused on excluding diaspora Liberians, mainly from holding certain types of political offices. That I'm not arguing one way or another. But that cannot be the thrust. That cannot be the thrust of the construction of dual citizenship, because what that suggests to me is that political elites in Liberia, some of whom are already de facto dual citizens, are basically using the levers of state power to prevent diaspora Liberians who might have interest in seeking political offices from being potential competitors. Now, again, as I said, the debate between domestic and diaspora Liberians might produce such an outcome. But what I'm suggesting to Raphael's point is that that kind of discussion needs to take place so that you don't create policy without the necessary engagement in debates and discussion. So that is absolutely critical. So the policy outcome then can take into consideration a number of the options that Raphael provided from other experiences, whether it's the use of the Senegalese model, the Sierra Leonean model, the Ethiopian model, or a combination of all of these models. The important point is that those policy decisions have to be byproducts of serious discussions and debates involving both domestic and diaspora Liberians. And that should be done, to one of Raphael's point in the book, gradually, because it's sort of a gradual approach will allow for policy implementation, impact, and reflection. And then corrections can be made as we move to the next step. So rather than a one-time holistic approach to the question, I completely agree with Raphael that a gradual approach may seem to be the way to go. And absent, again, any set of serious discussion involving both sides, whatever policy that results from that could be a recipe more for conflict than for cooperation. So I'll stop there, Dave. Thank you.
Many thanks. Yolanda?
Hi, good morning, everyone. Dr. Paley, thank you so much again for inviting me to share comments. And again, congratulations on this wonderful book that we all had the pleasure of reading. I really wanted to applaud just the work that you did on this because I know it took a lot to do all of these interviews and to engage with these vexing questions that are so crucial and important right now for Liberia. And so I wanted to basically frame my comments as a set of questions. I'll give some kind of brief overview remarks, but really I have a couple of questions around citizenship and belonging, and also further kinds of areas of research that might be interesting for really delving into these questions even more. So first and foremost, the book itself, of course, is a study of political economy of belonging in Liberia, and really looks at what does Liberian citizenship mean. And you look at identities, how do people think about themselves or conceive of themselves as citizens, their practices, what is it that they do, both in the diaspora and in the homeland as citizens, and then the relationships and relations between Liberians and also between the government itself and citizens. However, that's
Yolanda, can I just stop you there for a second?
Yes.
George, can you take yourself off screen so we can bring Yolanda in?
Oh.
George, can you take your image off so we can bring Yolanda into
So maybe if you
focus?
turn off, turn off video, yeah.
Can you all see me?
That's better.
All right, got it. So I basically wanted to applaud the breadth and the depth of this study. So we have a real examination of configurations of citizenship across space and time. And so in this, looking at the different sites that that Rotel chose in terms of research sites, but also across time. So looking at the history of Liberia itself, going back to even before its founding, and thinking about all of the different people who have lived in this space and interacted with one another. But also embedding Liberia's particular struggle around citizenship within discussions of citizenship, not just globally, but especially relevant within the context of Africa and within the context of West Africa. So what, in terms of understanding, not seeing Liberia as an exception in that way, but understanding that these kinds of battles over citizenship have been playing out and have played out in other spaces as well, within West Africa and other parts of Africa, and of course, other parts of the world. So I really appreciated all of that for really talking about what's unique about Liberia's history, but also what's kind of common or in common in terms of the larger struggles around citizenship that are taking place. So a couple of the questions that I had were about the idea of citizenship itself. And this was something that you talked about in the book in so many different ways in terms of how people understood citizenship, but also in terms of possibilities for further research and for thinking through what citizenship means. And I think it's particularly relevant for being able to have this discussion around dual citizenship, is how is it that people who are not highly educated, who are not a part of this more cosmopolitan class that's traveling so much, or it has more access to, wealth and higher socioeconomic status, how are they thinking about citizenship? And I think that that's one of the, probably the majority of the country, we don't get as much of the perspective of people who are, for example, in rural areas. And of course, that you talked about why you chose cities, right? So in terms of thinking about how is it that we'll discuss this as a larger question for the country of Liberia itself, how do we get in those perspectives of the people who are outside of Monrovia, who are living in other counties, who then also have their own life worlds that they're particularly embedded in? How do they think about citizenship? And their relationship, not just to the Liberian state, but also to the Liberian diaspora, because people are coming from those areas as well. So that's about education and also about place, where people are actually living. The other question that I wanted to raise is about the impact of migration on belonging. So we have people who've left and lived in different places and are still living there. And you have people in the homeland, Liberia itself, who for the most part have not lived outside, or at least not for extended periods of time. And I wanted to ask about people who are within Liberia, but who did have more extended periods of time. For example, at Buduborum, for example, in Guinea, in Cote d'Ivoire, people who left during the Civil War, but were a part of that diaspora that didn't go that far, that near diaspora. And so that's a particular, just an interesting set of experiences to think about, right? So they don't have the huge advantages of the global North migration, but they were close enough to Liberia, but weren't living in Liberia. And I asked this question because, and I'm not sure if you had many people who represented that experience. In my own research here in Pittsburgh, I had a number of folks who lived outside of Liberia for long periods of time, in Ghana, in Guinea, and so on, before even coming to the US. And then of course, people who ended up going back, right? And didn't even come to the US. So I wonder about what those experiences of living outside of Liberia did for their understandings of Liberian citizenship. as a part of that near diaspora who also might have experienced some displacement. So this is related to another question I have about the role of the Civil War in also possibly defining what citizenship means. And so a question I had is, what role does having experienced the Civil War or not having experienced it, what role does that play in discussions of citizenship? Do people talk about, I mean, this came up in some interviews that I did around belonging, who actually gets to stake a claim on Mother Liberia? Did you experience the Civil War, or were you did you leave before things really happened and you really didn't have much of an experience of that? So I think that's one of the things that also makes Liberia's particular situation different than some of these other countries in terms of this kind of larger impact of an extended conflict period. And I mean, I really, really, really loved the fact that you were so able to access people who had a direct impact on influencing and putting forward this legislation, and also were able to observe and really see the important role of the diaspora and the diaspocracy. I love that. I love that term, and I'll be sure to make sure to cite it. And so one thing that really stood out to me in your discussion of this diaspocracy is the importance of understanding the difference between state building and nation building. And I wanted to see if you could talk about that a little bit more, because you mentioned, that you believe that during Ellen Johnson Sirleaf's terms, she really focused a lot more on state building and not as much on nation building, where people are really developing this sense of belonging to a nation of all of these people who you don't know individually, but you see yourself as a part of this larger community. And so this is something that is also a problem that emerged out of many post-colonial African countries, right? And of course, Liberia's history is a lot longer in terms of this nation as a concept, but Liberia is facing the same difficulties in terms of people not necessarily having a feeling of belonging that's more largely nation-based necessarily, and may have other kinds of allegiances, whether it's ethnic or other kinds of things. So I wanted to ask if you had any examples of successful nation building efforts that Liberia could learn from or emulate. And I mention this, and especially for other African countries that have gone through this. And I mention this because there are definitely some histories that have been problematic around nation building, around forced nation building activities. In my research in the Congo, Mobutu actually was forcing people to dance in the name of the nation, sing in the name of the nation, and so on, to try and kind of force it on them, right? And it didn't really work. So what is, if you have any particular examples of how other nations have been able to really engender this larger sense of belonging and nationalism, because it really seems like there's so much that needs to be done in terms of this larger discussion of who actually is a citizen, who belongs and is a part of this nation, before you even can have the conversation about whether or not to extend citizenship to people who are outside of the nation, at least right now, right? And so that's why I wanted to ask about that, if you have any successful or other examples that Liberia could consider in order to really see if we can work on this concept of belonging first. And I'm not sure if that's putting the cart before the horse or whatever it is, or what kind of order that needs to happen in. So I wanted to ask about that. And the other thing that I wanted to draw attention to is, I had another question about local context. You really did some interesting work at looking at the kinds of ways that people in the different diasporas were engaging with Liberia through their practices. And I wanted to ask if you could talk a little bit more about the different local contexts impacting their activities transnationally, because I found it really interesting. We were pointing out that those who were in the near diasporas were engaging in some activities that are a bit different, or less engaged in some ways than people who were further away. And you pointed out that might be, again, because of education and wealth differences. So again, if you could talk a little bit more about the local context. And my last kind of question, and this may be a different kind of a field kind of thing, but how do host countries play a role in the sense of belonging developing for people in the Liberian diaspora, all these in these different places? And that's kind of tied to the last question that I asked before that. So people who are, you had some really interesting stories where people were talking about experiencing discrimination, for example, in the UK, but also experiencing exclusion in Ghana, right? And people's different stories about even though having lived here for a certain extended period of time, still not feeling like you belong, right? And still not being treated as if you were a part of this country that you've now lived in for decades or whatever it is. So what role do these local host country contexts play in people's transnational activities and ideas and sentiments of belonging as Liberian citizens to Liberia, right? So just wanted to also pull that out as well. So I know that's a lot of questions. And oh, my last thing I wanted to just point to, I am very much looking forward to, you mentioned a new project on Africa's Negro republics, right? So looking at different countries that have had Negro clauses in their constitutions. And that's fascinating to me, because again, embedding Liberia within this context to say, you know, that this is a set of processes and practices that have defined, you know, nations trying to define themselves in this post-colonial moments. And so Liberia is not completely different in that, right? So, but what is it that, how did these other struggles play out in other places? And, you know, so it's amazing work that you're doing that I think is really valuable. And thank you so much for it. So that, I think that ends my comments. So the only last thing I'll mention is that Rotel is an amazing writer. And so I didn't want to plug this too much, but there were a couple, these are things that I would love to see so much more of, where she really talks about and writes in a way that pulls you in, and using those narratives and interviews that she did. And so I just wanted to say that I love that as well. And so I would love to see much more of that in future work as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Yolanda. Well, there's lots of questions for you to answer, Robtel. I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, thank you, George and Yolanda, for, you know, I always say to people that when you spend so much time with a particular project and a piece of work, it becomes your baby, right? Like you nurture it, you spend so much time with it, and sometimes you feel a bit afraid of releasing it into the universe, releasing it into the public domain, because you don't really know whether people will accept, whether people will embrace your baby. And to have senior scholars like George and Yolanda say to me, well done, it is so affirming. So I just really thank you for engaging with the work in the manner that you've done. And to also just, you know, thank you for just this affirming embrace of my baby, because it really was a labor of love, and as much as it was a labor of scholarship. So I'll try to answer as many questions as I can. I won't be able to cover all of them, but so maybe we'll start with Yolanda's comments and then I'll go to George. And George Clay-Kia, I also want to say I was remiss in acknowledging that you were like the lead discussant for the launch in London. So please forgive me for not mentioning that, but you were like a rock star on that panel, and it couldn't have been successful without your contribution. So thank you for that. Yolanda, you're right. Like I'm very intentional about using my storytelling capabilities to draw the reader in. I mean, all of the vignettes that I begin. So each chapter actually begins with a vignette. And the vignette is somehow emblematic of the particular issue that I'm going to target in that particular chapter. So to have someone recognize that intentionality is so affirming to me, because I did that very, very, very strategically, because I think a lot of academic writing can be quite boring. No offense to anybody. And I think we need to do a better job of being scholar storytellers. And this is what I try to do in all of my work. So thank you for acknowledging that, Yolanda. So how do host countries play a role in how diasporas kind of understand themselves as citizens transnationally? I think host countries play a fundamental role. I think depending on the reception of the diasporic communities or the individuals, diasporas will sort of yearn for their putative homeland if they experience heightened levels of discrimination, if they experience heightened levels of inequality in their country of settlement or the host country. And this was certainly the case with Liberians in the UK, as well as Liberians in the United Kingdom, but also Liberians in Freetown, Sierra Leone, and Liberians in Accra, Ghana. I think host countries also play a role in terms of their own citizenship architectures. So there's been a lot of scholarship on whether host countries that prohibit or permit dual citizenship actually enable diasporas or enable more migration. So as host countries are more open in terms of their citizenship regimes, more and more migrants will feel the need to continue to maintain ties with their countries of origin, because they can do both. They can be citizens of their host countries, but then also citizens of their origin countries. So those host countries have a fundamental role to play in how diasporas or migrants conceptualize themselves as citizens from afar, but also citizens in the host countries. Successful models of nation building. I'm gonna keep thinking about that, Yolanda, because I don't have a clear-cut answer just kind of off the cuff. I'd have to kind of go through my mental Rolodex to think about countries that have had really successful, maybe nationalist movements that have turned into building a nation within a state. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Maybe some people who are participating in this discussion can come up with some examples in the chat functions. But I think what's unique about Liberia is that in the same way that Ethiopia wasn't formally colonized by European power, some people say, well, it was by the Italians for a very short period of time, but not over the longer period in which a lot of other countries in the continent were. What's unique about Liberia is that Liberia didn't really go through the sort of formal nationalist movement. What I argue throughout the book is that for the most part, we didn't have an external common enemy to fight in the way that those countries that experienced colonialism did. So our common enemy, for the most part, for almost 200 years has been ourselves and each other. But there was a moment, and I talk about this in the concluding chapter of the book, there was a moment in which there was an external enemy that we did rally around, diasporic Liberians as well as domestic Liberians, and that was Ebola. During the Ebola period, we saw that citizenship triad manifest itself actively, right? Where people were talking about rights, responsibilities, and relationships. They were talking about the identity, the practices, and the sets of relationships, and how all of those were important in terms of stemming the tide of Ebola and fighting that external, common enemy from without. So I would say, if we're thinking about nationalist movements or nation building processes, let's go back to that moment of fighting Ebola and to think about what was it that we did? How do we rally around each other to ensure that this existential threat could somehow be tackled by all of us collectively, transnationally as well as domestically. The whole idea of state building versus nation building is something that I think is incredibly crucial when we're thinking about post-war recovery processes. So effectively, state building is about building the capacity of the government, whereas nation building is about creating social cohesion. It's about building a certain national identity, again, creating a nation within a state and not just a state, as it were. And quite often, donors tend to focus on the state building part of the equation and not on the nation building part of the equation. And that, for me, that's by design, not necessarily by accident. So the role of the war, how did this impact constructions of citizenship? I think what's interesting is that the war created a different kind of construction of citizenship, because I would argue that pre-war, we didn't think about citizenship in these different nodes. We didn't think of citizenship as about rights, responsibilities, and relationships. And there's even one of my interlocutors, Christiana Todd, talks about the fact that now we have shared experiences of the war, right? That's one thing that democratized everything, is that everybody had an experience of the war, whether a direct experience or a secondary experience. Everybody knows a family member or a friend who was impacted by the war, either experienced it directly or experienced it secondarily. And so that shared experience of the war actually forced us to think about citizenship as about both responsibilities, extracting responsibilities, as well as extending rights. And that part of the equation, the extracting of responsibilities part of the equation, became even more important post-war than it was pre-war. So I would say that's how the war really configured and reconfigured our notions and conceptualizations of citizenship that didn't necessarily exist before the armed conflict. You also asked a question about rural areas, how they conceptualize citizenship. I think it's an area of research that I would like to see someone take on, because I did focus on these urban centers. But what's interesting to me is the national referendum results, in which you have places like Bapalu, Bomi, Grand Cru, Nimba actually being staunchly opposed to dual citizenship in terms of the results, where they're more valid, people who were opposed to dual citizenship than those who accepted dual citizenship. For me, this opens up the scope for people to do more scholarship on these counties, particularly rural areas of Bapalu, rural areas of Bomi, rural areas of Grand Cru, rural areas of Nimba. My next project doesn't focus on rural areas, unfortunately or fortunately, it's still very much urban biased. But all of you who are interested in citizenship issues, I would say I'm passing the baton on to people who are interested in exploring how rural dwellers think about citizenship, and whether or not it grafts onto what I've already produced in this more urban-based study. I think you also you asked questions about what about the near diaspora? How does their positionality in the near diaspora impact their thinking or understandings of citizenship? I think what's interesting is if you look at the near diaspora in Freetown, Sierra Leone, for instance, I talk about the fact that Sierra Leoneans and Liberians identities are very fluid, whereas Ghanaian and Liberian identities, not so much. And in many respects, especially those refugee diasporas who lived in refugee camps in Ghana as well as Sierra Leone, tended to hold on to a very identity-based framework of citizenship, in which they said, it's very important for me to hold on to my Liberian citizenship because it's, in many respects, it's a lifeline, right? That refugee status enabled me to have access to certain things that wouldn't have enabled me to have access to if I weren't a Liberian citizen. So the idea of the sort of singular citizenship, at least from what I was hearing in my interviews, was much more visceral in the near diaspora than it was in the wider diaspora. So I'll just mention that briefly. I mean, there's a lot more that I could say about that, the near diaspora conceptualizations of citizenship and the wider diaspora conceptualizations of citizenship. So I'll move on to George Clay-Kia's comments. Making sure that any sort of dual citizenship bill that is passed that does not create tiers of citizenship. I think you're spot on about that. We have to think about the fact that there were tiers of citizenship in the 1800s and in the 1900s, and we definitely don't want to reproduce those unequal forms of citizenship in a proposed dual citizenship bill that is eventually passed. I agree that dual citizenship policymaking has been too hasty, and I would even argue that it's really been based on sentiments and not on empirical evidence. And this is why I try to do in the book, is to present the empirical evidence that will then hopefully inform the policymaking processes. We'll see if that has any impact whatsoever. And absolutely spot on about the debates on dual citizenship happening in silos. And I respond to that by making sure that I juxtapose the domestic and the diasporic in my presentation of how different forms of citizenship are conceptualized depending on the positionality of a particular individual. So that's socioeconomic status, that's migratory histories, that's gender, that's age, that's race. So it's a very intersectional study that I'm trying to do by looking at these different socioeconomic positions of people and why they think about citizenship differently based on these social qualifiers. I think diasporas do have to engage with domestic citizens. And although there were many attempts to do this with a lot of backlash, I think that those attempts need to just continue, that we can't have this conversation as a diasporic centric conversation. It must be a conversation that involves both diasporic as well as domestic. So I'll end there. I know I didn't answer all of the questions, but I recognize that David and Sakwi also have discussing remarks to make. So I'll end there.
Thanks, Robsel. Can I invite Sakwi, can you come on and make your comments, please, now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
It's easy for you to do that. Thank you very much, Rotel, for inviting me to this panel. The disadvantage of coming in later in such an arena is the fact that you tend to be repeating what other people have said. But I can tell you, I prepared my remarks earlier. What I intend to do is actually hit some of the key points of the book. Again, I want to commend you, Raptel, for the book. It's a wonderful book, very hard to read, in a sense that it's not a book that you can just rush through. It's got so much rich material that you really have to take time to read it, to digest it, and enjoy the information. And I want to thank you for it. I learned a lot from the book. And I want to hit some of the key points of the book, some of which have already been said. First of all, it's a seminal work, I think. And one of the strong points I like about the book was the fact that in addressing the issue of dual citizenship, you drew on some of the outstanding contemporary scholars, Liberian scholars. And that, like you said earlier, is very important to me because you have people like here and Liberty and Sawyer and Don and others that you drew upon to point out the history of Liberia. Starting anything from the coming of the immigrants who saw commerce and civilization and Christianity as a triple heritage, to the same immigrants and how they laid down certain criteria for citizenship. And the Barclay Plan for citizenship, Tubman's statement in his 1944 inaugural address, and all of these things, criteria and other things that were laid down for citizenship in Liberia, really brought home the message that you were trying to put through. The book also touched on the constitutional and legislative provisions for citizenship in Liberia. This coverage includes provisions in the 1847 Constitution, the 1973 Aliens and Nationality Law, the 1986 Constitutional Guidelines, and the 2008 proposal for constitutional amendment. These were enlightening in the sense that they pointed again to the issue of citizenship and what citizenship meant at each of those levels. Given this historical and contemporary view or contention of citizenship, the book then goes on to the writer, Raptel, carries out a field study in 5 capitals in Europe and West Africa. She says 3 continents. I like that. It became evident that the views of the 202 interviewees, homelanders and transnationals or diasporic Liberians, were influenced by a variety of factors. This is really interesting. But among these was especially the Civil War, which made people to flee home in the first place. These views, as we found out, were backed by what she drew from the literature, and from that she conceptualized Liberian citizenship, as she just mentioned earlier, from the triadic model of identity, practice, and interactiveness. Again, this was very informative. In addition to reviewing cogent Liberian literature, especially with regards to history, Professor Paley also extensively reviews the literature with regards to relevant points, such as topics concerning conflict and migration and their impact on the conceptualization of dual citizenship. Again, she drives home the point about dual citizenship from different perspectives. She smartly links these materials to the Liberian experience. For example, she shows how conflict and, quote, experiences of migration definitively impacted citizenship status, conditions, and choices, unquote. A very valid point. Indeed, the book is very, very rich. It is difficult to encapsulate this rich text in 10 minutes. But a key point that I like to point out is that she shows how Liberians, the Ebola crisis made Liberians to come together, to coalesce from both perspectives. This is another key point of the text. And after that, the text concludes with a series of very valid recommendations. I think well thought through recommendations that she poses. Anything from the importance of not having just every hand on deck, but every committed hand on deck. A war crime and an economic crime, a tribunal. The importance of looking at the dual citizenship from very critical perspective, that the issue be debated. Issues of land, the land rights. All of these are valid recommendations that the author makes in this very rich book. Although not included in the recommendations section, she also points out the need for constant scrutiny of the seal of Liberia. Quote, because it reflects the exclusion that permeated the first 100 years of the country's existence as a nation state, unquote. This is commensurate with my own viewpoint about the emblems of Liberia and the names of our capital and other cities, streets, and towns. These need to be revisited, they need to be scrutinized. In sum, although Liberia is not an insular country when it comes to dual citizenship, and Professor Paley makes that very clear. However, I think that her effort to extend the concept of this text to be applied to Africa and quote, beyond is a little ambitious. However, the truth remains that this is a very rich text with little to critique and much to adjust. Personally, I believe in both jus soli and jus synchronous dual citizenship with no strings attached. However, I truly and sincerely hope that those who support constitutional amendment or legislative enactment for such an endeavor would read this text to enable them to form an informed decision. Thank you.
Many thanks, Sakri. Many thanks indeed. Okay, I'm going to make my comments very, very short now because, well, for two reasons. One is that I've got a stack of questions in the Q&A, which we should really get to. And the second one is that Yolanda took quite a lot of the wind out of my sails. However, I'm going to have another stab at the nation building, I'm afraid, Robto, because this is a particular interest of mine. So when I was writing my book on Sierra Leone, I speculated in that counterintuitively, the idea of the nation in Sierra Leone had been strengthened by the war and Ebola, not the responses to them, but actually by the war and Ebola. And this, I think, is because these were thoroughly national experiences. These were thoroughly national experiences. They were tragic, but they were thoroughly national experiences. So everybody experienced them in some way or other. And that builds up this historical narrative, this national narrative. Now, your book demonstrates amply how the conflicts and the aftermaths problematize citizenship and nation building in Liberia. But you also come to a kind of parallel conclusion, and you were talking about this a little bit earlier on, parallel conclusion to mine in the fact that the responses actually could be seen as building a nation as such. So I was wondering then if you can comment on all of this together in the sense of the war in Ebola and the responses to war in Ebola, plus, of course, these acute and long-lasting contentions over citizenship, and tell us perhaps where we're at. Okay, that's not so simple, I know. But secondly, and connected to that, there's another contestation in the book, and that is the relationship between government and people. Now, in the conclusion, you cite Peter Eke, and I think you know I'm a bit of a fan of Peter Eke. And you cite him in the conversion of private activities and resources into resources for the public realm. However, Eke understood there to be two publics, what he described when he was writing in the mid-1970s as the civic and primordial publics, but what we could perhaps characterize now as the national and the subnational. But he saw these as highly problematic in terms of relations between the national or the government and the people. He said that people's allegiances to their local public undermines their allegiance to the national governmental public. Hence, perhaps we can see then that or we could ask whether the Ebola response could be seen as the further strengthening of the local at the expense of the national. So in other words, in some ways that is not good for nation building because it's actually strengthening things at a much more local level. Is that right? And what does it mean for where we're at? I'm actually going to stop there because I think we need to get to the Q&A. So Rob Tell, can I invite you back to make some final comments?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you so much, David and Sakwi, for your comments. And I apologize that we've had to rush through your comments because of the time constraints. But I agree with you, Dave, that it's important to get the audience participation. So I'll just skim through the questions you've raised. You've raised a few very quickly. So the Eke reference, people's allegiance to local public sometimes undermines the national publics. Honestly, I think that what Ebola did is that it strengthened both the national as well as the local publics. And the reason I say that is because at the end of the day, people were working in their sort of subnational silos to try to stem the tide of the Ebola outbreak. But it ultimately contributed to a national effort, right? And in many ways, it wasn't just the local, the national, but it's also the transnational. So these three different realms were involved. And I don't think Eke's work thinks about the transnational. And I think that's where I bring into the discussion is thinking about the diasporic, thinking about the transnational. And much of my work looks at these three different realms. It looks at the local, it looks at the national, and it looks at the transnational. And I believe fundamentally that the war as well as Ebola forced us to bring in these different realms and to think about how they contribute to building the nation within the state, whether it's a deterritorialized nation involving those who live outside of the country, but then also a more domestically rooted nation. And I believe fundamentally that before the war, pre-war, Liberia, there was a Liberian state, but there wasn't a Liberian nation. And I think in many respects, the war in terms of trying to democratize things, even though it was a very tragic experience, but it forced us to try to inch closer and closer to that nation building in a way that we hadn't before. In the same respect, I would say that the Ebola experience forced us to inch closer and closer to that nation building effort, much more than the sort of pre-Ebola experience did as well. So that answers both the Eke question as well as the war and Ebola question in terms of the impact. Sakwi, thank you for saying, and I hope everybody says this, I hope policymakers read this and they take action based on the empirical evidence that I've produced, is because I think a lot of the discourse, public discourse, is even as well as the policymaking on dual citizenship has been very, very, very much focused on people's sentiments and not on the actual evidence. So a lot of people will say, oh, because Ghana enacted dual citizenship, because other countries in the sub-region have enacted dual citizenship, we too should enact dual citizenship. But Ghana and Liberia's histories are quite different. And so we have to be very cognizant of the fact that we've had a unique experience. And And our policymaking should respond to that unique experience in the same way that our policymaking should respond to the evidence that I believe that this book presents. So one of the things I'm trying to do now is to try to get an audience with the House of Representatives in Liberia to present the findings, the major findings of the book, and then also present my policy-making recommendations to the House plenary as well as the Senate plenary when I'm in Liberia in July and August for field work on the new book project that Yolanda mentioned, Africa's Negro Republics. So hopefully the Senate and the House will think me worthy of presenting the book findings to them, but I believe fundamentally that they should read the book and they should engage with it. And I'm going to push them in that direction as much as I possibly can. I also agree with you that we have to revisit the Liberian symbols. D. Elwood Dunn did extensive work with a number of people on the Symbols Project that was instituted and commissioned by Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. But they've got these reports on the symbols and what could and possibly should change as it relates to the symbols, which was also mentioned in the TRC recommendations about how we need to change the national motto to the love of, from the love of liberty brought us here to the love of liberty united us here. In the book, I even take it a step further and I say that we should change the book's, the national motto to the love of Liberia united us here. So that's, for me, that's unfinished business that we need to think about in terms of that nation building process. And I hope that we will go back to our symbols review and to take action on some of the recommendations that were made by both the TRC, but then also by the D. Elwood Dunn Commission. So I'll end there.
Right, okay, thank you, Rochelle. So we're going swiftly to the Q&A. I'm going to take these in order. I'm not going to prioritize at all. I haven't had time to do that. So the first one is from George Toto, and I'll give you a couple of questions, then you can have a go at those and then we can move on. Did you engage any of the diaspora organizations like ULAA, the European Federation of Liberians, EFLA, that were championing the dual citizenship cause to get their perspectives? That's from George Toto. One from Samuel, which actually echoes what I was partly getting at. And he says, what implications do the prevalent practices of ethnic citizenship have on state citizenship? And what implications do practices of ethnic citizenship have for dual citizenship? I'll give you a third one, if I may. This is from Emmanuel Oritz Jaffor, and he says, given the importance of diaspora and Liberians in the political economy of Liberia, I was wondering what would be the incentives for Liberians when they are not likely to be able to repatriate their investments. That is, given the Eritrean model, for instance, what would be the value-added incentives for a 2% tax in Liberia? So that's three completely different questions for you.
I always forget to unmute myself. Thank you for the questions. Incentives, good question. I think what I try to do is to show, so for instance, if you're going to tax, if you're going to do a diaspora tax, for instance, the way that Eritrea does, and I have to also qualify by saying many people have critiqued me for this in other presentations of the book that I've provided by stating that Eritrea is a very repressive state. So perhaps that's not a model we should be following. But I don't think you have to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I think they have something there, even though they may use that diaspora tax to be uber repressive in terms of not allowing diasporic Eritreans to be involved in the reconstruction process. But I think you could take the notion of the diaspora tax to say, okay, so if you go back to my idea of extending rights and extracting responsibilities, you could say there should be a diaspora tax if we enable would-be dual citizens or non-citizen diasporas to own vast tracts of rural land, for instance. So that would be the twinning of the extracting responsibilities and then also extending rights. And I think that there is something to be said about paying taxes, because one of the questions that came up during my interviews was those who were kind of beating their fists on their chest and saying, we must have dual citizenship, we must have dual citizenship, particularly those in the United States. I would ask, okay, so if we do enact dual citizenship today, would you be willing to pay taxes in the United States as a US citizen and also pay taxes in Liberia as a Liberian citizen? And I found that there was always a deafening silence when I asked that question, right? So again, is this debate about, oh, we want our rights, but is it also about we want to extract responsibilities, or we want to ensure that we are fulfilling obligations and duties? I think that's a question that diasporic Liberians have to answer, and they have to answer that question to domestic Liberians, because I think it's a fundamental question in this debate. Ethnic citizenship, honestly, I did not ask any of my respondents anything about their ethnicity, because my book, I think, goes beyond thinking about citizenship as the sort of primordial region, ethnicity, so forth and so on. And I know that ethnicity was heavily politicized during the war. So I didn't want to make people feel uncomfortable about any sort of allegiances they might have to being a Bassa or Crew or so forth and so on. Although I recognize that that's important, because in spaces and places where there is limited government intervention, people rely on those relationships, their kin relationships, much more than they do the sort of relationship with the state. But I would say, again, it's open field. Anyone who's interested in this particular strand of the research, I would say I encourage you to think about how you might engage in these types of questions in further study. But I did not ask people questions about their ethnic status, because I didn't want to harken back to that notion of ethnicity being politicized during the war. I think about citizenship, and most of my work on citizenship, and you could say that this is a limitation, really harks back to the sort of Westphalian state construction of citizenship, not necessarily the subnational. But again, it is an area in which people can explore in further research. Did I engage with EULA and EFLA? Absolutely. Both EULA and EFLA, in terms of their leadership, were people that I interviewed. I even followed them in terms of they had a number of town hall meetings in Liberia that I went to. And there's even a vignette in one of the chapters where I talk about that, the interface between the pro-dual citizenship EULA representatives who would come to Liberia to talk about the merits of dual citizenship, and the anti-dual citizenship student activists at the University of Liberia. So I did speak to diasporic organizations.
Okay, thank you. So we have another question from Brooks Marmon. What positions, if any, do ECOWAS and AU take on dual citizenship? Is there any pressures from regional or continental bodies, for instance, for a more permissive framework? That's one question. And the second one is from Banti Seyue. She says, thank you very much for this great work, Robtel. Okay, I too am curious about the current status of the Office of Diaspora Affairs, and Bounty talks about the time when she went to Liberia, and George Weah was trying to drum up diasporic support, I think. And at that time, he introduced Liberia Diaspora Engagement Program, and he introduced a minister over that program. Do you know what happened to that? And then, shall I give you a third one?
Yep.
This is from Mohamedou Jones. I'll just have to read this one. As you know, the sole enforcement provision in Liberia's immigration law against acquiring citizenship in another country was Section 22.2. I hope you do know that. Which the Supreme Court declared unconstitutional and of no legal effect, but left standing the conditions that would lead to loss. Note there is now currently no statute or procedure under which the government could act against someone who becomes a citizen of another country. What are your thoughts regarding how this impacts your concept of the construction of citizenship and your gradual proposition?
Okay, I'll start with the last question first. I think we talked about this during Mohamedou's presentation today. So my interpretation of the Jallow ruling is slightly different. I don't think it enables de facto de jure dual citizenship. I think there's a nod towards de facto dual citizenship generally, but not de jure dual citizenship. So that's where my interpretation is slightly different. So it's about what that ruling said to me after having read it over and over and over again, and even consulted with legal scholars in Liberia, is that it's not clear about whether it does effectively categorically state that Liberians can have dual citizenship. I think what it says is that You can't revoke the citizenship of a natural born Liberian without due process. So that due process clause is what it invokes, not necessarily saying, you know, it's a free for all, dual citizenship is enacted. That's why you have senatorial people in the Senate as well as the House trying to come up with laws that would somehow revise the aliens and nationality law, because they recognize that that ruling was not sufficiently robust. So that's my response to the last question. Liberian Diaspora Engagement Program. A few people, or maybe one or two people from the WE administration have reached out to me about this. And they've asked me to have a conversation with them when I come back to Liberia. I haven't gotten very much detail because they wanted to know what I had done. And I said I had applied for this $0.5 million grant and I'd gotten it. But then at that point I had left to go to SOAS to pursue my PhD. So I don't know how far the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf administration pushed in terms of establishing an Office of Diaspora Affairs in the Office of the Presidency. So Banti, what I would say is just watch this space. I'm not really sure what they want to discuss when I get back to Liberia, but I will be having a meeting with this Diaspora Engagement Program office when I return to Liberia to get a sense of what they're doing and how I might be of service to them in terms of, you know, the research that I've conducted so far. I did mention to them that the book had been published and there's a, you know, extensive comprehensive information on possible engagement efforts and what could come out of these efforts. So we'll see if they read the book and they think it's relevant for their work. ECOWAS and AU, any pressures in terms of positioning on dual citizenship? Well, Liberia happens to be the only country in ECOWAS that prohibits dual citizenship. So that's saying a lot about how much of an exception we are in the sub-region. And the four sponsors of the bill, two of whom said to me that one of the reasons they sponsored the bill is because they had conversations with their counterparts in parliaments in Sierra Leone and parliaments in Ghana, who had talked about the fact that there was this visceral pushback against dual citizenship by domestic citizens, and then sort of help them navigate how they could do things differently. But what I tried to demonstrate in the book is that Liberia's experience of this very long, drawn out process of trying to enact dual citizenship is not unique. It's not different from the Sierra Leonean experience. It's not different from the Ghanaian experience, because most of those countries, there was almost a 10-year lag in which a bill was introduced and then the passage actually followed. Which is why I keep saying I think it's inevitable that Liberia will enact dual citizenship. It's just a matter of time, and perhaps that kind of navigating the policy space that will enable it. But the pressures are there, and I think the sponsors of the bill felt that. We've also got this African Continental Free Trade Area that the AU has sponsored. And in addition to that, there's an accompanying free movement of persons protocol at the continental level that's supposed to enable us to move across borders more easily, not just the ECOWAS protocol on free movement. And I think with globalization processes, I think policymakers on the continent are starting to recognize that you can't have a movement of goods and services without the movement of people. And part of that is enabling people to have more than one citizenship.
Okay, thank you. We have some more. This is from Gami Vupawo, and the question is, I believe many African countries are benefiting from dual citizenship. However, the case of Liberia is different. Most Liberians with dual citizenship gave ordinary Liberians the impression that they prefer their second home over Liberia. The evidences are there. Let us consider the case of Ellen Corcoran, and I presume that refers to the airport scandal. It does not suggest any positive argument for dual citizenship. There are more to this story, but as unjust as it is, our advocacy should be balanced such that any Liberian with dual citizenship will be held liable for crimes committed in Liberia in particular.
Can I just respond to that very quickly?
Yes, of course.
I'll say that there's in the chapter where I talk about the dichotomy of diasporic developmentalism, where I actually demonstrate how diasporas have been both development spoilers, but also development enablers. There's actually something I call the Taylor-Corcoran nexus, in which I talk about Charles Taylor as emblematic of diasporic spoilers, and Ellen Corcoran as being emblematic of diasporic spoilers. This is why you've got such pushback against dual citizenship, because people say, well, we don't even have a dual citizenship enactment, and people are already flouting our national laws. They're already allegedly, you know, you want to be clear, allegedly stealing money from the public coffers and then running away to their country of settlement. In the case of Ellen Corcoran, she did have US citizenship, and Liberia's been trying to extradite her for a number of years. So yes, that is tackled in my book. There's a whole chapter on talking about the dichotomy of diasporic developmentalism, and I encourage you to read that chapter if you're interested in these issues.
Okay, I have a very simple question from Jason Carr. Do you plan on presenting the book on Focus on Liberia? And I've got a very long question from Banti. Oh, this is for Yolanda. So maybe Rob shall answer that short question from Jay.
Yes, I was actually on Focus on Liberia. I was on Focus on Liberia right after the London launch in February with Fred Smith. So yes, I have tackled that. And if anybody has suggestions of other, like particularly Liberian platforms that I should be engaging with, please send those along to me, because for me, again, this book is about Liberia. It's about Liberians. It's written by a Liberian, and I want to make sure that I get in as much discussion and engagement as possible amongst Liberians in these various locales.
Okay, I actually have another question just appeared for you, Robtel. Maybe I'll do this one before we go to Yolanda's question. This is from Jackie. Other countries who have dual citizenship have prosecuted foreign citizens, e.g. Kenya. The judiciary of Liberia is weak, so dual citizenship does not exclude prosecuting those with dual citizenship. US citizens have gone to jail in Kenya, Zambia, and other African countries.
I agree with you, Jackie. And I think the challenge has been the lack of confidence in the judicial process, the lack of confidence in the rule of law, or lack thereof. This is one of the reasons there's so much pushback against dual citizenship. And people use that Corcoran, or that Taylor-Corcoran nexus, which has been evoked over and over again in my interviews about why they fear for enacting dual citizenship. So other countries with stronger judiciaries, yes, have been able to get and to put an end to a certain level of impunity, but I don't think Liberia is there yet.
Okay, I've just got a message from Banti saying that Yolanda has already responded to her question. So, did you all address Samuel Toe's question above? I think so. I believe so. Okay, so I'm at the end of my questions, and we've only got a couple of minutes left. Maybe I can do my final question, can I?
Sure.
And this is about positionality, and I know you talk about positionality quite a lot. But I think I and many other researchers and PhD students, etc., are faced with these very personalized insider-outsider issues. And I think that we'll be very interested in your experience of this. I've experienced this myself in working with yourself and with Felix Marco Conte in Sierra Leone, that we all have our own particular position to think about when we're trying to, when we're going, and when I'm working with Felix, he has a different positionality than I do, and we come across different things, and we've talked about this quite a lot. Can you give us a couple of examples where this proved particularly tricky or particularly instructive for you?
Yeah, it's a good question to end on. So I knew that my insider-outsider status would ultimately impact how people responded to the questions that I posed to them. I mean, there were some interviews, as I'm thinking of them, I'm laughing inside, because there were some interviews where people were already suspicious of me because of this very heavy American accent that I've been trying to get rid of for years that just won't go away. Where they would ask me, and these are, Liberians across the spectrum, whether they happen to be domestically rooted or, transnational, they would ask me, so what's your position on dual citizenship? And I would have to say to them that, I'm actually interested in your position on dual citizenship. So there would be this sort of this sort of tango where we'd be asking each other just to get a sense of, what ideological stance are you taking on this particular issue? And should I be suspicious of you, or should I tailor my responses based on that? And what I would eventually say is, I'm actually more interested in your perspective, but if you really are keen to hear what I think about it, let's have a conversation off the record after the interview, because I didn't want what I said to in any way, shape, or form influence how they will respond to my questions. But I recognize that even the sheer physicality of the space that I occupy as a relatively privileged transnational actor would have an impact on people's responses. But I would say, I mean, you know, other scholars, like I did a presentation in the Netherlands, and one of the senior scholars said to me, well, you know, we see in your descriptive statistics that most Liberians, about 61% of Liberians who you interviewed across these 5 locales, were more supportive of dual citizenship, like on principle, right? But do you think that even those who were not supportive of dual citizenship said they were supportive of dual citizenship because of who you are? And I said, perhaps. I mean, I can only speculate that that was what happened. But there were a lot of Liberians who were staunchly opposed to dual citizenship, and even stated that, you know, regardless of the fact of whether or not they believed I was supportive of dual citizenship myself. So there's an example of a young 25-year-old administrator who was very, very staunchly opposed to dual citizenship. And she said it's one of the reasons she was staunchly opposed to dual citizenship is because during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf regime, there were all these transnational actors and diasporic Liberians occupying very high levels of power. This is what I call the diaspocracy. And many of them, you know, there was a lot of capital flight because they were sending, you know, money abroad to maintain their transnational lifestyles, paying mortgages abroad. Whereas during the Taylor regime, and you wouldn't expect this, right? At least those who came back used the money internally. You know, Taylor demanded, and it's true, Jewel Howard Taylor even corroborated this with me when I interviewed her, that Taylor demanded that anyone who served in his regime had to move back with their families. Whereas during the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf regime or administration, that was definitely not the case. So I did receive the sort of pushback that might refute this notion that people were agreeing with me just because they thought that I was supportive of dual citizenship, when in actuality, I'm very ambivalent about dual citizenship. I see both the pros as well as the cons. And I think that we do have to take a more gradual approach, given our historical context, given the experience of the war, and given that I think domestic Liberians have very valid and legitimate reasons for being fearful of dual citizenship passage without these types of safeguards that I think are absolutely necessary. So I'll end there. Yeah, it was a tricky balance, I have to say, Dave, in terms of that insider-outsider access. It opened up spaces for me, but then I think in many ways it closed off spaces.
Absolutely, I get that entirely. I tell my PhD students that you'll never get over it entirely. You can't. But to be aware of it is winning the battle.
Yeah, and I think the way that I respond to that is I validate and I document the experiences of people who are very different from me in terms of their positionality. And I like use verbatim quotes in these interview vignettes to show that my experience is very different from a number of the respondents that I interviewed. I know nothing about living in a refugee camp for 23 years, but I document the experience of a petite seamstress who did live in a refugee camp in Ghana for 23 years. So that's the way that I reconcile that, that insider-outsider kind of dichotomy.
Okay, so we do have to end there. So I will say thank you very much, Robtel, for your, that was hard work over a period of 2 hours, I think. I'd also like to thank our discussants. So that's George and Yolanda and Sakri, sorry. And I have to
and thank yourself, Dave. Thank you, Dave, as well, for moderating and providing discussing comments. Thank you.
That's okay. By the way, Robtel did the same for me when I launched my book back last year. So this is a tit for tat arrangement, I think, and very enjoyable as well. Okay, I have to announce the next panel, which is session 6, Reconstruction, Decentralization and Security, moderated by Samuel Y. Johnson. And that will be starting in 6 minutes. So I suggest that we have a break now. And I know it's only 6 minutes, but it's a break of some sort. Okay, thanks everybody for listening, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hello.
Hold on 1 second, Samuel. I'm moving everybody to your panel now.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, so the other panel is being moved now to back to attendee. And do we have anybody who's on that panel who shouldn't be there? Oh, David Harris, okay. Let's see. Okay. Yep. Okay. Sam?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the panel is ready. Everybody is there.
Everyone is here.
Yeah, I'm moving Sakwi. Okay. I think we have about 2 minutes. It starts at 12. It's 11:58.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Positions. Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Mom Mary, how are you?
Hi, Sam. How are you?
I've been good. Been missing you for the past, what, 2 years?
2 years. Well, yeah, I had a couple of conflicts and then, COVID. So
Yeah.
it kind of, I was supposed to be on the panel last year,
Yeah.
but I'm back.
Happy to see you back.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
Bro, Cindy, we're not seeing your face. We're seeing your beautiful picture, though.
He's right here. How are you all? It's good to be joining the panel.
It's good to have you back. It's good to have you back. Felix, this is my first
Let
time
me show
meeting you.
you.
Welcome.
Let me show you my face so you know it's me myself.
Yes, you yourself and you. There you go.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you.
Dr. Collins,
Hello.
how are you, TOA?
I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah. California, Louisiana, where are you now?
I'm in Louisiana. I'm living in Louisiana, but I work in California. Well, COVID, my employer is in California, but I reside in Louisiana.
All right, let's see how we can get this started. It's 12 o'clock already, and this looks like a packed panel. Looking forward to another lively round of discussions, or another round of lively discussions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this panel. My name is Sam Munson. I'm a faculty at Delaware State University, and my own interest is in economic development and conflict and post-conflict reconstruction. Today, we have a panel that is going to be exploring questions surrounding the violent era of Liberian history, specifically our civil wars, the effect of the civil wars, and the whole process of post-conflict reconstruction in Liberia. We have Felix Gert, I hope I got your name right, from the Kofi Annan Institute for Conflict Transformation at the University of Liberia. He's going to be looking at security without the state, the security impact, and non-state actors in Liberia. He will be followed by Professor Mira Moran from the Department of Anthropology at Colgate University. She will be looking at We Were Running and Running, Rural-Urban Imageries and Strategic Mobility During the Liberian Civil War. Next will be Professor Debbie Cindy from Kofi Annan Institute for Conflict Transformation as well at the University of Liberia, exploring alternative paths of Liberia's post-conflict reconstruction. And the presentations will be ended by a presentation by Tiewe Zeyu Collins, a doctoral student and graduate teaching assistant, Southern University and A&M College. I thought your title changed. But she will be looking at a case study of the impact of civil war on the economic performance of Liberia.
Yeah.
So this panel is going to run between now and 2 p.m. We're going to give each of you 20 minutes to speak, and then we'll open up for Q&A. Please remember that we are to mute all of our microphones during this presentation. And during the Q&A, if you have a question, you can post into the chat or the Q&A session, and I'll keep my eyes on those. Unless you want to have a question directly asked, then you can use the microphone. So at this stage, I'm going to turn it over to Felix for his presentation on security without the state. Felix, is yours. Felix, it looks like you are frozen. Is it me or is that the case with Felix? Felix, if you can hear me, we're not hearing you. And your image on the screen, I see, looks frozen. All right, while we wait for Felix to come back on, maybe we need to move on to the next speaker. So Professor Moran, if you can just go straight to your presentation, and we'll have Felix coming back later on when he's set up.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, Sam, and everyone who's here. The material I'm going to present today comes from a long-term project on non-combatant men and their experience in Liberia during the Civil War. This project began in 2006. It's taken a very long time to come to publication, in part because Felix is back. Should we let him go forward, do you think, Sam, now that he appears to be back?
Felix, are you back? Are you set?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm back. Sorry, there was a problem with the connection and it's still unstable, but well, I hope this will not happen again.
All righty. It's all yours.
All right. Okay, let me try again to share the screen. Are you seeing the PowerPoint presentation now? Yes, all right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, as you see, I slightly adapted the title of this talk to security without and without and with a question mark, without the state. How state and non-state security actors shape public order. I am starting from Waldman's notion of an anomalous state that's been essentially developed on the example of Latin American states and some Pacific ones. The idea is that the state does not provide order, but rather by creating confusion about norms, partly by promoting a modern law clashing with traditional norms, but more importantly by inconsistently enforcing and routinely violating its own modern laws. I know we are talking about the functional state right now, but actually I feel it's hard to point to any everyday action of the state that promotes order and does not contradict legal norms. Of course, there are instances, but I would say that is not really the rule and not the everyday. Just for a few examples, the police routinely and openly extorts motorists and is more likely to create traffic jams in the process than solve or resolve traffic jams. Riot police units use disturbances to loot. We have Human Rights Watch publications on this, and also in the case that I am presenting here, this was the case. When it is about issuing documents, etc., documents that should be issued aren't, whereas documents that should not be issued are issued when payments are made. We recently had issues with a lot of passage to the airport without COVID tests. Some personal experiences too. I got my own fake driver license from the Ministry of Transport and a faked flag receipt, and so on and so on. Just point out what the everyday is. Of course, this had a lot to do with the underlying patrimonial dynamics of the state, where the state essentially provides jobs, not services or order. The jobs that are given authority that is delegated then provides opportunity for abuse, of abuse for private gain. And official actions are dependent on opportunities for private gain rather than the regulations and so on that should inform the actions. Side note, this means that police privilege maintaining relations to criminals over dismantling criminal structures. This is a separate
We seem to be having problem, Felix. We're not hearing you. My alma mater. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, maybe we'll have to make some quick adjustments. Felix, are you back?
Yeah, I'm back, sorry. I might consider switching to another Wi-Fi network. I'm not sure why this is happening now. I tried it before. Let me, again, the same process.
Take your time. We know the connectivity issues with Liberia. So.
All right. Okay. Well, meaning some may choose to pay their tax rather than the bribes for the car, for instance, but there seem to be market dynamics at work, so that by and large, the bribe paying is cheaper than paying the car tax. Of course, the major effect of this whole something is the legitimacy that is, the job patronage engenders, and which of course plays a major role in maintaining stability in Liberia, in particular in as much as it gives elites a stake in the state. Nonetheless, I would say that there is relative order in Liberia. I'd say police violence is probably below the regional average, or when we're looking at media, probably as well below US levels. And police community relations are broadly correct, if not always cordial. Crime is particularly high by regional standards, gun violence is rare. There is something like established norms of social intercourse. And so on and so on. So I think in many ways, the society works surprisingly well, which may have more to do with decentralized self-organizational capacities rather than the state, which we at least can take as an assumption or a hypothesis. I'm going to talk more about this. The test case I'm having now is what happens when the state leaves, as this may be indicative of order or indicative of society's capacity to provide self-organized order or the lack thereof. And I want to make clear that I'm not romanticizing community institutions and so on. Community associations and so on largely are not grassroots initiatives, and community chairpersons here in Monrovia hardly ever represent communities. There are different dynamics underlying that, essentially neo-patrimonial dynamics too. But now let's get to the core. In Viala and Bepulu, which are part of district number 5 of Margaby, with the provincial capital of Kakata. And there was an instance where a local motorcycle transport operator was murdered. Quickly, there were rumors about body parts extracted, the fears that the stuck, and so on. The police was perceived as not investigating the case and maybe shielding those behind it. There were quickly rumors about business people involved and so on. The hardcore group, I'd say, of motorcyclists organized by local motorcyclist unions then confronted the police on 1st of April. What is interesting is that a lot of ordinary local residents joined the crowd. And this was essentially a protest carried by the local citizens and not so much a motorcyclist element, which is often considered a deviant element in Liberian society anyway, although I would maintain they are not really. They are more or less normal youths, as deviant as the normal politician. In the process, the police stations in Viala and Bepulu were burnt down, as well as the magisterial court for the district situated in Bepulu. And in response, the police vacated the district for about a year, saying that, well, if you don't appreciate our service, you can see how you do without us. We felt this was a great opportunity for research and went there in December 2019 on a rather short trip. Had a few focus group interviews with residents and community leaders and motorcyclists, few individual groups interviews, and distributed a number of quantitative questionnaires. And the data we gathered was about the development of the security situation, perceptions on how the police and the court work, and how non-state security institutions work. In some ways, the evidence on the development of the security situation was contradictory. There was a perceived there was a sense of increased insecurity, although people universally said that the local community watch team was extraordinarily active and effective. It compared favorably to the police in terms of patrolling, in terms of responding to incidences. The police, as it was there before April 2019, was largely seen as ineffective, as delaying cases, as people put it, or as not investigating. But they were perceived as stronger than the team and thus potentially more effective. It's also interesting that despite a pretty disastrous reputation of the LMP there, virtually every court body called for a return of the LMP unit, which I would say represents expectations rather than observable reality. Returning to that a little later. On the perceived increased insecurity, I feel the most likely explanation is that there was a bias by respondents in emphasizing recent crime, which was motivated by calling attention to the current challenges and problems. There was a minority opinion that crime had always been a challenge and been going up and down, and this seemed to be more accurate. Well, when the police left, there was a certain community watch team present in Viala, although hardly anybody knew about it and was hardly ever called upon. And it was effectively put in charge of local security by the local police commander in Kakata, in the provincial capital. They significantly strengthened the aftermath, built up capacities, attracted local youths, established organizational capacity, patrolled at night, though apparently not very consistently, were active when called upon. They charged fees, very much modeled on what the police does. Okay, back again.
Welcome back.
Thank you. As well, it was closely linked to the larger police structure, and that serious cases were forwarded to Kakata for processing. And the Kakata police in some way assumed a supervisory role and made very clear that they would intervene if the watch team abused its powers. This raises the question if the watch team is state or non-state. But rather as a local delegate, effectively integrated in the chain of command and oversight. Faces similar resource challenges as the police, but found a similar solution to it. It faced a greater need for legitimization and was to a greater extent dependent on the resources, the fees paid, was thus more active as well, and had significantly more manpower. And there were dozens of community watch team members and 3 police before in Viala. Nonetheless, the police is widely appreciated as a core provider of security by local citizens, while at the same time, it's largely considered ineffective in moving against crime that happens. And I interpret this as saying that their role as security provider is a function of its superior state authority. It projects strength, and the state is associated with order in Liberia. Partly, it psychologically reassures residents that there is a backup force that can be called upon when major threats to security. But more often, and that was very clear in the focus group interviews, the police was perceived to be a very effective deterrent to criminal activity, as criminals would be afraid. I am concluding that the state indeed plays an important role in providing security, though in rather unexpected ways. The District 5 Community Watch Team is effective because it enjoys a delegation of state authority and has the opportunity to make use of state capacity where it itself is overwhelmed. At the same time, this allows it to deflect blame for things that are not working, particularly to follow up on cases by the judiciary system is extremely deficient. As well, there was a lack of competition with police sources, the fees, which meant that they were very well able to get institutionalized. On a side note, we did another research last December when the police was back for more than half a year. I haven't integrated that, the results into this work now, but we'll probably still do so. Maybe use it for a different article too. But it's very interesting dynamics. The core of my argument is that the state discourse about police and judicial systems informs an imagined order that is very likely to shape behavior and cause some restraint part of people prepared to get involved in criminal action. This also produces a lot of expectations. The riot in Viala was the result of expectations that were not made, that are very real, that people very much expect the police to arrest culprits, find out who's behind something, and see to it that people are punished, which they are regularly not doing. And the situation more or less sporadically erupts into violence. We had instances like that in Ganta in the past few years, very recently in Maryland. And close, we can put that into the simple ways that the state discourse on order shapes the construction of a collectively acknowledged order. I leave it there for now. I think I'm still in time. I hope I wasn't speaking too fast and that the disruptions haven't impacted too badly on this whole presentation. Thank you for now.
Thank you, Felix. Professor Moran, can you just go ahead with your presentation?
Sure. Okay. And I don't have a screen to share. I'm just going to be speaking. So does Felix need to take his screen down, Sam, or can you do that?
Felix, can you please remove your slide?
He's trying.
Sorry, I'm having a few challenges, but well,
Okay.
that's
All right, I can begin. This presentation comes from a longer ethnographic project on the experience of non-combatant men during the Liberian Civil War. And it addresses something I've found in what's becoming the canonical literature on the war, which is the contrast between the city and countryside as a key organizing concept for analysts of the Guinea Coast region as a whole, including Liberia and Sierra Leone. A number of scholars have attempted to draw on what I'm seeing as binary tropes about African tradition and modernity located respectively in rural and urban areas. So one important debate in the early literature on the conflicts had to do with how the rural or urban origins of some of the initial armed factions influenced both the course and the ferocity of the wars. Some authors believed most of the young fighters were drawn from an urban lumpen proletariat of the unemployed and unemployable, while others asserted that they were in fact rural innocents dazzled by the prospect of high status commodities and loot to be gained from cities. So Ellis, for example, characterizes the early stages of the Liberian War by saying, many of the young country boys and girls who joined up to take part in the Battle of Monrovia had never been to the city before. Richards was, in considering Sierra Leone, arguing that the origins of the conflict lay with urban intellectuals seeking to draw on the ideological purity of authentic rural values, while others saw the dispossessed rural population as striking back against cities. And these characterizations of rural and urban, people, places, ideas, values, emerge in this literature as both description and explanation. They are mobilized as parts of arguments. Okay. This paper seeks to complement the conversation around the relationship between rural and urban spaces during wartime by drawing on the experiences of an often invisible group of war-affected people, young men who did not participate in violence. The literature, again, as it has emerged, is dominated by accounts from ex-combatants, former child soldiers, people, warlords, people who were involved in the fighting. And the experience of men, particularly men of recruitable, military recruitment age, who made a deliberate effort to avoid violence, remains a rather underreported and under-theorized part of the literature. In 3 research trips in 2006, 2008, and 2009, I conducted interviews with 83 men, ranging in age from teenagers to those in their late 60s, in 3 geographical locations in Liberia, in Monrovia, in the southeastern region of Cape Palmas, around Harper, which is an area I know very well from pre-war research in that area, and in Buchanan. The Monrovia sample was drawn from a diverse range of men, including students at the University of Liberia, participants in a program for low-income youth sponsored by the YMCA, members of the Muslim Youth Congress interviewed at 2 mosques in Monrovia, and a number of drivers and security guards working for NGOs and the European Union mission to Liberia. In addition, at the time, I served as an informal advisor to some graduate students at the University of Liberia who were designing and carrying out a survey to measure the effectiveness of the DDRR program, which was just winding down in this period. All of my respondents had been displaced multiple times during the course of the war, and it spent over a decade, in their words, running and running, in search of refuge from harm, shortages of food, but most importantly to them, they were running away from recruitment. They were doing everything in their power to avoid being forcibly recruited into armed factions. And they had multiple reasons for why they chose that course. But in this particular paper, I'm going to be looking at how that experience shaped their mobility between rural and urban sectors. What I argue is that these men were driven less by unitary notions of rural and urban, which we find again and again in the literature, and more by constellations of contingent factors, including self-identity, personal kinship and friendship networks, and almost paradoxically, their commitment to a peaceful future, their sense that remaining out of the war as combatants was a key to their professional goals in a post-war period that they were convinced was coming and would someday happen, sometimes hoping against all reason in some of those moments. But they were sure that if they did get sucked into violence, they would find that an impediment to the professional and educational futures that they were deeply committed to. Beyond momentary personal survival, these men tried to plan their movements across space in a way that might maximize their post-war opportunities and aspirations. And in contrast with the definition of some external scholars, their understanding of what constitutes rural or urban does not seem to be grounded in population density, architecture, class structure. The widespread dichotomies of bush and town, which predate the modern Liberian state, were invoked in some of these interviews. But they're fundamentally grounded in those spaces as defined by the presence or absence of human social life, not by population density, not by economic opportunity. People, in the way my respondents spoke about them, are understood to live naturally with others in towns or villages, but the absence of people is what defines other spaces as bush, areas of other than human occupation by other kinds of entities and intentionalities. For many of my respondents, the constant mobility or running and running was the best survival strategy during the war years. And their accounts do not seem to emphasize an inherent difference between city and countryside and the people who occupy them, which, as I've noted, it seems to permeate the scholarly literature produced by many Western analysts. Rather, they focus on how each kind of location contains people, objects, and possibilities that could be characterized as Kui or native, civil, also using terms like civilized sometimes. In some instances, they turned to what might be considered traditional authorities, particularly kinship authorities, family elders, local chiefs, and so forth, looking for protection. In other instances, they sought the security provided by external forces such as the United Nations, ECOWAS, or NGOs. They really saw protected spaces as existing in both urban and rural contexts, not as segregated by that binary. But in no instance in their accounts was the empty bush seen as a site of refuge. On the contrary, some of the most harrowing tales told by my respondents were of the isolation and terror they experienced in uninhabited tracts of forest or on lonely beaches devoid of human presence. Now, I also want to argue that we can look at the demography, we can look at where the majority of the population was living before 1989, and realize that many Liberians come from what could be characterized as rural backgrounds. But I want to argue here, again, kind of against some of the existing literature, that if the majority of Liberians didn't live in high density areas, they also still had some experience of life beyond isolated communities in the forest. There's a long history, particularly of young men traveling abroad for contract labor up and down the coast. Many of them had experience as part of a coming of age in coastal cities up and down West Africa, in areas of resource extraction within Liberia, such as the iron mining regions, the Firestone rubber plantations. There were several generations of young men and women who were drawn to those areas with the prospect of earning money for themselves, perhaps freeing themselves from some familial obligations. And certainly anyone seeking formal education beyond the elementary level had to move to coastal or regional centers. In the early 1980s, when I was first working in Cape Palmas, young people who had been born and brought up in Monrovia or at Firestone or anywhere else were encouraged to think of themselves as from some rural homeland, even if they had spent very little time there. And conversely, young people who had migrated to cities for education returned home on the school vacations, or families in rural areas whose children were in school locally traveled to Monrovia for the vacation. So again, kind of working in opposition to that quote I read from Ellis, I think the rigid categories of rural and urban people with little contact with or experience of each other really doesn't hold up when we consider that mobility across these kinds of spaces has characterized Liberia and the region for a very long time. It's not something that people weren't static, they weren't held in place. And I don't think it makes sense in terms of how many people thought about their experiences. Now, the men that I interviewed had a range of lifestyles and residential experiences before, during, and after the war. Some had grown up in the Southeast, others, and then were living in Monrovia as students or young, early stages of their career in 1989, 1990, when the fighting really started. Others had already achieved professional status. I had some healthcare workers, some teachers in my sample. And still others were much more marginally attached to urban economies or cash economies even. The initial rumblings of war beginning in '89 took months to impact major population areas like Monrovia. And the push into those cities impacted the men in my sample in many different ways. For those from the Southeast living in Monrovia in the early stages, their linguistic connection to Samuel Doe became an immediate threat. So Grebo speakers were concerned that someone would mistake them for Kron. There were attacks against Southeasterners as a broad category, and many of them felt they had to escape the city at that time. I have a very long case study that I'm going to skip over and get to my conclusions because I'm running out of time. But these were some of the stories I have of people walking from Monrovia to Buchanan along the beach, seeking out along the way people they might be connected to through kinship, people who they knew through school connections, trying to seek refuge anywhere they could. The accounts of these men diverge from scholarly binaries of rural and urban, although these vary across their sense of self and the range of options they perceived for themselves. It's understandable that warlords and ex-combatants whose accounts dominate our literature often talk about their military objectives being focused on cities. Charles Taylor tried and ultimately failed to take Monrovia through military force. The last years of World War I and World War II were so focused on Monrovia with the many forces trying to to take the city. And yet, in the accounts of men who stood outside those military organizations, the city and the countryside offer different kinds of refuge, different kinds of possibility. The long individual account I was going to go into really focuses on a set of brothers from Cape Palmas who keep going back to Monrovia to try to get back into school, into college, to continue their education. And they keep arriving at the worst possible time, like April of 1996, and being caught in and having to flee again. So the argument here is that we have to be careful in letting these binaries of rural and urban spaces as fixed entities not drive our understanding of how a fairly large number, I'm arguing, of Liberians experienced that time. And in particular, as those binaries are used as explanations for the origin of conflict. I'm going to stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Moreno. We will now switch over to our next presenter. The floor is yours. Sorry, Dr. Cindy. Dr. Cindy, if you have set your microphone is muted, and he's coming to us from the campus of the University of Liberia.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. And thank you,
Oh, we're not
fellow
hearing you yet.
panelists.
I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, very well.
Okay. Okay, again, thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, panelists.
No audio yet. We're having video feed from you, but no audio.
Sam, we can hear
There's
him.
no sound coming in from you.
Sam, I think it must be your system because others are hearing me.
So do you want us to go to the next presenter while you try
can
to
hear
get
him.
that sorted out, and then we'll come back to you later?
No, hear him.
Sam, everyone is hearing me except you.
I think there's an issue with your.
My understanding to say yes, we should proceed to the next presenter. Just give me a nod if you want us to proceed to the next presenter and come back to you.
No, Sam. Everyone else is hearing me except you.
Please go ahead, Prof. Cindy.
Okay. All right. I want to thank the previous presenters.
We are not hearing you still. I see. We're not getting any sound from you if you're saying anything.
Can somebody text Sam and say?
Maybe you need to check the settings of your computer.
I can hear him, Sam.
Samuel, can you hear me? Samuel, can you hear me?
Sam is not hearing anybody.
I don't think Sam hears anyone.
Okay, now I think I'm hearing sound from you.
Okay, Sam, so you can hear me now. That's fine.
Yes, you're coming loud and clear now. You can go ahead.
Okay, actually, everybody was hearing me and everybody was commenting to you, but you were not following, you were not hearing. Okay, but thanks, Jackie, for stepping in. I'm going to be looking at alternative paths for Liberia post-conflict reconstruction. And I come from this background and this topic, which in some way has been coined by a lot of arguments, simply drew me to the whole issue of post-conflict reconciliation. When the former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, sat in office, one of the first things he wanted to understand is, why is the literature so filled with the theory that most countries coming out of conflict return to conflict within 5 to 10 years? Ban Ki-moon set up a committee, really searched for an answer to this, and he finally landed on the University of Peace in Costa Rica to do this research. And the University of Peace in Costa Rica recruited people, some of us from conflict, post-conflict situations, as well as people who are studying deeply post-conflict reconstructions. So that is where I situate my whole concept of what I'm going to be looking at in this presentation, because then it helped me to see that a lot of the answers for countries returning to conflict in a very short period happen to be the path they choose to post-conflict reconstruction. In simple terms, what paths are available in post-conflict reconstruction, and which path do countries take? How do they take those paths? What goes into the considerations? Now, I'm not going to go into all of that. I'm going to sit with this simply based on Liberia and the practical experience based on the time limitations. To rebuild Liberia, it is very helpful to understand Liberia is a deeply divided and impoverished country. And this was way before the war. This was way before Ebola. And this is way before COVID-19. Liberia has been a deeply divided and a very impoverished country. So to build a country like this is a very, very difficult and if not a daunting task. However, there are countries who are in similar situations that have succeeded in post-conflict reconciliation, development, and peace. And today, there are great examples to show. What we are going to do here is to evaluate what the task would entail if any of you listening were given the mantle to lead Liberia after 1989 to 2003. Immediately after that period, especially August 18, if you were chosen to reconstruct Liberia, what would have been your alternatives? I go to say, recovery has to be seen in specific terms. There's a word called legitimacy. And legitimacy usually is used in terms of political legitimacy for a country that has almost come to the brink, and if not, been termed as what used to be called a failed state. We also talk about legitimacy in terms of capacity. What are the capacities that exist within the country? What are capacities in terms of human resources, in terms of resources, in terms of financial resources, economic resources, but most importantly, the social capital of those countries. We also look at legitimacy in terms of security. And security here, we are breaking down not just in guns and boots, because guns and boots, as much as they refer to security, sometimes can be the antithesis of security. We also talk about legitimacy in terms of socioeconomic parameters, and of course, resilience, where I'm going to be ending my brief presentation. Now, if because of the kinds of things that happened that led to the outbreak, the full outbreak of war, I like to please extract the word civil, of war in 1989. Let's know that Liberia have had previous wars, the wars on expansion, the wars of economic slavery. A lot of wars have been going on in Liberia. Some of them very subtle, some of them very open. We know the class that is progressives and the war that was launched for knowledge and expansion and consciousness. A lot of wars were going in Liberia. But the open combatants that started up in 1989, culminating in 2003, was dangerous, destructive, and of course, unprecedented. Not to talk about the innocent 250,000 lives that it affected. At the end of this war, the task of rebuilding Liberia had to be considered. Both nationally and internationally, there were conspiracies, I like to call, that went on the path to be chosen. The path that finally became adopted is seen as the political legitimacy theory or paradigm. And this was to be situated and later on to work on economic reforms and to be followed by what I call social structuralization. But that path led to certain consequences. For instance, that path led to a particular element that needs to be noted here. Because we focus immediately at the end of the war on political legitimacy, what we drove to quickly was elections. In order to have political legitimacy, you want to establish democracy and you want to go through that by holding elections. What elections did was to have warlords controlling large territories of the country, but ballot boxes were taken to those places. And the net result was the kind of government that erupted out of that process. Because all of the segments of Liberia that were controlled by warlords, of course, had only warlords or their designees coming into governments through the electoral process, especially in people's representation sector, the parliaments, or whatever we call the legislature. When this happened, we were faced with the shape and type of government that we landed on in 2006. 2006, that as it may be, gave us an opportunity which was never used in this country. For the first time in Liberia in 2006, you had the opposition dominate the legislature. This was the first time this has ever happened in this country. The opportunity that presented was to have a real balance of power so that the executive would actually present only those things that would meet the consensus of the majority. And majority here means the majority of the legislature. However, as have been presented in some of the earlier presentations, the brown envelope crowded the entire legislative process, and it became the same rubber stamp as was in 1816, in 1871, and in 1944, not to talk about 1971 and onwards. If we wanted to go the alternatives, some of the path I have considered here would be the path for starting or restarting on the domain of human security and all the considerations that go into human security. For instance, 19 years today after the end of the war in Liberia and 19 years into what are called quote unquote, key issues that continue to hinder development and reconciliation in Liberia remain food security as they were August 18, 2003, dismal health security, complete, if not the lack of economic security, environmental security, political security, personal security, community security, and the like. And just to throw a few highlights on some of these. One of the greatest weapons of the war of 1989 to 2003 was food insecurity. To date, I am not sure that government have any extent and layout process to recover food security for any significant portion of its population. The health system of this country remain ever challenging with the onslaught of Ebola and now COVID. We still do not have the consciousness to build our health infrastructure. And the health experts tell us that to date, our greatest mortality is our 0 to 5 and is malaria. How come Liberia is still not able to provide malaria treatment to our 0 to 5? Because the cost of treating malaria, many mothers are unable to go to hospital or health centers where this can be provided. And this continues to be our greatest mortality as a country. Talk about environmental security. If a fire, flood, storm, or other natural disasters were to affect any Liberian in Liberia, there are no established national mechanism to address these issues. You are left on your own and at the complete mercy of friends and loved ones who may care. When we look at political security, we are looking at how many people in Liberia will know that they can get a political job simply because they are qualified, they are competent, and they deserve a position. Personal security talks about just the security of my person. When I'm going to bed, which eyes should I keep open? How many iron bars do I need to keep around the house? Those days when we talk about putting people behind bars, they were the bad people. Today, when we talk about bars, we are talking about putting the good people behind bars. Community security has to do with whether it's ethnic community, religious community, whatever demographic community, issues of rape, issues of gender-based violence of all sorts continue to dominate various communities of our country. And established mechanisms to address these issues still remain as fragile as they were 19 years ago when the end of the war was pronounced. Now, these programs and policies, the choices we can make to mainstream them as priorities. They do not incur any additional budgetary burdens on us as a people, a country, a government. It's only a question of realignment of our goals and the priorities we will set as a nation. In concluding, the path that have been chosen by earlier actors, both international and national, have led to the uphill task for peace, for development, and for reconciliation. It is time to look at this and possibly other additional alternatives to accelerate peace, development, reconstruction, social structuralization, and the rest. And like I said, I'd like to end with resilience. Resilience, as I spell it out here, has to do with the net effect of the path taken. And that path taking has to do in all aspects of our livelihoods. How resilient are Liberians to health? Is as resilient as many people leaving hospital sections and going for alternative treatments, including herbs, which they have no scientific knowledge of, but someone told them, when I was having that problem, I used this and it helped me. Resilience to economic situations, explore our markets. You see a whole line of everybody selling the same commodity. Why? Because someone used to sell pens in this area and a lot of people bought pens. So a whole range of our marketeers go into selling pen around that area because pens were bought there some time ago. Resilience in our security. People have become so self-conscious about their personal security that some of them are even going through adverse actions, including the illegal possession and storage of guns, some of which have led to recent disasters as the innocent murder of our very precious lady who was recently murdered in a school uniform. Environmental disasters, we continue to have the situation of people. Their resilience is basically on helping themselves. When there's a disaster, they appeal to relatives, their loved ones, and those who will hear their plight. The net result of this is people seeking their own solutions to their own issues. This leads to a complete disaggregation, disillusionment, and of course undermines the effect of the state, and therefore the decline for people to adhere to law and order or the rule. This increases violence, increases isolation, and therefore less community cooperation in the ways people should relate, bring about reconciliation, support peace initiatives that could lead to development and progress. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Cindy, and my apologies for the hiccup from my computer. Apparently, it played tricks on me without me knowing. So,
Sorry.
We will now turn the floor over to Dr. Collins. I know a lot of us have questions concerning the presentation by Prof. Cindy, but I would think that we will all hold on for a little while as we get the final presentation.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Tiwe Zayu Collins. So I presented this presentation 2 years ago at the Liberian Studies Conference, but LSA asked me again to present it because of the impact that we have since we have a larger forum this year. So I'm currently a professor of public administration at California State University in Northridge. So I did my study on the impact of a civil war on economic development in Liberia. So we know for a fact that civil war short circuits political and economic development. Obviously, living this whole global pandemic, we can see it was a total shock to the economy in every part of the world. And so when you look at the civil war in Liberia, it had the same shock that it did to our economy. So I'll talk a little bit about the literature, the effects of civil war it has on human beings, on economies. It lingers well after the war is over. Obviously, we can see Liberia. And I observed Liberia from 1960 to 1988, and I broke it up into 3 periods: pre-war, the Civil War period, and then post-war Liberia. And so when you think about what is political development, what is economic development, for those that are not in the policy world, in the scholarly world, we know that political development, African leaders, Liberian previous presidents, political development was this vision of national integration by bringing various ethnic groups together. Liberia, we have various indigenous tribes, we have Americo-Liberians, we have other Africans from other nations. So that vision of that economic development is also just giving a better life to Liberians, such as better schools, better roads, clean water, electricity throughout the country. So that was the vision that they had in the 60s. And in achieving this was through trade and commodities throughout countries and other nation countries of West Africa. So pre-war Liberia, before Liberia, for 100 years, Liberia was really just rural, underdeveloped, mostly, like focused on farming. And there was a lot of huge, before the war, Liberia had a huge exports of crops, palm oil, coffee, cocoa. And so those were great economic growth in Liberia before the war. Obviously, we had the rubber tapping industry as well, Firestone, we all know. And mining was a big deal with iron ore, diamonds, gold, and logging as well. Liberia is a country rich of natural resources. And typically, when you have a country rich with natural resources, they're more prone to civil war, because at the end of the day, war comes from greed, and also grievance. So which Liberia suffer from both greed, corruption of leaders and foreign investors, and then also a grievance from the haves and the have-not. One group of elite people having control and power of everything, leaving everybody else to kind of fend for themselves. So that was ultimately what led to the war in Liberia. So I examined the economic development based on 13 indicators of economic development. My data mainly came from World Bank Group because they have a database of economic development indicators. And so I extracted 13 that were relevant to Liberia, such as GDP, foreign direct investment, official development assistance. We looked at import, export, trade, military expenditure. So I'll break these down as I go along. So obviously the objective was to explain the impact of the Civil War on economic development in Liberia. So I use a time series econometrics model. So that's why I evaluated Liberia over the course of the 60-year period from 1960 through 2017, the beginning of the WIA administration, to really look at Liberia full circle from the beginning to where it was previously, and see how economic development played a role in the country. So my question I asked, obviously, how did the war impact economic development? So what I found out, well, we'll talk a little bit about some theories of economic development. So we all know strong political institutions are often necessary for economic growth going forward. And when there's absence of strong political institutions, like fragile states like Liberia, they suffer. Obviously, we see what America and how you know, the American democracy and economic development was at its breaking point with the leadership, the Trump administration, and then also with the global pandemic. So leadership matters, which is a strong political institution, and also like healthcare system. So we look at those things that, you know, that could have affected Liberia. So also fragile states have to have a government that's can implement democracy, and Liberia is a country plagued with corruption. So democracy is not really enforced. So when you have all these political and social institutions that are weak infrastructures, that gives a rise to conflict, and that's what happened in Liberia. So, and eventually political decay. So, and these were the variables, like I stated, I used, I broke down for Liberia that we looked at. So obviously we have the null hypothesis, there's no impact, and the research hypothesis where there is an impact. Obviously, this is my model that I used, the time series econometrics model. And so we'll start with GDP first, because obviously when you're looking at GDP per capita in Liberia, you can obviously see Liberians in pre-war were way better off than Liberians during the war and even post-war. Like the GDP for pre-Liberian was the highest in 1972 with $1,600, you know, and then it dropped to $123 in 1996 during the war, and in post-war, you know, it hasn't recovered. So we can see that the war dramatically impacted Liberia, you know, and so we look at development assistance as well. You know, obviously we see after the war, there was a huge development effort to assist Liberia. And so there's a huge spike in that post-war Liberia, obviously, where development was 6.5 compare higher than pre-war Liberia. So, but you have to look at when you have so many funds pouring in from the US and other developed nations, where are these funds going? Because if you have so much money coming in and you have a country that's already plagued with corruption, you have to be careful to see where's that money going, where is it allocated? So this is where the accountability and anti-corruption tactics need to be implemented, because so much funds were coming into Liberia during this time post-war. And you can see, obviously, there's a spike in agriculture. So you ask yourself, why is there a spike during the war in agriculture than pre-war and post-war? Well, obviously, because Liberia is such a rich country of natural resources, there were illegal logging and exploitation of natural resources. And so I wrote a piece in the Liberian Studies Journal about how the natural resources were exploited by foreigners and also Charles Taylor. And so you have this huge spike that wasn't really helping the Liberian government. This was going towards foreign people and individual Liberian leaders for their own selfish gain. So that's why you see this increased spike in agriculture, forestry, and fishing. You know, they were illegally fishing in Liberian waters by foreigners. And so there was no regulation at all. So this is why you see this increase in that as well. And you see trade, like during the war, trade completely stopped. Trade stopped, and pre-war, you know, the numbers were not that high. Post-war Liberia, trade has dramatically increased. We can see that to like, where it's like 75% of GDP, the trade increase, which is great for the Liberian economy to kind of get back to where it's going. And they import as well, the same way import exports, they have the same tract as trade as well. None during the war, it stopped everything, and export as well. And so, and when you look at military expenditures during the study, you see this huge spike of military expenditure, because obviously the government is spending so much money on funding, and like military expenditure increased by like such a high number, because that's all the funding was going towards, making sure those people that were in control were maintaining their control through like purchasing weapons from overseas, you know, helping with their individual like rebel groups. So you see this huge increase of spending. And in post-war, you don't see as much spending for military expenditure. So crop production decreased, because I mean, Liberia has rich farmland, but who's going to crop when people are fleeing for their lives? So we saw people fleeing to neighboring countries. And so crop production dramatically decreased. And post-war, it's increased, but Liberia is still underdeveloped. And one public policy term we always say, a nation that's truly developed is a nation that can feed itself. And right now, Liberia has so much rich resources, but we need to develop our agriculture sector. We need to educate farmers. We need to support farmers. One of the reasons why America is so developed, like the USDA, they give grants, they give financial assistance to farmers because they know the agriculture sector is big, and that's what truly develops a nation. So until our leaders understand that, we are not going to be fully developed to the extent as other nations, but we have the farmland, we have the resources to do that. We just have to invest into our agriculture sector. So, and I did the ANOVA table just to kind of, show, I'm going to go through these briefly so we can see that obviously there was a shift. Well, GDP was affected because of the war. So we reject the null as well. Same with development assistance, that impacted as a result of the war. Agriculture as well, that was affected because of the Civil War. Trade, import, export as well. And military expenditure, so reject the null. So it did have an impact. Crop production increase, and so we obviously saw war reduce GDP per capita. Anytime there's a shock to an economy, GDP is affected. That's why, for example, when COVID-19 hit, that was a shock to world economies. So like the United States, for example, Congress immediately went into session. They implemented the CARES Act, stimulating small businesses, the American people to generate, everyday consumers to put that money back into the economy. But war, you have leaders scrambling for power and people running for their lives. So obviously the GDP decreased in Liberia and it hasn't really recovered. So we looked at obviously war increases ag, farming, and forestry because war is about greed and grievance. And when people are running for their lives, you have some people that are trying to see what they can get and exploit Liberia. And that's exactly what happened. There were illegal logging, illegal fishing, and there was no regulation. So that affected the agriculture sector in Liberia. We see trade was decreased as well. Imports and exports were affected. So I say all this to say, why is this study so important? So we're looking at, at war and how there's lingering impacts just on a country. When you have a country as Liberia that started from conflict, because that's the reality. Liberia started in conflict. You have the United States making a decision, we're just gonna go to this place, settle here, bring Americans here, and they'll figure it out. But then they treated the natives as second-class citizens. So the country started on conflict and it was never really resolved. And more conflict started with classism and elitism. And so on top of that, so Liberia, at the end of the day, we have to really rebuild our nation. We have to heal from this. And war is prone in African countries. Anytime there's an election, there's possibility of war. We always praise, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf because she did keep peace for 12 years. And from her administration to the we administration, it was a peaceful transfer of power, which was great. But the next election, every time there's an election in Africa, people hold their breath because that's a possible breeding ground for conflict. So it is very important to understand that we don't want to go back there in Liberia. I saw earlier this week that in Nimba County, there was a conflict with, Muslims and Christians. And so anytime there's a conflict in Liberia leadership, and even the Liberians here, we need to pay attention because there was so much loss and will never be recovered, honestly. And we have to remember that war is so detrimental to our people. And obviously Africa being so underdeveloped, we have the resources. Africa is a rich nation, but we're underdeveloped as far as leaders, where we have selfish leaders that are for self and not for the people. And this is a possible harm for war. So and war reduces potential for future economic growth, because foreigners are least likely to invest in a place that they feel like, well, conflict is going to arise every time there's an election. So I'd rather not invest. That's why you have so many young Liberians that want to go back, and even older Liberians that, like my parents, that want to go back, but it's the fear of the infrastructure, healthcare, and just safety. So we have to pay attention to that as well. And so again, we're going to talk about this. Leadership matters. Democracy matters. We saw as developed and democratic the United States was on January 6th, the United States was on its brink of a war because of because of a president, because of just, differences. So if the U.S. can experience that, a country like Liberia has to be very careful. So we look at Paul Kagame of Rwanda and the first female president of Ethiopia, and we look at the trends they're taking. So with the we administration and future presidents of Liberia, it has to be a coming together. It can't be putting people in office because of ethnic tribes. It has to really be the love of Liberia and the country, bringing a country forward. And that's the only way Liberians can go back to or become a nation and rebuild itself. And then obviously we have to tackle corruption and dictatorship, because unfortunately, corruption was plagued by the Liberians that were elite. The elite group are the ones that are prone to corruption. So we have to make sure that we're all part of the elite. So we have to hold the elite group accountable. If we see something, we need to put people in office that are going to do the right thing, not because they're our friends. Liberian leaders, the legislature. Right now, if you want to be rich, you join office in Liberia. Politics should not be the way to go to build wealth in the country when you have your schools and your roads are in terrible conditions. So we have to tackle corruption, dictatorship, and then also natural resources, because Liberia is so rich in natural resources. We have to protect our resources as scholars and the leaders have to make sure that we're not being exploited, because we saw that happen during the war with logging, with our waters. And, we have to make sure that we get all the benefits back of our natural resources in order to better our country. So I enjoyed during this research, and I actually defended my dissertation on this. And I was grateful again to publish this in the Liberian Studies Journal to really contribute to Liberian literature, because there's very little literature on quantitative assessment of economic development on Liberia and the impact of the war. So I felt like this was much needed. There was a gap in the literature before this. So hopefully I was able to fill that gap a little bit. And I hope to do more research on Liberia, post-war Liberia. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Collins, for that insightful presentation. The presentation itself has been very enriching. If we're to try to draw one string to connect all of the presentations by all of the panelists, one thing I would clearly say is that it highlights what I consider as a tension in the way we do development in post-conflict countries. If you look at the work of De Castile and others who've looked at development, McGuinty, for example, they talk about what they call development plus, which now is development beyond measuring development based on GDP per capita. And that takes me back to the work by Rochelle this morning, talking about the question of nation building and state building. And my own struggle there was, which one do you put first? Do you go and build a nation, or do you go and build a state? Which draws in Professor Cindy's work, arguing about state legitimacy. And that itself is captured by the work of people like Fan Hostler, Hampton, and David Mendeloff, who talks about which one first. Do we build a state? Do we go and build in-state institutions? Do we go and build put-in security structures that can maintain the peace? Or do we have a complementarity of the two? And so having said that off my head, I would like to go to Rochelle's question. She says, in her recent book, she challenged the notion that Liberia's armed conflicts were civil, which I agree. given that they involved regional, international, and transnational actors, high-level West African political elites, European armed dealers, Oriental Timber Company, American evangelicals, Liberian diasporas in the US, etc., and suggest that we Liberians or academics should think of armed conflicts as armed conflicts rather than as civil wars. Any thoughts from the panel on this? So anyone can take a shot at this particular question.
I want to congratulate that questioner. Indeed, there is nothing civil about war. Nothing absolutely civil about war.
If I can come in, I think that's a really important point, because again, in the narratives that I've been collecting, these men are not talking about being on one side or another, and they're not talking about one thing that really struck me in this question about do you do nation building first or state capacity building, is that one of the responses I'm getting across these interviews, and they cross class and kind of family privilege in many ways. But one of the answers to the question, well, why didn't you want to fight? It has been, I never could see the reason to kill my fellow Liberians. So many of these guys gave that as an answer. And to me, it points to there being some kind of felt national identity, maybe in Anderson's terms of the imagined community before the war, that these were these, now of course this is a self-selected sample of men who made a particular choice around the issue of violence. But that they often would say, I couldn't see the reason. You know, if they're, and a couple of them said, if my country was being attacked by an outside force, I would defend it. But I couldn't understand why I should kill my fellow Liberians. And that was deeply compelling to hear.
All right, are you finished, Mary?
Yes, I am.
Okay. The next round of questions, there is one for Felix. This person says, can Felix cite any instances, examples where state police or security forces create disturbance or disturbances to loot? And let me just run down them quickly so you guys can decide how to answer them. Maybe you can answer them in one sentence. Prof. Cindy, someone is asking, how do you define war? And Prof. Moran, there is a question that says, maybe not quite on point, but how did things work out in the end for these men? Were their efforts beneficial to their educational, professional goals, etc.? How are they viewed today? And also for you, Dr. Moran, this person says, I wonder whether the phrase, we were running and running, can be linked more explicitly to theories of mobility or social imagination. That is the imagination of elsewhere as better, more civilized. In the discourse of these men, is physical mobility linked to social mobility and possibly reversed during the war, where the bush could offer safety despite its association with danger and the primitive. And this is for you, Tiawe. Did you read Carlier's work? He said that during war period, our economy declines by 2%. I found it to be 1.6 for Liberia. Did you look at the total war? By what percentage, I think this should be, did the economy decline? So let's take turns going across and answering these questions.
Do you want me to start, Samuel?
Sure.
Well, there were two there. One about what were the outcomes for these men, and the other about is the imaginary of individual achievement of goals and social mobility linked to the geographic mobility between city and country. And I think the first of all, there's a variety of outcomes, right? And I haven't kept in touch with all 80 plus of these individuals, but when they described how they made choices about moving during the war, obviously sometimes they were just forced. There were troops coming in their direction and they ran. But when they had a chance to run in a intentional way, they were trying to mobilize resources that spanned geographical areas. So it was, well, I'll run home where maybe the elders in my family can protect me or hide me. In some instances, they ran to rural homes even when those areas were under military occupation by one or another of the factions. And they were trying to balance the fear of forced recruitment against the possibility that their families might be able to protect them. And there are some accounts of young men being forcibly taken and then having family members come and basically bribe the commanders to get them out. So there was a kind of reliance on kin to help with that. As far as that, the imaginary of a kind of a personal journey towards aspirational goals, I think that very much was part of these narratives. That was how these men were framing their story, and they're telling me a story sometimes years after the events. So they're shaping it around discursive models that already exist. But they kept talking about choices I think it was Martin who posed that question. They are trying to advance that future that they want. So when thinking about, do I return to a city to try to get back into school, to try to get back into university, even though there's a danger there, there's a threat there. I know that, if conflict is coming again, it's likely to break out in that place. They're balancing risks in the interest of trying to achieve the future that they want. What I was really intrigued by, I guess, in trying to set up this paper was I really wanted to investigate the imaginaries of rural and urban that were driving what's become the canonical literature about how, you know, the rural resentment against cities. Ellis talks about rural people wanting to punish the cities and all who live there. And that imaginary was not what I was finding in my respondents' narratives.
I see Felix wants to go next, but just give me a second. This is linked to the question that came up. Someone is asking, who formed the CWT? Did it comprise a discernible group of groups? And were there women members?
Well, I suppose that is to me now. Yes. Well, who formed the community watch team? I suppose this is about Viala. I am not too sure. My impression was there was a deputy commander for manpower by the name of Rancy Peters, who was very active in recruiting and basically assuring that the force was in place. He had been a member or leader for a long time, way before the incident in Viala. And my impression was that he was probably the most crucial person in that particular area. I'm not too sure about his background. I didn't acquire too much in terms of his habitus. I have the suspicion that he has some, let's say, military experience, probably with irregular forces. But I don't think that that's a big rule in recruitment. The members were generally, in the Liberian sense, youthful members of the community. They are supposed to be more than 18 years old, and my impression was that was generally the case and going into the early 30s, and very much average community members, so to speak. I am aware of any women. My impression was that there were no women in the force, which would basically be very representative of the situation of these community watch teams in Liberia. A point that I'm trying to make in the paper, this CWF structure or CWT is to a large part a state-created one. After the war, you had irregular security outfits coming into existence, and there was a drive strongly driven by the international community actually to recognize these forces and register them, provide some training, and so on. And the Community Watch Forum or Community Watch Team, as they are increasingly called, were that officially state citizen security outfit. The members have to be registered with the police. They are supposed to receive training from the police or a central body. And one of the points that I am trying to make is that the whole state involvement there tends to undermine the provision of community security. The community watch in Viala is exceptional in that it is very stable, pretty institutionalized, and existing for a very long time and being regularly reliable. The normal picture is that there is a rise in crime, and there is some outfit force that is very motivated and active for a time. Often crime then goes down, and then motivation ceases. There is no institutionalized funding and so on, and these structures break apart. And this whole state registration and training process is not working very well. It is extremely time consuming and so on. There are lots of risks then for these people to become active in providing community security if the state process is not followed. And overall, it tends to undermine this provision of non-state security. There was this other About the disturbances. No, I'm not aware of the riot police units creating disturbances, and I don't think that is much the case. This looting is more an opportunity that presents itself when disturbances arise for other cases or for other reasons. Human Rights Watch has documented a few cases where these special police units fabricated crime or fabricated some pretext for invading some private houses in West Point and probably to steal there. But these are more, how should I say, minor cases, I would say. I hope I have comprehensively answered.
Chiwe?
Concerning a question about Collier's work, I'm not familiar, I'm gonna say, but that's a low decline. I mean, so I didn't really look at the whole entire war period. I looked at specific economic development indicators because Liberia, there's always just general information about the war. So I wanted to have my research more narrow and focused specifically on those indicators that could really help the leadership and help the future of Liberia to really see those key points instead of looking at it, oh, war affected the economy. Well, how specifically did war affect economic development? So, but I would say those were low percentages. But most of based on my research, the specific indicators had high percentages, and you can see looking at the specific data on the spreadsheet and the NOVA table. So if that answers your question, so.
Okay. So Anastasia posted in the chart. The first thing that comes to mind when you talk about resilience in the marketplace is the role of the Chamber of Commerce. We talk a lot about building the private sector middle class, yet we overlook the disconnect between the ordinary manjua business and the big money business. Pardon my layman's analysis, I'm not a student of economics, but I do see the need for the Chamber of Commerce to collaborate with and inform the manjuas of such data, what to sell. Hence, we can avoid overlaps and realize maximum benefits. Note, I intentionally avoided government. Another comment from Rocktel says, I find Stephen Ellis's interpretation of Liberia's armed conflicts to be quite limited and fetishistic. George Clay Keir's work on Liberia's political upheavals of 1980s and armed conflicts of the 1990s and early 2000s as multi-causal is more comprehensive and nuanced. I'd encourage you to read everything he's written on armed conflicts. So these are just two of the comments in the chart. If you guys would care, I think I would like to hear from scholars like Professor Cindy, who talked about this whole issue of how we build resiliency and development. I think these things cut across what you were trying to highlight earlier today in your presentation.
Thank you again, Sam. I think Professor Jones' question about my definition of war. I know that can come, being a lawyer, you know, he situated that very legally. And I didn't go down that route. But basically, if you take WAR and look at wickedness, you look at anger, you look at realms, that's war. And complicated into this whole idea of just war theories and, you know, war justifications. These things, I know they have been used in several cycles, and I'm not going to treat them, I'm not going to give them any credence. War, it takes lives, causes destruction, And no matter how well planned and carefully calculated wars have been, the devastating calculations have always ended where they are. Nothing different from whether they were in the Syrian war, or the Rwanda genocide, or the military conquest in Ghana that has today brought Ghana as an emancipating state. War is war. So I see war as wickedness, I see war as anger, I see war as realms. On the question of resilience, what I'm actually looking at here is that resilience must be built through an enabling environment. I know the impact of certain situations can help people to adapt through some forms of resilience. I know when the war was imposed on Liberians, they had to find some of the mechanisms to survive and put up all the resilience they could in order to, work through the war. But what I'm talking about here is post-conflict reconstruction. And resilience in this case has been people adapting to harsh conditions imposed by the environment in which they find themselves, and that has led into isolation, communities disintegration, and of course, people taking adverse actions in order to make ends meet. You see people do some of the vices they carry out, and they tell you if things were better, we wouldn't have to do this. People doing illegal mining, people living in the kind of conditions they are living in. Most of these, we call them resilience because people are using them as a means of survival, as a means of sustenance, as a means of going from one day to the other. But the truth nature of this is they are not really the kinds of resilience that we normally would love to see and have been seeing in situations where resilience means people adapting positive, rational ways of moving through a difficult, challenging situation. Yes, the situation is difficult. Yes, the situation is challenging, but most of these are created because some of the plunder and mismanagement that has been alluded to by some of my colleagues here show the kinds of environment that have been created, and therefore people's means of working through them could be called resilience, but actually this is not the kind of resilience that we should be seeing in a post-conflict reconstruction period. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Stanley. I hope are there any other questions? If there are no further questions or comments to be made, I would like to tell this panel, thank you very much for a very interesting round of discussions. And so at this stage, we will all now depart the stage and turn it over to Dr. O, who's going to conduct the next session. Thank you very much.
I think we'll have a break of like 2 minutes while the panelists join and the other panelists removed from the panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. I see Mary. It's been a while.
Dr. O, can you, we'll start in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me? I just want to make sure my mic is working. All right. Hey, Jackie.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, just 1 second. Just want to make sure the mic is all working. Okay, this is much better. I have my earphones on. Oh, so somebody's going to control basically the presentations, right? As we go
Yeah,
along.
we're just
Okay.
give us 2 minutes while we move the other people from the panel,
Okay.
your panelists.
Okay. Very well. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, okay, let's see, Alexander. Okay, seems that some of you are, okay.
Yeah. I think we have Alexander Shiplov and Steve Mavi, Dr. Kier, and Ibrahim Ye, okay, and Samuel Johnson. All right. Okay.
Okay, just hold on 1 second, please.
No problems, no problems.
I think some of your panelists are not here.
Yeah. The only person I think I can see is Dr.
Alexander.
Johnson. Alexander is not here.
Ibrahim.
I haven't seen him on. Dr. Kier is not here. So, I see.
Samuel Johnson is here.
Yeah, he's here.
Hello, Alexander Shipilov is here.
Oh, yeah, Alexander.
Yeah, Alexander is here, but
So we got Alexander, we have Dr. Samuel Johnson. So we have about a minute, right? Wait a minute. We have about 5 minutes by my time. I think it's 1:53, so we start on time. So let's give them for a few more minutes, right?
okay, yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So what we could do, depending on who comes in, then we can, if they all come in by 2 o'clock, we go chronologically as printed in the program. If not, we just kind of switch it around. And yeah.
But I don't see, did they register with another name? I don't see, oh, Stephen. Okay, Stephen is here.
Okay.
I'm moving him to panelist.
Okay.
Okay, and for Ibrahim right now. Let's see if we can find him.
So Stevie, okay.
I still don't see Ibrahim. I cannot see Ibrahim's name on the attendee list.
Okay.
I think Ibrahim traveled to Monrovia.
No, he's here. They say Ibrahim is here, but I can't find his name in the attendee list to pull him. Okay, I see him now.
Okay.
Okay, all done.
Okay. So in the event that Dr. Kier comes
Hello,
in.
hello, Jackie, I'm here.
Okay, good. That's
Okay, so
Ibrahim.
I'll move Dr. I'll bring Dr. Kier right now. Yes.
Yeah. So just to get things.
So I'm here.
Yeah, Ibrahim is here, but I don't see Dr. Kier. Or you could start, and if Dr. Kier comes, we can pull him in.
Very well. Just 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm back. Very quickly. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you to our 2 o'clock panel entitled Power, Security, and the State. I'm the moderator, Emmanuel Orishi Jaffo. We have about an hour, 30 minutes, so we have enough time to hopefully dissect the issues of power, security, and the intersection of the state. So let me start off by congratulating the panelists for their preparation and work they've done in terms of this particular research. It is very, very poignant and on point at this point in accessing the issue of power, security, and the state related to the sub-region of West Africa and Liberia in particular in this case. The first panelist that will go forward this afternoon, of course, is Alexander Shipilov, who is a junior fellow researcher at the Laboratory for Institutional Studies of the 20th Century for African Studies and the Russian Academy of Sciences in Russia, Moscow. His paper is entitled Liberian Participation in the Transborder Networks in the Course of the Civil War, 1989 to 2003, outside of the conflict economy narrative. So Professor Shipilov, you're welcome, and thank you for being here. The second paper that we will listen to is from Steve Mavi of the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy at Tufts University. His paper is entitled Liberia's Power Dynamics, The Race to the Top, Defining Liberia's Grand Strategy. And of course, we'll move on down the line until Professor Kier joins us. But Professor Kier will be presenting, if he joins us, State Fragility in Post-Civil War in Liberia. He is the Dean of the Barbara Jordan Mickey Leland School of Public Policy at Texas State University, Texas Southern University, Professor of Political Science. Okay, and then we'll then move on down the line, Mr. Ibrahim Nye of the Department of Politics and International Studies at the famous University of London. He's also an Adam Smith Fellow in Political Economy, and I believe he also has affiliation with George Mason University. Adam Smith, I gotta watch him. Now, we also have, his title of his paper is Rethinking Elite Capture in Decentralization, Legislators, Local Officials, and an Elite Capture in Liberia. Thank you. And then the last presenter will be Dr. Summer Way Johnson, who is from Delaware State University and a development economist, and then also a professor, instructional professor at Delaware State University. His paper is entitled The Perceptions of Public Policy and Citizens, Political Participation in a Fragile Conflict Affected Setting. So gentlemen, I welcome you to this panel. The panel is your panel. I will moderate as best as I can. Let's go forward first with Professor Alexander Shipilov, and he'll be talking about transborder networks in the course of the Civil War from one date to the other. So Alexander, it's nice to finally put the face with the person. Welcome on board.
Nice to meet you, Professor.
You may proceed, and you have about 20 minutes. And because we don't have enough time, maybe about 40 minutes for Q&A and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Okay, so may I share the screen?
Yep, please do.
Okay. Right. can be seen. There should be. So can it be seen? Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, we can. I think we can. It's clear.
Okay.
I hope everybody else can see it. I'm going to shut my video off so that we can have better network or what have you. That would always help. So if others would do the same and mute their microphone until you finish, we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. The topic of my presentation today is the transborder networks in which Liberia was involved during the Civil War, and particularly those networks that have emerged have emerged with the participation of Charles Taylor and PFL at the initial stages of the Civil War. During the first Civil War, and of course the Liberian state headed by Charles Taylor in the wake of his election in 1997, and his following years of rule until he was deposed in 2003. I'd like to focus in particular on the non-commercial, non-resource, and non-economic aspects of these transborder interactions, because well, it has been rather prominent in the research of William Reno and the research of Jennifer Hazen lately, and her work of 2013, What Rebels Want, which has been rather prominent. Well, in the framework of these theories, it has been rather common to study these networks that have emerged in the wake of the Cold War, and in which Liberia fit after the emergence of the Civil War, and after Charles Taylor failed in his initial attempt to capture Monrovia in 1990. Speaking of the general conditions that took place in Africa in the wake of the Cold War that have contributed to the emergence of this type of transborder relations and this type of cross-border ties, it's helpful to review the conditions that the continent faced at the time, which include the decline of ideological association with either power centers of the Cold War, as USSR was ideologically as USSR collapsed and was ideologically removed from African political landscape. Those on the one hand, those powers that were associated with so-called socialist orientation had to reconsider their political future, and on the other hand, those powers that presented themselves as Western allies, like Samuel Doe regime in Liberia, they started to lack interest that was driven by the Cold War competition, and largely for this part, the United States lost their particular interest in supporting the regime, as it was no longer seen necessary to combat possible USSR presence in the continent. Of course, this was not the only reason, as there were other troubles caused by the state of finances of those Liberia and so on and so forth, but nevertheless, an important aspect of the issue. I think it can be generally noted that the level of interest of foreign powers in Africa has been declining, which also presented itself in the United States being unwilling to urgently address the issue of the growing Liberian civil conflict in 1990, 1991, and so on and so forth. On the other hand, we see the commodification of these conflicts as those rebel movements that initially were political forces that were initially tied to the proxy schemes of support in the context of the Cold War, now had to find another basis for their operation, and mostly rely on the commodification of conflict and using the and building up the conflict economy and getting access to the international market with and offering and transferring the available natural resources in order to obtain necessary financial resources, arms, ammunition, and other necessary commodities. And in order to build that up, the existence of commercial-based transnational cooperation was necessary. Here now it's rather common to criticize the proxy conflict model, as it is believed that such transborder cooperation was equal in terms of both parties being able to change the conditions and maintaining a certain rate of independence, which was rather useful, and therefore an ability of one side of this cooperation to enforce its terms of cooperation on another one. The transfer of the resources to the global market happened via the regional intermediaries, and the emergence of these regional intermediaries was rather important for African conflicts, West African conflicts in general, and Liberian conflict in particular. Of course, it's a rather commonplace to note that this cooperation was, in case of Liberia and Sierra Leone, based on the exports of diamonds, on the exports of timber, well, to a lesser degree other minerals. But nevertheless, this has been rather broadly explored, and this has also been noted in the emerging theories of transnational transborder networks. What I find interesting is that this type of transborder relations that was very instrumental for rebel groups, then for such regimes as Charles Taylor built in Liberia after he came to power, being under international sanctions and thus unable to legally purchase arms or legally conduct certain economic transactions. Such shadow economy is rather prominent. But what I find interesting is that perhaps the participants of these relations sought other interests apart from economy or commercially driven concerns, because these have been broadly explored, and I find it rather peculiar to study the other aspects of such cooperation. Hence, why I called my paper beyond commercial purposes. So. What other motives can we talk about in these particular cases? First of all, the geopolitical motives. As one of the parties, either as a rebel movement or as a internationally condemned government, may seek to maximize its geopolitical prominence by exerting influence on neighboring states or parts of the territory of neighboring states. Also, the use of these ties to enhance lobbying capacities in order to promote ideological mobilization and in order to boost one's reputation, both among the followers, among the civil population, and among the international partners or the international community in general, which could also be rather useful. For those ends, I examined two particular cases. First of all, Taylor's ties with RUF in Sierra Leone, which have been broadly explored, but I decided to focus on the documents of the Special Court for Sierra Leone, looking for traits of non-commercial interests that both Taylor and RUF found in their cooperation, and on the other hand, a partnership with the evangelical religious forces from the US, most prominently with Pat Robertson. As he was rather close to Charles Taylor starting from 1999 till Taylor's exile in 2003. Speaking of the general foundations of supply networks, it must be noted that NPFL and RUF shared training experience in Libya and certain economic support of Colonel Muammar Gaddafi. Both RUF and more prominently Charles Taylor were closely tied to Blaise Compaoré regime, and it's broadly recognized that Charles Taylor helped Blaise Compaoré come to power in 1987, helping in organization of coup d'état against Thomas Sankara. The Ivorian regime was rather willing to cooperate due to its own grievances against the regime in Liberia initially, and then for other purposes as the leaders of Côte d'Ivoire successively changed, and the nature of Ivorian regime also changed, but nevertheless, to various extent, they were willing to cooperate with Charles Taylor and offer logistical and infrastructural support in order to maintain these supply lines. And of course, Taylorland was established after the initial failure to take Monrovia in 1990, and as the war took became more prolonged in character, and of course, Taylorland, including RUF, which started its own intervention in Sierra Leone in March 1991, received large arms supplies from Eastern Europe, which became rather prominent in the global shadow economy around that time, which was also rather important for the buildup of African transnational transborder conflict networks. Speaking of ties to RUF, well, it's once again rather broadly it has been rather broadly explored, but just to cover major points, the initial involvement of NPFL in Sierra Leone was rather direct, as NPFL fighters participated in the initial incursion in March 1991. Then, of course, Taylor and NPFL faced their own difficulties in Liberia after the failure of offensive on Monrovia and the so-called Operation Octopus in 1992. This made the relations between RUF and NPFL more even, and RUF and NPFL cooperated on more rather equal terms, as NPFL needed RUF to confront their mutual enemies, the ULIMO, which has put rather significant pressure on NPFL from 1992 till 1995. Even after it broke up into two fractions. The documents of the special court indicate that the influence of Taylor on RUF increased greatly after he came to power, and after the leadership of the RUF transferred to Sam Bakary, and particularly at that stage, we see a lot of commercial interactions between these two forces, and we see that Taylor has encouraged RUF to made the support that RUF was offered conditional on the control of the diamond regions of Sierra Leone, which was of course rather important for the economic side of their cooperation. And of course, RUF in exchange received arms, medicine, ammunition, satellite phones, and so on and so forth. So this is a rather classical example of transboundary conflict support networks, but it's rather peculiar to note what in these relations was non-economic. And first of all, that's these are the military and geopolitical concerns, and the availability of RUF troops in order to confront both domestic enemies in the face of Limo and presented by Limo, and Economic troops, as incursion in Sierra Leone was a way to set back economic intervention in Liberia, and of course something that the documents of the special court heavily suggest is that Taylor has promoted himself as a chief negotiator between the world and the RUF, and chief negotiator in the Sierra Leonean peace process, which lent him additional legitimacy both in the region and in communication with outside partners. partners. And it can be clearly derived that while this was also an excuse for maintaining ties with RUF and providing them with satellite telephones, for instance, and also the existence of the RUF diplomatic house in Monrovia, which was facilitated by Taylor and was largely used for arms transfers. But nevertheless, it was rather important in order to maintain Taylor's international and domestic legitimacy as a peacekeeper and as a peace negotiator. And of course, RUF, what RUF got out of this relationship was also a bit more than material support. This was both political and spiritual legitimacy, as in the documents of the special court we can see examples of healers and spiritual leaders being sent from NPFL to RUF troops in order to boost their morale and in order to promote their authority among local populations, which was also rather important. And speaking of now turning to the second case that examined the use of religion in Liberian conflict was rather broadly explored by Stephen Ellis and the Mask of Anarchy. Sorry.
Alexander,
I'm sorry.
while you're at it, you want to?
It's all right.
Start writing up in about 2-3 minutes, okay?
Yeah, I'm almost done. Yes, so there are the cases of course, this topic has been broadly explored, but I think it's rather useful to utilize the analytical framework of transborder support networks in order to dwell into these relations with various evangelical domestic and foreign leaders. And well, speaking of foreign leaders with whom Taylor had close relations. We can name President Jimmy Carter for a while in the late 90s and Jesse Jackson, but most particularly Pat Robertson, who got commercially involved with Taylor in 1999, but also spoke publicly in favor of Taylor until Taylor's exile in 2003. And well, of course, there are multiple quotes to back that up, but it can be noted that these lines of support and the sharing of religious and spiritual legitimacy derived from support of such spiritual figures and religious figures could be useful for Taylor, both in terms of policy and in terms of relations with the West, as of course Pat Robertson was speaking out in favor of maintaining ties with Taylor in the West, and in order to promote domestic legitimacy among those sharing these beliefs. And of course, in exchange, Robertson could get his own benefits, but I think this is an important aspect of this transborder relationship that should not be overseen. We can see that this is a rather crucial form of non-commercial transnational source of political legitimacy, and once again, we can even see this in modern Liberia after in the wake of the Civil War, because during the presidential campaign of 2017, we've seen current president, incumbent President George Weah obtain support of Yomi Prince Johnson before the run of elections, as both were reconciled by TB Joshua, the a prominent Nigerian evangelical figure, and hence the liquidity of religiously enhanced legitimacy is still rather prominent. And even as we see that the applicability of the mechanisms of conflict economy that is very crucial in order to understand what happened in Liberia during the Civil War is no longer applicable to current Liberian in political processes. This is something that should be emphasized and analyzed. And in my opinion, this analytical framework that has been so far used mostly in order to study the material aspects of transborder conflict transactions could also be used in order to study other aspects such as both geopolitics and political legitimacy derived from religion and so on and so forth. So I think I've done more or less. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexander. We'll move on, and please, for those who are participants, just log in or put in your questions in the Q&A as we proceed, and I will take it chronologically. The next presenter is Stevie Mavi from the Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, and he'll be speaking regarding Liberia's power dynamics, the race to the top, defining Liberia's grand strategy. Welcome, Stevie.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So let's go getting back together on a virtual platform. Let me just quickly share my screen and begin the presentation. Kind of time is not sufficient.
Yeah, you have 20 minutes, and Dr. Kier is here, so we have a full panel, and he will follow Steve's presentation. Okay.
Just 1 minute, please.
Okay.
Just minimize.
I'm going to ask Alexander to take off his camera, video, if you want to call it that. Yep. Thank you.
Okay, and share screen. Oh, boy.
All right.
Okay, so we're off to go.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, great. So
Thank
this is
you.
a very short presentation. It's a work in process. It started because of the fact that I had done a research on power in world politics, the race to the top, looking at competitive, looking at hegemons in general. And when I did that research for other countries, specifically the US and China and Russia, I thought it was also important to sort of, not sort of downgrade the research, but sort of look at my country, where I'm coming from, and give a perspective in terms of what the power dynamics is all about. So the race to the top and the grand strategy will not come out in this presentation. In subsequent presentations, those will come up. But again, this is going to be a fundamental platform for us to sort of elevate the infrastructure in terms of how we see the race to the top and the power dynamics. I mean, the grand strategy. So again, strategy is not planning. It's a different sort of thinking. And why this project? Just because of the fact that I had done something about the US, China, and Russia. I thought it was also essential to look at state building, peace, and stability. I've seen cross-cutting presentations talk about some of these issues in a way, and throwing some bits here and there, and to an extent, it sort of inform my presentation. So this is a minefield that is very important for transitional economies. I mean, like post-conflict countries. They're interested in knowing the power dynamics, what's happening. Throughout, it's going to be very participatory. There will be a way that I'll probably pull you in. It's just about 10 slides, so don't worry about that. It's very short, but I'll pull you in here and there, and then you will see how our power dynamics has been structured. And there are various frameworks I try to introduce in this whole analysis. So this is our great national legislature. I mean, this is where power is in Liberia. I mean, it's here where the president comes to speak to address the honorable body, and everyone knows that once you're here, you're playing with power. So our power dynamics has to be understood from the structures and dealing with the structures of power. Where do we find the pathways that we can sort of operationalize power? So the national legislature is very crucial embodiment of our power dynamics, and that's where the president comes, even the judiciary. And unfortunately, too, that was where a Supreme Court member, an associate justice, was taken, and he lost his seat right at the national legislature. In fact, the chief justice was also sitting there doing the whole process. But it tells you a lot about power dynamics in Liberia. In terms of power politics, I told you earlier, I work on a project, the Queen, the Majesty. She represents that power dynamics. That symbolic nature of saying this is power. Seeing the Queen, you are seeing the UK, what it stands for. You're seeing the Commonwealth, and that is symbolic in terms of the scope of her power, the range of her power, the depth of her power, and how her power plays out in terms of the power diffusion that you're going to see. Idi Amin, he came to power in a very different faction from the Queen and from those who are in the legislature. Some of those are in the legislature, in fact, in Liberia, came to power using the same pathways that he used. But the empire was perhaps done differently in a way, but they used the same pathway in terms of getting the popularity, using the power diffusion, what have you. So Idi Amin is symbolic of someone who has played with power, and he's used power in a way to sort of show that there's different power dynamics in different countries. But again, some of these are very cross-continental in terms of how they showcase in other countries in different diffusion. Mandela, he's a different symbol of power dynamics. Again, does Liberia have this? Maybe Chancellor was seeing himself as more of the Mandela type, but in a different way. That power dynamics has to be understood. How he sort of wrote it. I heard one speaker talk about his role in Sierra Leone. And again, that's the same power dynamics that we talk about, power diffusion, institutions, state building, and all that. So this is the core element of our presentation. To define power has been very difficult over the years. There's been old writers from the 50s. Laswell and Kaplan started to look at power. This really is a very elusive terminology. And then they thought about how they could probably operationalize the term to say, look, to understand power, let's look at the operationalization of the term. That way we'll better understand what power is all about. Then they also talk about looking at the outcomes, the desired outcomes. Taylor wanted to become president of Liberia. He ran an operation within the forest of Liberia and took away the lives of many people. I mean, not only him, but so many people involved. Even Prince Johnson right now, who is in the House, in the Senate. They all use power to achieve desired outcomes. Some of the outcomes today are positive for them. Some are negative. The spill overs are very different when we talk about the analysis. But there are three essential elements when it comes to the power dynamics: power resources, behavior, and timing. Now, these three essential elements, when you're operationalizing power, you find out that though they are important, but there are also other elements that will come up in the conversation. So, pathway to understanding power rules or guidelines. One of the power theorists sort of took interest in how you understood power pathways. And I always use the word pathway. I know many friends of mine, you haven't used the word quite a lot. I use it because every aspect of a program you look at is a pathway in terms of how it's been operationalized or been done. So power is an operational aspect, it's a causation aspect, it's a factual connectivity aspect or connection aspect, and then there's a comparability aspect. Comparability in terms of looking at maybe how the president of Sierra Leone is using power and how the president of Liberia is using power. How maybe a minister or probably even an ordinary president in a position, a chairman or a director is using power. How a chairman or head of LSE is using power. Factual connection in terms of those power diffusion that we look at. For example, maybe the networks, maybe the relationships that we all establish, and power causation in terms of the rollover, what's happening here and there, and then the total operationalization of power. So there are several phases of power that are very interesting for our situation. The first phase of power is something that we all relate to, but probably we all don't see it. Is basically about how we sort of, as a person A has power to influence or over person B to the extent that he can get person B to do something that B would not otherwise do. For example, Prince Johnson and George Weah. Nema County. Johnson quote unquote has Nema County, and we are ones that vote for Nema County. So person A has power over person B, but with that relationship, that would be a sort of backward forward relationship where both of them have power over one another at the point in time. But the key examples of the first phase of power that I would like to highlight for Liberia, for example, rigging an election. The president appoints the head of the NEC without going through any consultation with probably all the political parties. And he appoints the entire team at NEC. They are confirmed by the national legislature. He has the central bank governor, and he has control of monetary policy. He may bribe all the legislators, and they may just go ahead and approve the bill to get a monetary policy, specific policy action initiated, trade policy, fiscal policy. These are all ways that the first phase of power can be diffused and operationalized. So using influence like power equivalence, control, authority, and other non-state actors too have a role to play. For example, in the business community, there are people who are very, very essential to how power dynamics is playing in Liberia. What's the range of power? What's the means of power? What's the scope of power? When we begin to sit as strategists and understand how a country power dynamics is structured, then we can understand the race to the top, the grand strategy and the strategy. The second phase of power is something that's very interesting. And the second phase of power to do with the agenda framing. It takes place sometimes in bodies, in organizations like probably ours, sometimes in international bodies too. And how a country sort of demonstrates its own power within that organization. For example, for example, ECOWAS. What agenda framing are we doing? What's the leadership we're exhibiting? In one of the sources from our research, which is the modern prince, what leaders need to know. They talk about leadership, statecraft, and dealing with the elites. How do they frame agenda in the country? Right now, there's Cummins, there's Boakai, there's Europe, there's Kanga, there's Belite, there's Wia. How do these people frame the agenda? Or do they frame agenda in the first place? Are they just politicians and they have a team below them working with them? So all those things sort of inform the strategy and grand strategy. On Facebook, social media issues, there's zero people now having Facebook Live or probably video stuff on Facebook. How are they framing the agenda? There's a fellow I think who just passed away in Liberia a couple of days ago. He was murdered. So how does it frame the agenda? How does it inform the agenda? Does it have an impact on the agenda? So second phase of power is very important in terms of power dynamics. If you want to take leadership, you must understand that you need to frame the agenda in terms of the second phase of power. So the first phase of power, the influence you have over B, the second phase of power, framing the agenda is very, very critical. The third phase of power has to do with how it manipulates the preferences of B. So for example, in a correlation, there could be preferences that B has, but you would like to use your power to sort of change B's opinion or preferences to yours. Now, that phase of power, the pathway by which you operationalize that phase of power also becomes very interesting in literature. And Liberia has demonstrated every phase of power within our country history. And I got a friend who's a big fan of William V.S. Tubman. How did he manipulate the preferences of B, for example, to prevent a conflict? This is called the first two phases of power. We all know that at one point in time, he was so upset with the Morera boys and went back to the Maryland, other counties to make sure he had the kind of support he needed. So how did he use power? Which phase of power did he use? So I said there'll be a back and forth in the conversation. And at the end of the conversation, we can all talk about this. Where will you place Liberian politics? Where first phase of power, second phase of power, third phase of power, or a combo, like a combination of X and Y, or probably first and second, or third and first, or second and third, or probably all phases. But again, it becomes very interesting when you understand the power dynamics and see where we are in terms of the phases of power. There's after the fourth phase of power, I won't talk about that because that had to do with kind of global hegemon that we probably not at the level at. I mean, my study of Russia and the US, I sort of pick up in my examples. But Joe Nye soft power is something that, as a transition economy, you want to look at because you had all the issues that have come up from your past that previous speakers talk about. I got less time, so I will not be very specific on some of the issues. I use a 5-4-6 approach, which is like kind of a business framework to analyze the Joe Nye soft power. So I put soft power in the middle, and I analyze the sort of political system, institutional system you supposed to also put in place, and where aid is sort of supporting that as a key influence benchmarking accountability step. I look at the trade policy, which is also a very important pathway for power diffusion. Cultural media. Recently, I just saw an article posted by Toll, like the Summit Toll, about how we lost the narrative and we decline in the international system because of all the issues for Liberia. We said we're funded by free Black slaves from the Americas and the Caribbean. But culture and media, reputation. What happened recently? Ghana had the Afrochella coming home. Where was Liberia in terms of the power dynamics? How did we sit with ourselves? Are there people in the basement or the executive mansion crunching the numbers and thinking about how they will reach out to sort of influential think tanks like probably LSA to get some of the issues that will sort of inform government policies? So it's a whole thing about power dynamics, power structure, the phases of power and what have you. And mind you, this is the first phase of my research for Liberia. I've done the one for the US, China, and Russia already, which kept me completely learning all those crazy names and what have you. But now I've come back home and I've worked on 2 research papers. This is one. The other one I'll probably present in one of our conferences, which had to do with a complete business climate surgery that I undertook. But we think if we don't clearly understand our power dynamics and our power structure, we will not understand the race to the top and how we devise or probably put in a sort of strategy and grand strategy for our country and a grand strategy for the region. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to share a very brief presentation with you. And I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. And we're going to move on down the line. We have a very busy panel today. I'm going to call upon Professor George Clare Kay from the Texas Southern University. And he will present on state fragility in post-Civil War in Liberia. Professor Kay, welcome.
Well, good afternoon, Professor Richard Jaffa. Good afternoon, colleagues. Thanks for the opportunity. My presentation, as the panel chair said, is on state fragility in post-Civil War Liberia. There is an emerging body of literature on this subject, although there are not many case studies, and that's one of the reasons why I decided to sort of do this, because I think we need more case studies to sort of enrich the literature on state fragility. Having said that, though, that state fragility and many other concepts, both current and past, we don't really have an agreement on what they mean. So, I think it's important to begin this presentation with my own working definition of what I mean by state fragility. So I'm talking essentially drawing from the literature about the deficiency of a state in the performance of one or more of the 3 core functions of the state, which are state capacity, which involves the provision of basic social services to the citizens, state authority function, which has to do with the physical security of citizens, and the state legitimacy function, which has to do more with how a government garners support, or a state more broadly garners support from a citizen. The 2 major questions that drive the the paper and hopefully the research. One, what are the major root causes of sustained state fragility in Liberia in the post-Civil War era? And I'm using the term sustained because state fragility in Liberia has similarly become cyclical. We saw it after the first Civil War, and we've clearly seen it since the end of the Civil War as well. So post 1997 up to the second Civil War in 1999, and then post 2000 and 2003. As I said before, there's an appreciable body of literature on this phenomenon. The literature sort of divides the issue both in terms of the major causes of state fragility as well as some of the remedies, and have laid out some of the causes already. And of course, the dominant remedy that is suggested in the literature is the creation of a kind of a liberal state replete with the full menu of political rights and civil liberties and all of the other liberal democratic procedures and processes, checks and balances, rule of law, human rights, and all of those. My intervention, the debate, is based on the argument that we need to take a deeper look at the state itself to inform our understanding about fragility, whether in the short term or more sustained, as I've suggested it is in the case of Liberia. And then, of course, that would take us to my second question, which then is, what are some of the ways in which state fragility can be addressed in the Liberian case? By way of methodology, I got data from, data and methodology, got data from the annual State Fragility Index, which is published by the Fund for Peace. It used to be called the State Failure Index. And so I use that index basically to provide some empirical reference, so at least there will be some baseline. And the way the index works is that it has a set of major indicators, cohesion, politics, the economy, the social sphere, as broad indicators, and then those indicators are operationalized, and then composite scores are developed for each countries, and then the countries get classified on the basis of those scores into, so a country that scores between 0.0 to about 29.9 is considered to be sustainable, and then 30 to 59.9 stable, 60.0 to 89.9 is warning, and the highest level is 90.0 to 120.0, the category that is then coded red. And if you look at the data for Liberia, Liberia has been in that high category or that alert category in both phases of the post-Civil War era, 1997 to 1999 and 2003 to now. I then move on to, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go into details into these. I then go and takes a look at what I call evidence, state fragility in Liberia, evidence from the first and second post-Civil War era. So I use the major set of indicators from the Fund for Peace Index as framers. So I look at issues of cohesion, the political sphere, the economic sphere, the social sphere, sort of interrogate the dynamics in each of those. And if one looks at that, what the evidence suggests is that there was increase and sustained state fragility and the resulting vulnerability of the state to even violent conflict during that period, and the eruption of the Second Civil War in 1999 was the major empirical evidence. So during the 2-year period after the first Civil War ended, after Charles Taylor got elected in 1997, election was held. And then during that 2-year period, Liberia experienced state fragility as a result of the Taylor regime's failure to address the root causes of the war to begin with, and of course, policy actions that the Taylor regime engaged in, or policy actions that it failed to undertake, and that of course generated or created a kind of atmosphere then that created fragility, and then fragility resulted into conflict, and that conflict ultimately became violent, as evidenced, as I said, by the eruption of the 97 war. So the 1999 war. So as we know, that war ended in 2003. And after that, we saw unprecedented international intervention in Liberia after both after 2003 and then after the 2005 election, after the Salif government came to power. And so what I then did is, for comparative reasons, I also then look at issues of cohesion politics, the economy, the social sphere, from 2003 up to present, to set up make a determination as to whether there has been an improvement in addressing the major root causes of state fragility. What the results indicate in summary form is that if you look at the 2020 State Fragility Index, Liberia's score is 90.4, which puts Liberia in the highest category, which is the light category, coded red. And what that suggests then is that the Liberian state is vulnerable to conflict, even including conflict of the violent variety. With the hope and prayer that that's not the case, but that's what the evidence is pointing to. And we have seen what I would call some major fragility events in the country during the post-Second Civil War era. There have been demonstrations, and of recent, of course, the destruction of state property as well. So those clearly have to be concerning. Now, this takes me then to the issue of the root causes of state fragility in Liberia, and I argue that we have to take a long historical look, because state fragility is not an event; it's a process, and therefore we need to begin with an understanding of the formation of the Liberian state, the way the state has been institutionalized since its formation in 1847, and the way the state has functioned historically. And what clearly gives us a good sense in summary form of the portrait of the Liberian state is a number of key indicators. One is the nature of the Liberian state, which essentially remains unchanged, although we've had 2 civil wars. And by its nature, the Liberian state essentially, and we had some discussion about that on the roundtable this morning, it does not embody the historical and cultural experiences of all of the major cultural streams that make up the country. And because of this, it is quite problematic for nation building. Now, if you look at the post-conflict peace building, particularly using the liberal model, the emphasis is on building the state. But my argument is that you got to build the nation first before you can build the state, because you cannot build the state without having citizens who share a common loyalty to a nation or a nation state, and are therefore committed to the welfare of that state. So the Liberal Peace Building Project puts the proverbial cart, put the proverbial horse before the cart. It wants to build a state, even if that was taken to a logical conclusion without first building the nation. And then I will argue, as I said, that this problematic nature of the Liberian state remains a major impediment to nation building and therefore state building. The mission of the Liberian state has not changed as well, and I argue that mission is twofold. One is what I refer to as predatory accumulation, that the state is essentially has been and remains an instrument for creating an environment in which foreign multinational corporations and other businesses can exploit Liberia's resources, exploit Liberian labor through the acquiescence of the Liberian state. The second function is what I refer to as primitive accumulation, which is that state managers at various levels have historically used the Liberian state and continue to do so, essentially as an agency for the private accumulation of wealth through a number of illegal means: bribery, extortion, stealing government money, and various fraudulent procurement schemes. That has not changed. The character of the state itself still remains the same, and it's been described variously in the literature, from criminalized to negligent. So essentially, what the Liberian state is, as I've argued elsewhere, it is Janus phase. On the one hand, it creates propitious conditions for multinational corporations and state managers to enjoy and live a full life. But on the other hand, it visits deprivation on the majority of Liberians. And then we have to look at the political economy of the Liberian state. And again, time we're not allowed to do a full exploration of that, but I have in mind issues of power relations, which the previous speaker spoke about. And we got to look at the levels of power between the central government and the local levels. Liberia has an overly centralized state. And that is a major source of state fragility, because it closes opportunities for local empowerment and local participation. We have to look at power relationships between and among the various state institutions. The enduring legacy of the hegemonic presidency is a major problem in Liberia. We have to look at power relationship between among social classes. I think it was Rob Taylor or someone who mentioned one of the panels this morning that Liberia is one of the most unequal societies in the world. Wealth and income are disproportionately distributed, so that you have a very small group that enjoys all of the material comforts of life, and you have the majority of Liberians who basically are surviving on the margins. There gotta be discussions about gender relations and gender power relations as well. And then, of course, the resulting public policies that government design and implement, and how these then affect the cultural, the economic, political, security, and social arenas. So if that can then be done, then the question then becomes, how do we address this problem then of sustained state fragility that seems to plague Liberia, even after, as I said, the Second Civil War, with this massive international intervention, including development aid. I argue in the paper that the Liberian state has to be democratically reconstituted. And by democratic reconstitution, I'm talking about a much more expensive, deeper, and transformative process that transcends holding elections, competition over political power, respect for political rights and procedures. I'm not suggesting that those are not important. They are very, very important, but they are not enough to help address the sustained nature of state fragility in the country. So that transformation process we have to, among other things, make human material well-being, what broadly the literature refers to as human security, as a centerpiece, as a rather good way of positioning the country so that this vexing problem of state fragility can be addressed. So I don't care how many elections we have, at what level. I don't care who the personalities are that compete for power. If we don't engage in serious transformative structural changes, we're going to be saying the same story many years from now, and I hope that's not the case. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you so much, Professor Kerr. We'll move to the next presenter, Ibrahim Al-Bakri Inye from the University of London. And he will be presenting a paper entitled Rethinking Elite Capture in Decentralization, Legislators, Local Officials, and Elite Capture in Liberia. Thank you. Ibrahim, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Orisi Jaffor, and thank you, Professor Kier, for the presentation you just delivered. And that was very excellent. And also thanks to all those who presented before me in the previous panels and on this panel. My presentation is entitled Rethinking Elite Capture in Decentralization, Legislators, Local Officials, and Elite Capture in Liberia. The background of this presentation is the current mode of implementing decentralization in most of Africa, where we've seen political leaders from central government, like members of parliament in other countries or members of the legislature, that's the members from the House of Senate and the House of Rep, taking on active roles in local leadership. For example, mostly on local decision-making bodies like district assemblies, local councils, and municipal councils. But these are more prominent in local assemblies, like in Ghana is the district assembly, or in Liberia, what we have now loosely is the county council. And so this presentation actually, or this paper, which is a chapter of my PhD thesis, focuses on these kinds of councils, not the municipal one, but the district councils or the regional councils, and the role national level actors are now playing in these councils. Like I said previously, the recent development in the name of participation or in the name of countering elite capture and in the name of ensuring more accountability, national level legislators or parliamentarians are now designing responsibilities and active roles for themselves on these councils. And they do this through national laws and policies like legislative instruments on local government. For example, in Liberia, ours comes from the periodic budget laws that have been developed annually to provide for allocation for the counties. And in some jurisdictions, in Malawi is the local government law. In Ghana is the Constitution and the Local Government Act. So what they do, they create positions for themselves, and the intention is to find, according to most of the justification, is to counter elite capture. And so we'll get to what elite capture is later, but I wanted to give this, provide a buffer between local officials and citizens and create what I think is an intermediary accountability mechanism. So this has become now fashionable in decentralization. And elite capture, what I refer to as elite capture here, is what scholars define as a phenomenon in which very few powerful officials control the bulk of the resources and the bulk of the political decision making. So a particular definition by Bird and Fackpin says that elites are individuals who can exert disproportionate influence over a collective action process. And the fact that a small group of people controls and dominate a collective action process, this group is called elite. But the phenomenon in which they dominate this process is what they refer to as elite capture. And by capturing this process, they limit the opportunities for other actors to engage in this process meaningfully or to impact this process meaningfully. And this can be either the decision-making process on political, or the decision-making process on political outcomes, or the allocation of resources. And so this capture, before this wave of decentralization, beginning in the 2000 or perhaps the 2010, that have seen new reforms that include these central level actors, the argument in the past was that elite capture was by local officials. And so because of elite capture at the local level, where locally elected politicians control the local resources and dominate the local processes. So scholars argued, like James Manon, Remy Proudhon, and a good number of them, Jesse Roberts and others, argue that one of the drawbacks of decentralization is corruption and elite capture. And this elite capture, the previous literature has argued that this elite capture was dominated mostly by local officials. So what I've introduced in this literature, my new point now, is to argue that, yes, elite capture exists in most local assemblies, but the new trend that has seen the involvement of central level legislators in local politics can give us a new thinking of what is elite capture in decentralization. And so using the Liberian case, not necessarily a comparative case with Ghana and other countries or Malawi, but in reference to what is happening in those countries and building on the empirics from Liberia, I argue now that elite capture literature should not focus necessarily on local officials that are based in the local politics or that are elected locally and control the local politics, but we should also begin to look at the role of central level legislators that are defining or finding new place for themselves in the local politics in the name of participation and in the name of capturing elite capture. So I want to bring my findings before presenting my evidence. My finding says that in capturing elite capture in Liberia, or in ensuring political participation or accountability in the local decision-making processes and resource allocation in Liberia, the legislators in Liberia have essentially captured the local politics through what they call now the county council. So I provide several evidence, and evidence number one is the fact that the establishment has created a space in the annual allocation of the budget that goes to the counties. And they created what they call the county council to manage this budget. And in that, in the enabling legislation, they've created a role for the legislators, or what they call the county caucus. The county caucus determines when and how the county council assembles. So the superintendent in the county cannot convene the county council without consulting with the county legislative caucus. And the enabling legislation also provides that the chair of the county legislative caucus shall be the presiding officer of the county council in the county. So by giving them this position of chairperson of this council, the law has essentially provided the opportunity for the county legislative caucus chairperson, which in most cases is the senior senator or sometimes some other lawmaker, has given them the opportunity to control this decision-making process. And this decision-making process involves the allocation of resources and the determination of key policies for the local government, implemented largely or expected to be implemented by the superintendent and the assistant superintendent for development. That's one. Two, the selection of the county superintendent. Under the Constitution of Liberia, under Article 54, the president has the right to do the selection of the county superintendent. And the superintendent works at the will and pleasure of the president. But realpolitik, in the 12 years of Madam Salif regime, which George Weah has also inherited, the pattern now is that the president appoints this county superintendent in consultation also with members of the county legislative caucus. And President Salif started this because she wanted to have legislative support for her programs. And so she worked with influential legislators from the various counties to nominate individuals that she will appoint as superintendents. And now also not just superintendent, but district commissioners, even paramount chiefs, and city mayors. But the most important and contentious one are the county superintendents, assistant superintendent for development, and assistant superintendent for fiscal affairs. And so essentially, why the constitutional authority for determining who becomes superintendent lies with the president, that power has now shifted to the legislative caucuses, who actually make the decision, and the president nominally appoints. And then also the legislature has the confirming authority. So in cases where the president did not consult in the past with the legislature or the legislative caucus of the county, the appointment or the confirmation of the nominees is normally stalled in the legislature. So we've seen this during Madam Salif's regime when she appointed a superintendent of Sino County, and Senator Tiaje and others blocked that appointment, and they had to go to the drawing board to have consultation. So that has practically made members of the legislature very strong in determining the leadership of the local government. Now, when President Weah took over in 2018, so because of this established tradition, when President Weah took over in 2018, he appointed officials in Bapolu. And because there was no consultation with the caucus, only a single member of the Bapolu Legislative Caucus, who is a member of George Weah's party, recommended the list. And so the rest of the caucus rebelled, and they worked in the Senate to frustrate the confirmation of the nominees. And so President Weah also had to go to the drawing table, and then they reached a negotiated settlement to do the appointment. So I'm just trying to outline the processes, how the legislative caucuses and the legislature in general has captured this appointive power of the president, which has essentially enabled them to also capture the local politics. Then, what role do they play at the county council? I said initially that they preside over it. The legislative caucus chairman preside, and the law also provides that a resolution of the council must be signed by the members of the council, by 2/3 of the members of the caucus, not the council. So this means even if the council has delegates of 100 drawn from the districts, and all of them sign this particular resolution, if 2/3 of the legislative caucus do not sign this particular resolution, it becomes invalid and it's not accepted by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So there are several cases from Bapolu and Sino where I collected my data. Essentially, caucus members have become not just chair and not just signatories of the county council resolution, but they also determine who attends the council. So the distributive pattern differ across the country, but they play key roles in determining the delegates that come from the district. So what we saw, the county council delegates are selected essentially by the legislators. So each lawmaker selects delegates from his district or his electoral district, and then send the names to the county superintendent. And so when you go to the Gbapolo County Council, all of the delegates are clients of the legislators. On the other hand, in Sino County, the selection is done by local officials. And these local officials are clients as well, political clients of the legislators. And so ahead of the county council, the legislators influence the selection of delegates, whether it is paramount chief or a district commissioner or a local youth activist. So all of these combined, I combine all of these real political developments in the counties to make the conclusion that elite capture is real in Liberia, and the beneficiaries of elite capture in the context of Liberian decentralization are members of the legislature. And so I've used this evidence now to feed in the African literature to argue that the new dimension of decentralization must consider legislative elite that are taking over local politics. And so this is a very short presentation, a very long paper, which I have just summarized. And I'm sorry go into the granular of all of this come just at the time I have to break the fast. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is just a very short presentation that I have with my argument and with the supportive empirics. And those interested in reading the paper, I will share when I have already published this with a journal.
Well done, Ibrahim. Thank you so much. And we'll move very quickly to Dr. Samuel J. Johnson, excuse me, paper entitled Perceptions of Public Policy and Citizens, Political Participation in Fragile Conflict Affected Setting. Thank you. Dr. Johnson, you have the floor, please. Is Dr. Johnson there somewhere? Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Can you see the PowerPoint as well?
No, we cannot see the PowerPoint. Can you try it again?
Your screen is being shared. Okay, let me see. Let me stop share and reshare.
Okay.
Is it saying now?
No, I don't think so. No, I can't see it. It's just basically a screenshot, but it's not your PowerPoint. I'm sorry.
What's going on? What's going on today?
Okay, let me see now. Turn my video on. I don't think it has anything to do with it, but.
No, it should not be a video.
Yeah. I think I'm going to take about 3 minutes away from your time.
Yeah. Okay, let me see.
Okay.
But can you see what do you see? Do you see my computer screen?
Yeah, I can see. Yeah, that's basically what I see is your computer screen. I see you, and but not your PowerPoint. So something is going on technically.
Okay, desktop. PowerPoint. Share. Share right here. This is not a good thing.
Well, I can see all the presenters except for your PowerPoint, and I can also see you as a presenter, but not your PowerPoint.
Okay, so
Yeah.
I think it's going to dominate me here. Let me try this other side and see what's going on.
All right.
Just give me a second. Let me switch to this other computer.
No problem. We have a little bit of time. It's about 3:15. So, all right, it's popped up. So you just got to go to slideshow or whatever you. Okay. Thank you. I'm going to shut off my computer, my video and
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. O. So as I was saying, sorry about the change of title. It's just a change of title, but the substance of the paper remains the same. So what this paper seeks to address is the question about the relationship between citizens' perceptions of government performance. The literature refers to as citizens' evaluation of government performance and their participation in politics. So specifically, I asked this question: how does this evaluation affect citizen decisions to participate in politics? And it builds on the growing body of literature that argues about the importance of economic development as a tool for post-conflict reconstruction and conflict prevention. And the argument in that literature is that economic development can be used to address the expectations of people who are coming out of conflict. What are those expectations? Primarily, people who are coming out of conflict, whom I refer to as conflict-affected individuals, expect a life in the post-conflict reconstruction era that is better than what they had before the conflict or during the conflict. And so they expect an improvement in their living conditions or living standards. And they measure this by looking at the changes in their own living conditions compared to some group within their community, or with reference to some time in the past. And the importance of this is that they see this change in living condition as their entitlement from the reconstruction process. So that is what they expect. That is how they measure the success of the reconstruction interventions. And we can understand that how much premium changes in their living conditions becomes for them in terms of it being an outcome of the reconstruction process. The ability of the post-conflict reconstruction program to address this expectation can either assure stability and ensure a conflict-sensitive and conflict prevention framework. However, if in their own estimation that this is not addressed, they're not seeing changes in their life based on what they believe to be the responsibility of the whole program or the responsibility of state actors who become custodians of the reconstruction program, there is a possibility that they could resort to some form of political action as a way to express that dissent or demand actions from the leader to address this loss of entitlement. How do citizens evaluate government's performance? It is by a comparison of their expectations with what they perceive to be the policy outcome of government intervention. And the discrepancy between those two influences their own engagement with the state system or with the political institutions. The political engagement can be either through what the literature refers to as the conventional channel, voting, contacting public officials to discuss matters that are affecting their constituency, or the unconventional channel, violence, civil war, or street protest. Whichever channel, whichever mode of these channels that is used is based on what citizens deem will provide them an effective outcome of their action. You will note that this whole process of evaluation is not based on the conventional or objective measures that we use, like GDP per capita or measures, the conventional measure of inequality. It is based on citizens' perception. Why it is based on their perception, one thing that is clear across the literature is that they make their own determination of the outcome of the intervention, whether it's satisfactory or not, based on their assessment of factors that affect the performance of political leaders and political institutions, or the equitable distribution of the public good and access to economic opportunities. These factors are corruption, the ability of the political system to organize free and fair election, or their perception of the freeness and fairness of an election, and their own expectations as they move towards the future. Why this is subjective, the literature has demonstrated that there is a positive relationship between citizens' own subjective evaluation of government performance and what are found to be the conventional outcomes. The discrepancy between perceived performance of government and citizen expectation influences citizens' trust. So the outcome now becomes a measure of trust, and trust is a form of evaluative outcome of government performance. And based on the discrepancy, if citizens feel that it is satisfactory in terms of government performance, they are able now to take an appropriate political action. And the measure of trust or the satisfactory evaluation of government's performance, to the extent that they perceive that these outcomes meet or exceed their expectations, tells whether government is inclusive, and if they believe that government is inclusive by maintaining or accomplishing those expectations that they had of government or of the reconstruction process, they build a high level of trust. If they believe that government is being extractive, which now it means that citizens believe that government is not accomplishing its goals or not meeting its expectations, they develop low level of political trust in the political system. So in short, political trust then becomes an influence of citizens' behavior towards the political system. And that trust can be expressed through their own engagement in politics or through their own political engagement with government through those two channels I mentioned. But if you look at the broader literature on post-conflict reconstruction and political transition, there is a discussion about the determinants of political participation. But the literature, in my own estimation, seems to be very slim when it comes to looking at the relationship between political participation and citizens' evaluation of government performance. The focus of this literature is mostly focused on the perception of inequality and its influence on political participation through both the conventional and the unconventional channel. There's a case of Western Balkans, and there's a case of post-communist Russia. And they examine the effect of perceptions of inequality, which is citizens' subjective perception of inequality, on voting in parliamentary elections, signing petition to their political leaders, and the participation in street protest. My own argument is that there is an effect, there is a relationship. And what they could be finding, if you look at the work of Mark Torreno, for example, he argues that perceptions of inequality affect citizen political participation. And he theorized that that effect is associated with citizens' view about the role of government in corruption. But just that mention of citizens' view about the role of government in corruption itself suggests some evaluation taking place behind the scene. But the literature itself doesn't consider that effect. So what my own argument here is, there is an effect. Because I argue that citizens' perceptions of government's performance evaluate their trust in the political leadership's ability to deliver the public good. And that measure of that delivery is changes in their living conditions. That trust influences what is once government is delivering, or the reconstruction process is delivering as per our expectations. It may not be 100%, but we are assured that the future is going to be better. That assurance influences tolerance of inequality, as Hashmer argued many, many years ago. That once people are confident about the future, they are able to tolerate existing inequality. They are able to tolerate this existing inequality because they believe that government is going to do its job based on what they see. And that gives them influence and hope about their ability to influence change through political efficacy, which now lowers or increases the cost of political participation through the unconventional channel, through the use of violence or through the use of street protest. So I used the Afrobarometer survey data of 2015 to test this particular theory. And my theory is growing out of the poverty reduction strategy paper of the previous government, which from all indications was Liberia's own tool for reconstruction. The crux of that particular strategy is that the government was going to reduce inequality or reduce poverty or economic disparity. And the survey asked questions about citizens' perceptions of the freeness and fairness of elections in 2014. They asked questions about whether citizens voted. They asked questions about whether citizens participated in a street protest or a public demonstration. They asked them questions about whether they believe that government is doing well by its own measure of the reduction of inequality. And so these are the set of variables that I use based on that data. Participation through the conventional channel, voting in an election, that was 2014 senatorial elections, or whether they participated in a public demonstration or street protest. These are the key independent variables based on theory. We'll talk about perceptions of policy outcome, narrowing economic disparity, citizens' perceptions of the freeness and fairness of the 2014 special elections, perception about the fight against corruption, which in other literature becomes a measure of the public trust and citizens' own expectations of the future. There are a set of control variables: age square, education level, whether you have had some form of formal education, citizens' employment status, their ethnicity, whether they are part of the ethnic group other than that of the president, gender, and in this case is female compared to male, and residence, which is urban versus rural. And so I place all of those variables in the model and ask Mr. Regression and say, look, tell me what is the relationship between these variables and the dependent variable, political participation. In this instance, is the effect of citizens' perception of government performance on voting. You note here, I do not include any of the control variables because I want us to focus on the key independent variables here. But if there is question, I'm willing to present what those look like and discuss them. I want you to pay attention to this, the asterisk. There are three models here. this model number one, looks at just the effect of these key independent variables. Perception of the fairness of elections, perception of a government's fight against corruption, perceptions about government's own performance and future expectations. Just to state that fairness, for instance, is quoted in a way that says citizens believe that government is doing well in its fight against corruption, that the elections of 2014 were free and fair, that government is doing well in the reduction of inequality, and that citizens' expectations for the future are high. So if you look here, there's a strong relationship. We have an evidence here, a perception about the fairness and freeness of election affects citizens' decision to vote. In fact, here it increases that likelihood, it's positive. This is the only variable for which we have some evidence about a relationship. If you look in model 2, which now includes all of those control variables, we still see an effect here. Again, that citizens' perceptions about the freeness and fairness of elections increase the likelihood that they will vote. Model 3 now goes and interact those variables. These variables with those variables that the literature argue that citizens use to determine the outcome of government policy performance. So you see here, it's asking the question here, what do you think, what would you do to vote if your perception about the future is positive, if your perception of government's performance is positive? You see here we have no statistical effect. Here is the same, here is the same. If you look at that on protest, in model 1, we see a relationship again, an evidence of a relationship between citizens' perceptions about the fairness of the election. In model 2 here, we do not see any relationship. But in model 3 here, we see a relationship. We do not see any relationship, sorry. But we see a relationship about citizens' perception about the performance of government. There is a positive relationship telling us that citizens who believe that government is doing well in reducing inequality are more likely to protest. This raises a question, and we'll come back to that, because in theory, the relationship should be negative. If you believe that government is doing well, there should be a lower likelihood for you to protest. If you were to come down here and look at what happens to those who have higher expectations about the future and have a belief that government is doing well, the effect here is negative. So we have a negative relationship saying that they are less likely to vote. Here, in terms of the freeness of the elections and citizens' perceptions about government's performance, there is a negative relationship here. Let's put it in picture to ease our own understanding. So you see here, we saw evidence from the regression model that this relationship exists in citizens' likelihood of protesting. So what we have here is the probability of protesting based on perceptions of government performance and future expectations, where the blue line here indicates the likelihood of voting for those who believe that government is doing well, but have lower expectations of the future. You see here the likelihood increases as citizens' perception of government performance becomes more and more favorable. Unlike those who have higher expectations of the future, unlike that, those who have higher expectations of the future and believe that government is doing well, you see the likelihood of protesting goes down as they become to look at government's performance in a more favorable terms. The next interactive effect we want to look at is the effect of government's performance and the fairness of the elections. What we have here now is for those who believe that government is doing well, what is the likelihood that they would protest if they believe that elections are free and fair? As we move in this direction, there's a favorable attitude about government's performance or a satisfactory evaluation. If you look at the blue line here, which is this, those who believe that elections were not free and fair, there's a higher likelihood for them to vote. Those who believe that elections were free and fair, there don't seem to be a significant change in direction. But they are less likely compared to those who believe that elections were not free and fair to protest. So after all of this math and drawing, what can we say? One, individuals are more likely to vote if they have the perception that government is doing well for the fight against corruption. And if they believe that the elections are free and fair. Individuals are more likely to engage in street protest if they believe that inequality is reducing. Why this needs further examination? If you look at the social justice and political participation literature, there's an argument there that even those who believe that our living circumstances are improving, they are less likely to be supportive and trustful of government if they look across at their neighbors and see that the living conditions of those neighbors are not increasing. So it could be, seems to be that particular argument that could be explaining this kind of behavior. But one thing that comes quite clearly if you look at this effect on voting is that the effect of perceptions about the direction of disparity is associated with future expectations. And you can see that if you were to come back and look at the fact that the variable that examines the relationship between the likelihood of voting and perceptions of a government performance and future expectation, that variable becomes significant only when it's interacted with future expectations. Oops. Another thing we can conclude from here is that individuals with the perception that inequality is improving or government is doing well in its fight to reduce inequality are less likely to protest. But that is conditional upon their own future expectations, which we saw graphically. If they have high expectations about the future, they are less likely to protest compared to those who believe that, who have lower expectations of the future. Those who believe that government is doing well in its fight to reduce inequality, they are less likely to protest also if they believe that the elections are free and fair. So if you look at all of what we've done, one thing that comes out quite clearly is that perceptions about the freeness and fairness of elections appear to be a better predictor of political participation than citizens' evaluation of government performance. And this makes sense because if you look at the factor that influences citizens' perception about government performance is the ability of government to organize free and fair elections. And so you can see this relationship because they will now use this election to express their voice or their dissent about governance. And you see that effect comes out only in terms of voting in elections. The effect of corruption comes out here. One argument could be that citizens' perception of the direction of the country is reflected through their own perception about government's fight against corruption. And this fight against corruption becomes citizens' own measure about the ability of political institutions to fairly protect and represent the interests of all citizens. which then explains the kind of trust that they have in political institutions. So this effect here could be an indication that citizens do not trust political institutions. And that is captured in the latest Afrobarometer survey, which highlights that majority, and this is Liberia they are speaking of, majority also say that the level of corruption in the country has increased, that citizens are treated equally under the law, and that officials who commit crime often go unpunished. Sorry about the earlier hiccup, but I will stop here and have questions.
All right, Samuel, thank you so much for that in-depth presentation. What I would like to do, we have a lot of time left for questions, and I just want to offer a very quick postscript before we go into the Q&A. I will advise all the participants to please plug in their questions in the Q&A. I had to switch computer because of multiple meetings. And so those, I have one question, but I know there were two questions before the switching of hardware. But anyway, very quickly, I just want to thank all the panelists. This has been very, very rich information in regards to power, security, and the state. I really, truly enjoyed listening to everyone's presentation. Just as a quick postscript for the panelists, Alexander, I thought what you presented was exciting, and I was just looking at the recent publication in the Liberian Studies Journal, volume 44. And I think in that particular piece, you went more in depth into the role of Protestant churches and so on and so forth. And I thought that was quite interesting in terms of the role a religious organization played in that network itself. I was just wondering whether you can go a little bit more into that discussion at some point in time, because you did not offer much of that. While we appreciate the rich literature you provided in terms of the role of several other networks. I remember the Nigerian Civil War, where Ivory Coast was involved, the former Soviet Union was involved. So in that context, there's a frame of reference in terms of the role of major powers anyway in some of this conflict. But I thought the unique thing was the role of the Protestant churches, and maybe you can highlight that a little bit more. In terms of Steve's presentation, I thought that was quite interesting. When we're talking about power, the operationalization of power, it's so important. I really appreciate what you were trying to do, looking into the literature, the extant literature in terms of how you define power. You mentioned the name of Jonai, about soft power, and of course, Robert Dahl, who governs. So for me, I'm just wondering, as a political scientist, who really governs in Liberia? And how does the social formations in that country help us understand who governs? So I would leave it as that. And perhaps maybe work such as the one of David Easton's and that of C. Wright Mills can also come into the theoretical discussion at some point. For Dr. Kier, the issue of the state fragility is quite interesting. Very recently, I was engaged in a quite interesting discussion with some groups, and even in my classes, related to the different typologies of the state, and how perhaps one has to start going from what you call from the nation to the state. And I coined it in a way whereby it may not be applicable to Liberia, that I would like to look at my own explanation from the extant literature of the pre-colonial state, the colonial state, the post-colonial state. Where I'm going in the next couple of months or so or beyond is to begin to examine the neo-colonial state. What is the characteristics of the neo-colonial state? And if that doesn't apply to Liberia, fine. But on the other hand, you offered us some very, very succinct and salient points in terms of the relationship between predatory and primitive accumulation and so on and so forth. But I was wondering, when you stopped at the issue of democratic reconstitution. So what are you asking for, Dr. Kier? Are you looking for a national confab to discuss the issue of the state? So I'll leave it as that. For Ibrahim, well done. I find it very interesting in terms of your analysis, in terms of how you capture the elite process. I think several people I know, even Dr. Guse had done some work in terms of decentralization at one point in Liberia. I can't remember the exact literature, but if it's online, you can jump into it. How can we talk about decentralization, Ibrahim, with limited local level participation? And that's exactly what I thought you were offering, that if there is a local participation, it's already been captured. And so the local, the decentralization process will not have an impact on those who are directly supposed to be impacted by those policies coming from Monrovia or Montserrado County or what have you. So focusing on the central level of our elite is captured brings us into a real serious discussion on why decentralization, some of the decentralization process appears very flawed anyway. So I'll let you give us, highlight that. And for Dr. Johnson, I think this was quite interesting in terms of your work on citizenship evaluation and the perceptions of the community. I'm very interested in this work as well. In regards to the dependent variables, vote in election and participate in protest in relationship to issues of the control variables in Model 2. I did not capture all the list of those variables. I would hate to do this to you, but if you can just bring us to the point where why there was no relationship between the perception of government, the community perception of government, and those control variables. And lastly, what is the role of civil society in terms of the issue of perceptions of how government is run? So those are my postscript, and you can all individually respond to it, and then we have enough time, about 45 minutes, to go into the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, so if I may.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Speaking of the role of Protestant churches in the events of the Liberian Civil War and in the events of West African conflicts that happened in neighboring countries as well, it has been rather diverse because there is some literature on the relations between various Pentecostal churches and the regime, for instance, because there is a rather significant work by Professor Gifford on that, and he's surprised that while Pentecostal churches at that time were prone to supporting to promoting liberation theology, but in the Liberian case they were rather receptive to cooperating with the Doe regime, but of course, after the Civil War broke out, Charles Taylor built up a lot of relations with various churches and with certain Protestant and Pentecostal churches in particular, and it has been covered by Stephen Ellis in the Masks of Anarchy. On it has been covered how Taylor has used religious imagery while, for instance, he was entering Monrovia in 1995 and wearing white robes and presenting himself as Jesus entering Jerusalem, and certain other representations, and also using religious radios and so on and so forth. Apart from that, he did use it a lot in order to promote ties to foreign, especially American politicians. For instance, his relations with Jimmy Carter were rather friendly from approximately 1994 till late 1990s. So Carter was one of the Western politicians who approved of Taylor's electoral victories and pressured, for instance, Helen Johnson Sirleaf to accept the results of these elections that took place in 1997. And it's been explained in the literature a lot that these sympathies were in large part due to shared religious beliefs. As far as I understand, Carter has also become a born-again Christian. So Taylor's rhetoric has appealed somewhat to him. At least that's how certain sources cite it, and I think it's been cited in Ellen Johnson Sirleaf memoirs and so on and so forth. So there is that, and of course there were also ties with certain politicians proximate to Bill Clinton and in charge of Clinton's Africa policy, like Reverend Jesse Jackson, but those ties were essentially broken by late 90s due to Taylor's poor reputation. But instead, we see that another group of American Protestants came to the forefront of cooperation with Taylor, and that's mostly represented by Pentecostals and Pat Robertson. And Pat Robertson has established presence in Africa a bit earlier than that. He has cooperated with the Mobutu regime in Congo, and it's been noted that he's gained certain financial benefits from his Operation Blessing International in terms of access to gold and diamond mining. And in 1999, he has also reached an agreement with Taylor on a concession, which was not approved by Liberian Parliament, but nevertheless, the agreement wasn't realized in practice. And afterwards, we see that Pat Robertson has been a staunch defender of Taylor, and even criticized George Bush, whom he supported later on in his political career, for not supporting a Baptist Christian president who confronted Muslim threat faced by Lord rebels at that point of time. And another peculiar thing is that another West African political leader who was involved in Liberian events was also tied to Pentecostal beliefs, and that's Laurent Gbagbo. Yep. So
We just have to move on to the panelists. Thank you so much.
okay, yeah. So I hope I did answer your question.
I think you've been extremely in depth. Thank you.
Okay.
The next person, of course, can take up. We can go just chronologically along those lines. Yeah, whoever wants to respond. If not, if there's no comment, I think we can let the Q&A help us, guide us. So be it. The first question I want to highlight here is to Dr. Johnson from the Q&A. The question says, considering your theoretical framework represents the true picture of the individual's expectations / perceptions about government performance, I'm curious to know the following. What are some challenges or potential problems you identified during your research that could be contrary or could result to a different outcome if the government reflects a different path and not necessarily yours? That's to Dr. Johnson.
One challenge that I think I discovered, and I wasn't expecting that this effect of corruption come up this way as compared to citizens' own perceptions about the performance of government. If you look at all of the models that I use, citizens' perceptions about government performance in these first and the second models, there was no effect. There was no evidence of a relationship. It shows up only in terms of voting in the final model. And that effect will show up because now we're exploring what would the relationship be we examine
citizens' perceptions of government performance based on their own future expectation. And I'm not sure whether this is something we even consider in our planning process as policymakers or as government. Most often government is concerned about the now, and which goes back to the earlier discussion this morning about state building and nation building.
Dr.
Future
Johnson,
expectation plays, if you look at the post-conflict reconstruction literature. But how do we measure expectation? Is it based on what citizens expect, or is it based on the size of our GDP per capita? So I would think that my argument here is that it should go beyond just looking at formal or conventional indicators. We should begin now to think about citizens' subjective perceptions about the outcome of our interventions. It is those perceptions that inform their decision to participate in politics, whether through conventionally or unconventionally. And the use of those conventional channels, especially if you look at unconventional channels, becomes not an instrument. They are not viewed as a means to create destruction, though it leads to destruction, but they are viewed by citizens as a means to get government to address their own grievance. I hope I answer your question.
Dr. Johnson, just for the sake of ongoing audio problem, I'm not sure whether you have another hardware open and there's an echo when you were talking, so you may want to check around you and make sure you don't have anything else open. Let me go to the second question very quickly, and it's a follow-up to the first one, Dr. Johnson. What are your suggestions on what current government can do to alleviate or eradicate individuals' perceptions that have the potential to negatively influence Liberians in general towards their government?
Government needs to improve
the fight against corruption. Government needs to improve the fight against corruption.
Thank you. Now, the next question that I have over here is a question: can all of the panelists reflect on how you defined the state? Much of the mainstream literature tends to conflate the state and the national government, but I tend to agree with Kristen Lund's definition of the state as an ensemble of individuals and institutions exercising public authority at multiple levels. Any thoughts? This is to all the panelists.
I would agree with that definition. And the reason I agree with that definition, if you look at even the Afrobarometer survey, and it's something I'm going to look at to see this, whether this relationship between citizens' perceptions about corruption and political participation is in any way associated with their own perception about the corrupt nature of political leaders. Citizens view the political system at those levels in a kind of representative manner, if I may. So they see the senator as a representation of government. They see the superintendent as a representation of government. This is not in any way to justify some of the actions of those leaders, but that explains why at that level now they make more demands on the senators about questions concerning their own living standards, because they expect that should walk through the channel. That is how I view this system, and I agree with that particular definition by that author.
All right.
And if I still have the time, maybe I could respond to your earlier questions about those control variables.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, protest. There was a significant relationship, or there were evidence about the relationship of women protesting, but the effect here was negative. So women compared to men were less likely to protest. I mean, this is not associated with any other variables. This is just that relationship. In terms of residents, people who live in urban areas were less likely to protest compared to those who live in rural areas. Now, the question will be, what explains that effect, right? Well, it could be the role of civil society, for example, like you asked earlier. There has been this huge release of political, I would call it political empowerment information to women groups at every level in our society. And so women have become more sensitive now about the importance of using conventional channels to express their grievance, as opposed to using unconventional channels like protest. In terms of the effect of urban and protest, well, it could be, you could explain it, that highlights the level of inequality in society in terms of spatial dimension, that those in urban centers are more likely to see government at work and feel that they are benefiting from government's intervention as compared to those in rural parts. The relationship of age is only significant in terms of voting, but there is something interesting if you look at the model. There is a higher likelihood that people who get older will vote, but at some point in time, that likelihood drops, meaning the relationship is not a straight line anymore, it's curvilinear. So the age variable itself is positive, but the age squared variable is negative. So there's a threshold. As you go up further up to a certain age level, you have people vote, increasingly voting. But beyond that age level, people are less likely to vote. Well, how do I explain that? Well, theoretically, what I'm seeing there could be, at some point in time, the older generation becomes less interested in politics as compared to the younger generation who see politics as a way of addressing their grievance. Why would the older generation become less interested? Apparently, they feel that politics is no longer beneficial to them. And so they better divert their time and energy to something else that they consider to be highly beneficial as compared to voting in election.
Thank you. That was very clear. Now, it seems like the older folks are going the opposite direction, and they are becoming a little bit more apathetic towards the political process than the younger generation. Okay. And I think we have another question here. During peacetime, prior to the beginning of the Civil War, there were active cross-border relationships among the people and leaders in the MREU, states across many dimensions: economic, religious, military, and political, etc., etc. How is cross-border networks / relationships during the Civil War conflicts significantly different? And I think this is going to Alexander, and we have about 30 minutes, so we've got time for other panelists to react to any questions that may have been asked. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Please be very, very brief so that we can use our time.
Okay, sure. In short, no, this is a bit different because these relations involved state actors first and foremost, and the peculiarity of Liberian Civil War and the civil wars that started in Sierra Leone and neighboring Ivory Coast was that the non-state actors were involved primarily, and that these non-state actors tried to undermine state monopoly and to break state monopoly on in various terms, and therefore it was mostly built around shadow economy and so on and so forth. So I wouldn't say that this is the same, although yes, indeed, many of the roots that many of the origins of the transborder networks that emerged after the Civil War had ties in, for instance, Ivorian leadership's ties to Tolbert regime and even familial ties. But overall, I'd say that this is a feature that emerged during the Civil War primarily. And this is partially a consequence of the Cold War ending, partially the internal intra-regional political dynamics. So I would answer that. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Dr. K, I was just wondering whether you like to take an opportunity to respond to the comments in the postscript. You mentioned democratic reconstitution. How do you think that is going to take place? What would be the prescription to have that reconstitution when some of the infrastructure related to state power itself is very, very weak? How do you bring such a discussion into bearing in a form of a national confab, if possible?
Well, thank you. In my mind, this is going to require a combination of both citizen and government participation, with the government really facilitating the effort here. This is going to require transformative leadership as well, because it is going to require taking the state in a different direction. And so the government, as the facilitator, will have to engage citizens, in my view, at different levels. I mean, a national conference is good, is important, but one of my concerns with it is that it sort of limits direct participation. So a discussion about rethinking the state, I believe, needs to take place at different levels, in different locations, at the grassroots level, so that citizens can directly participate in that, whether it's a town hall forum, in a school, in a local community organization, whatever the forum is that gives citizens an opportunity to participate in the discussion will be very important. So I'm suggesting here a process, not simply an event, but a process that will have to revolve around some ideas. So the ideas will have to be sort of generated, certainly by a government that said, well, we need to rethink the state. Yeah, some suggestions. The government could put together is a panel of experts, or the government could generate the ideas itself. I mean, so there are various ways, but it is, the bottom line is that after more than 150 years, the Liberian state has designed and as it has functioned since 1847, basically has not served the interest of the majority of Liberians, that we definitely need to move in a different direction. So not only an inclusive process of rethinking the state, but a deeper and more transformative process. And as I suggested in the presentation, key here will be power relationships. Power relationships have to be rethought. They got to be restructured. Issues of class inequality have to be addressed. And all of this, in my view, will have to be informed by efforts to promote the material welfare of the majority of Liberians, because that is very important, because after all of this international engagement, particularly after the Second Civil War, as we know, including the infusion of tremendous amount of development aid, the material conditions of the majority of Liberians really have not improved.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Kerr. Very quickly, we have another question from the floor. Several of these presentations focus on government's role towards the functionality of the state. How might the efficacy of civic education empower citizens' role in the functionality of the state? This is to all the panelists.
Well, if I can take a jab at that, or stab at that, I mean, as I suggested in the presentation, the role of citizens is very important, is, I will argue, indispensable. I mean, citizens have to play a major role in that transformative process. And as Liberians, we have to go beyond the easy fixes and the instant gratification. This is going to be a tedious, long, drawn-out a process, and citizens themselves will have to really play a critical role long-term. I mean, rather than really settling for the usual short-term satisfaction that we see reflected, particularly around elections. So this has to be a long haul with great deep citizen participation for the long-term betterment of Liberians and for all Liberians.
Thank you. Another question from the floor. I'm not sure, somebody else wants to, Samuel, do you want to respond to that?
I want to respond to that because I highlighted the issue of political efficacy.
Oh, okay, very well.
So what you have to think about is the question of what the literature refers to as internal political efficacy and external political efficacy. Internal political efficacy, which was what I was talking about, has to do with citizens' confidence and belief in their own ability to influence political change. External has to do with what the collective action literature will call creating the opportunity structure, where citizens believe now that they can use their power. And that is why perceptions about the freeness and fairness of elections become very important in this discussion. Now, the effect of civic engagement, civic education, its empowering effect. And the way I measure this effect is the ability of citizens to use it to influence political change will depend on the nature of opportunity structure that is created by the state for that engagement. If you have a condition where we have a police state, obviously citizens will not find it beneficial to engage in street protests or sign petitions or go to the Capitol building, for example, to petition the legislature to act in their own interest. And so just to build on what Prof has just highlighted, it becomes that relationship. The effectiveness now becomes dependent upon the opportunity structure itself that is created for collective action by the state.
Thank you. Quick question here. Trying to not mention folks' name, but to follow up on the question by Dr. Paley, when and where has the state not been captured by the elite? There is an assumption, there's an assumption in elite capture discourse that the state is autonomous, that it exists above and outside of the contending forces in the society. And I suspect that's going to, of course, Ibrahim and whoever else is willing to respond to that on the panel. Is he still around? Okay. All right. Since Ibrahim is not responding immediately, do anybody want to help address that question? When and where has the state not been captured by the elite is the question, is the main crux of the question. In other words, there's an assumption here that no matter what, the elite has perhaps captured, the state, So I asked a question from Stevie, which may be related to this, and that is who governs in his own perception, given the social formations of inequality and primitive accumulation and predatory accumulation, as Professor Keir pointed out. So, any response? Okay, we'll fly over to the next question. We have another 20 minutes here, see what we have here. I think pretty much we've got all the questions laid out there, and I'm not sure if any of the panelists want to respond to some of the questions I asked. Stephen there? Okay, anyway, so it seems to me that this is where we are. I would like to thank all the members of this particular panel. These are wonderful papers, well done presentations that had to the literature on the state, the role of the state, power, and so on and so forth. Hopefully we'll see some of this work in publications, and I'll be interested in sending them for peer review as the editor of the Liberian Studies Journal. So I wish everyone well, and thank you. Well, Stevie,
I think they're here, yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. For a minute, I was about to shut this down, but thank you for showing up. There's a question out there for you in regards to first my comment in terms of who governs and what type of social formations in Liberia will help us understand who governs, with the caveat that social formations play a lot of role in terms of who governs. I enjoy the literature you provided, the theoretical discussion on just Nye and Robert Dow, and so I'll let you respond. think he's having a problem with his mic. Jackie, can you unmute him?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Who's muted?
Stephen, he needs to be
I
unmuted.
can
Okay.
unmute myself.
Yeah, he can do it. Yeah.
I can do it. I wasn't really hearing you. What is that? Is that a question you have?
Yeah. I was just very briefly, I want you to just kind of respond to how social formations will help us understand who governs. You quoted all these wonderful, excellent literature that goes back to Robert Dahl, and I mean, how applicable are that to the African reality, particularly the Liberian reality, in terms of how the social formations help us understand who governs? And then you look at even some of the most extant literature like C.R. Mills in terms of the power elite. You know, how do you infuse that into, you know, the context of Liberia, where you have a very, very weak middle bourgeoisie or middle class, for that matter?
Well, the last sentence about having a very weak middle class or a very weak bourgeoisie, I'm trying to really contextualize that statement properly, because our elites, even though they're not stationary, but it's sort of, you know, move across from one group to the next, depending on who's leading, or probably who has more economic strength in terms of the assets and what have you. But I think over time there's been that constant Liberian band of elites. The reason is that that band only balloons. That's what's been happening. So that band balloons, and there's more influence from probably new players. But in terms of social cohesion, is it social cohesion or social formation you talk about?
Social formations.
In terms of that, I will go back to my topic, which was basically on the power dynamics, and we sort of elevating to the grand, or sort of escalating to the grand strategy and strategy conversation. There are lots of networks. That's why I responded to one of the questions that was asked. I said there's a couple of networks that you need to consider, whereby you sort of diffuse power, and these networks, the way they work, you know, the Liberian situation is very, very unique, and in some cases very reflective of what's happening in other countries. Some cases very unique to the Liberian situation. Tribalism, the role of counter structure, personalized structural politics, why I talk structural power, why I talk about in a way, the role of cleavages. You know, my good friend calls them thieves get together and try to band themselves and protect themselves. You know, how do you untackle or unshackle and sort of unpack the relationship between Prince Johnson and all the other people who are in there? You know, they look at it very differently in terms of how the power dynamics is structured. So again, I agree with one of the presenters, it was Professor Kiev, that despite the fact that the civil society does have an opinion, but our opinion is completely not taken into consideration when it comes to the social formation of the country and how people sort of drive the country narrative and what have you. So I think it is luminaries like LSA and folks in our organizations who are involved with brainstorming Liberia, and they're the ones who should really be involved with changing Liberia. Because right now, let me tell you, Joe Biden is in the 70s. Joe Biden is in the 70s. Combs is in some age range, and many other people who started running, including me, who said I run it on Facebook one time. Everyone was laughing. It was an April Fool joke, though. But the interesting thing is, we think politicians have all the answers. No, they do not have. It is that formation below them that has understood all the dynamics of the country, that can put in the structures to address the country problem. And sadly, we're not answering that question in this current dispensation. We're not answering that. We're not looking at how the contradictions can be sort of can be answered. So the result is a serious challenge. But again, it goes back to how the radicals, you know, we in April right now, and reflecting on what's happening in April years ago, it goes back to what lessons we pick up from sort of radical transformation and what can we move with. I'm sure my friend and brother Samuel told his presentation was sort of go into some of these issues because we discussed them offline in a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's lucid. All right. I'm trying to see whether we have more questions on the floor. Don't see one, and I think Alexander, you want to jump right in?
Yeah, I see a couple of questions in the Q&A concerning the Liberian embassies and concerning the role of churches in promoting peace in Liberia and interfaith dialogue. Speaking of Liberian embassies, to the best of my knowledge, no Liberian embassies started officially reporting to Taylor before he got elected in 1997. Although he did maintain communications via different channels, but these were not official, of course. And for instance, while he was at the early stage of the Civil War, when he was approaching Monrovia for the first time in July 1990, he maintained contact with the U.S. Department of State, primarily via the Liberian diaspora structures, and namely, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. At the time, she was a prominent figure in Liberian political diaspora, and from her memoirs, we can derive that she did play a prominent role in maintaining a line of communication between Charles Taylor in Liberia and the U.S. Department of State. And there were even plans. There were even certain peace reconciliation projects promoted by U.S. Department of State at that point in time, but these were scrapped by, from what I understand, President Bush and by Department of Defense at the time, which had different concerns. So that line of communication was later on broken due to the break between Taylor and the Liberian Democratic political diaspora in the U.S. Later in 1990. So there was that, and there were ties with various financial structures, with Firestone and so on and so forth. There were the governmental structures in Bongo, of course, but whatever presence they had overseas was not official or officially recognized. So that's on the first question. And speaking of interfaith dialogue, of course, the role of churches in Liberian civil wars was not limited to being used by various sides of the conflict for their means. And of course, it's important to note that they did play a significant role in promoting dialogue and reconciliation, in offering aid to the refugees, to the victims of conflict. So that, of course, is important, and it's probably even more prominent than what I've been talking about. But what I was focusing on was how this was a topic of the existing of ties between Liberian power structures, initially rebel, then governmental under Taylor's rule, and certain powerful external forces that could offer something of value to these. So the aim of my focus was on that, not necessarily on the broader role of churches in the Liberian civil conflict. So I think that's that. So I hope this answers the questions.
Thank you so much. We have about 8 minutes left, and the floor is still open. If there are more questions from the floor, we will take them in the Q&A. If not, we can bring it to closure. Jackie, are you there? Okay.
Yes, but there are more questions. Professor Nangbe has a question.
I've already asked.
Okay.
That has been responded to, all the questions that I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I've seen all of those. And so I'm not mentioning the names for obvious reasons, but at least I think that all the presenters or the panelists have all responded to that. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, if there's anything that is missing here, anybody can just chime in very quickly through a quick Q&A, and if not, then we've got approximately about 7 minutes, so we can either wrap up or just, have some closing remarks from our panelists. So if not, then
yeah, we can. I mean, just maybe a few closing remarks, and then, or we can just have a break before the last panel.
That'll be fine. That'll be
Want
fine.
to do closing remarks? I think Stephen is here.
Okay.
Yeah. Before I get the closing remarks, I saw one very interesting question from Judge Gompu regarding the cross-border relationships and networks in MRU countries and how essential it is right now. I think since the war, these networks were sort of being affected by the factors during the conflict. But again, because of the current climate where there's more peace and stability in the region generally, and the fact that MRU has sort of revived itself, there has begun a new conversation around building these networks and relationships again. You see that cross-border activities, not in terms of just trade, but in terms of the social political network that actually is happening again. There's some countries that are actually leading in terms of that more than other countries. I would say maybe Liberia and Sierra Leone, or probably Guinea and Sierra Leone leading in terms of those forming those networks more than probably Cote d'Ivoire, because of the fact that Cote d'Ivoire has got a very unique position in the MRU basin. But it's an interesting mix, and it's something that should probably be studied more to see how these cross-border networks are sort of impacting economic, religious, and military sort of political activities across those countries. So on behalf of the panel, if I should do this, which is very humbling on my part, if I get a counsel, my colleagues, we're excited that you were able to listen to us, especially learn from our own experiences. I mean, I admire the presentation done by everybody, especially the one done by Sam. But again, how does civil society have an impact on the world government policy environment? It's a very big question in Liberia. And we are willing to sort of learn here and there. We'll put people together and do the publication if possible. But we thank you for your understanding, your attention. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. K, there's a quick question here, which you may have answered when I asked you. If national conference is not important, what is the way forward for citizen participation?
No, I was saying, Dr. Richard Jeffrey, that a national conference is just one of several channels. I didn't say it was not important. It is, but it cannot be the sole channel through which these discussions take place.
Yeah, absolutely. That was from somebody else, not me. I already asked you mine.
Oh, okay. No, it's important, but it has to be an integral part of a series of channels. My emphasis is that we need channels that basically empower people at the grassroots level to participate in those kinds of discussion, because through Abraham's presentation, national conferences tend to be subject to elite capture.
Yes.
Yeah. And there's another follow-up questions for you, Dr. K, and that is, just 1 second here. Let me just make sure we use the time wisely, because I don't want nobody to be upset with me. Thank you for sharing your research on state fragility and its causes and proposed solutions. My question is on the missions of the state. You listed a few, but I heard no reference to the Constitution. The mission of the state, as outlined in the Constitution of Liberia, are obviously different from the ones you outlined. Could you speak on the contradictions between the Constitution and the mission of the state you emphasize? Furthermore, how do you think about the effects of a deficiency in human resources, capacity, and culture in cursing the fragility of the state? Wow, that's a long one. So it's on you, sir.
Well, let me quickly say that, yeah, I mean, clearly there are contradictions between what the Constitution outlines as ideals and what the practical mission of the state is in practice. So, I mean, that contradiction exists. To the second part of the question, yeah, I mean, I fully agree, and I raised that issue. The human needs deficit primary causes of state fragility, because it goes to the question of material well-being, and that got to be addressed as, again, integral part of the whole process of state transformation.
Yeah, thank you. And for Dr. Johnson, very quickly, considering your theoretical framework represents the true picture of the individual's expectation, perceptions about government performance, I'm curious to know the following. What are some of the challenges or potential problems you identify during your research that could be contrary or could result to a different outcome if the government selects a different path and not necessarily yours. I'm not sure I've asked that, but we'll close out with that because we're right on the dot at 4:30. Yeah.
I'm trying to. But development plus literature, which looks at, which argues that you cannot do development in post-conflict societies like the way we do it in pre-conflict societies, where now grow the economy, to use Prof. Kia's term, the neoliberal economy. Just grow the economy, all other things will follow, which is what is being done. And it grows out of this structural development literature, upon which the PRSP itself, which became our principal framework for post-conflict intervention, is built. But if you go back in there, if you look at all of the evaluations, even of that, they seek to address the concerns of our international partners. So the biggest challenge there, as I reflect on all of the presentations today, talking about how do we do post-conflict interventions, is how do we address the resource gap? Because international interveners have 5 years. As far as you know, after 5 years, you should be on your own, you should be stable. But after 5 years, if you look at the Liberian case, you clearly see indicators of fragility that mirror those same conditions that led to the civil war in the first place. So it means all of those interventions, as good as they are, they haven't really been a recipe for post-conflict reconstruction in a way, in totality. So I think, and I go back to this whole perception, it becomes a different thing, but it becomes important that we do not only look at what our international financiers, we appreciate them for the support, but what they are interested in. It should become an issue now of paying attention to public perception. Because those perceptions are what drive their own political engagement and their own evaluation and trust relationship with state system or political leaders.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists. The presentations have been very lucid, thought-provoking, and I just know we're not going to hear the last of this. Thank you so much. Jackie, I am done with my work here for now. So it's over to you. Thank you.
So we are taking a 2-minute break and then we'll come back to the next panel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Alexander.
Thank you.
Let me get.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, Joan, how are you?
I'm hanging in there, trying to hopefully balance 2 computers.
Absolutely, I hear you. I hear you.
Hope they don't fall off of my stand.
Well, I still haven't figured out how to do this yet, but luckily I retired, so I don't have to do it every day.
Yeah. How's it going? Hi, Danielle.
How are you?
Hi, Bill. I feel like we've met before, although we haven't.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, it's nice, although I feel like I'm just as busy as I was when I was teaching full time.
Wow.
I taught a winter term course for the college, and I'm giving lots of talks, especially on Alexander Twilight. Do you know that name?
Yes, I know. Yes.
Yeah,
Middlebury. Yes.
Giving a lot of talks on him. I've been involved in a local theater group, so busy.
Wow. But enjoying it, I hope.
It's a good business. Yes. Sorry?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. How are you?
All right. Okay. Welcome all of you to the 7th and last session for today. Topic: colonization, dissent, and nationhood, Liberia's construction as a modern African state. As we all know, the modern state of Liberia was conceived actually in 19th century America. And so we have three panelists that are going to touch aspects of that evolution. The first one is Professor William B. Hart, now retired. We hear him boasting about that. He's a professor emeritus of history at Middlebury College. One of the interesting things about Professor Hart is that he's currently writing a biography of Martin Freeman, who was at Liberia College for 25 years, 1864 to 1889, and became president. I've never heard of Martin Freeman, and so this should be really interesting. But today, Professor Hart will be discussing the specific topic, the American Colonization Society's efforts to educate Black physicians for Liberia, which is also a topic that many of us who grew up and went to school in Liberia had never heard of. What's very interesting about this topic, in the way that Professor Hart conceives of it, is the underlying American illness of racism. The very notion of trying to bring Black physicians was because they thought the white physicians were too fragile for Africa. And then the obstacles getting African Americans educated as physicians. And so we're looking forward to a very interesting discussion around those topics, which is, as I said, novel for me and probably for a number of other people on this at the conference. And then we will have Professor Joan Bryant, who will be speaking about Africa is neither a nation nor home, 19th century Black reformers and the Liberia question. Professor Bryant's work focuses on 19th century African-American reform endeavors and ideas about race. And her paper, her presentation will examine some of the questions and concerns around the basis and parameters of nations that lay at the core of Liberia's history. How did Black Americans of that time think about those things? Our third presenter is our own LSA president, who is a professor at Syracuse University in the Department of African American Studies. Danielle Smith. Her research and teaching interests are really, really wide. Gender studies, population displacement, migration, post-conflict reconciliation, reconstruction, global health, development in Africa and its diaspora, and of course, the United States. Really, really interesting presentation captioned "The Functional Liberian State, Historical Lessons and Future Paths" from the writings of Dr. K. Moses Nagbe. And what she's proposes to present is looking at the writings of Dr. Nagbe to form the basis of how American colonialism has historically impacted and continues to impact Liberia. Now, when you know of somebody like Moses Nagbe, and because he's a shining star, it's sometimes beneficial to make some association with him. Moses and I were in law school together, so that's my claim to fame around Professor Nagbe. So welcome, you all. Please, if I don't know if any of you are going to make any PowerPoint presentations, so please make sure to use the full slideshow presentation. And also, if you're not speaking, you need to please close your mic, shut your mic and your camera so that the focus is on our presenter. We'll start with Dr. Hart, please.
All right, thank you. I will try to share my screen. Here we go. Okay, and I will do, need to move this down so I can do slideshow. And then from the beginning. Okay, can you see that as a full screen?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Jones, for that introduction. I really appreciate hearing that. And actually, I want to thank Joan Bryant, also my co-panelist, for recommending that I present this work at this conference. This is the first time I've presented at the Liberian Studies Conference, but I sure hope it's not the last. As Mr. Jones said, I am writing a biography of Martin Freeman, who graduated from Middlebury College, where I taught for 27 years. He graduated in 1849. He was the salutatorian at that time. There was no valedictorian category yet. He was salutatorian. And in 1864, he left the United States, was fed up, and moved to Liberia, where he taught at Liberia College for the next 25 years till he died. So what I'm presenting today is not the life of Martin Freeman, but it's an aspect of Liberia that he encountered. And I can only give you a thin slice in the time we have for these presentations of what I'm going to speak about in terms of the ASC's training Black physicians to tend to American Liberians' illnesses and indigenous Liberian illnesses as well. So this is a very thin slice of a much larger part of the Martin Freeman's biography.
Dr. Hart,
yes.
Just one housekeeping, which I neglected. Each presenter has 20 minutes so that we can have sufficient time for question and answer. I apologize.
No problem. I was aiming for 15. I think I'm more like 18. So, okay. So in 1858, James Washington Luganbiel, the white American physician employed by the ASC as the resident doctor in Liberia between 1843 and 1850, published the volume Sketches of Liberia, comprising a brief account of the geography, climate, productions, and diseases of the Republic. Now, in this book, Luganbiel describes many features of the new Republic, but focuses on ailments that visitors invariably contracted. Almost all newcomers fell victim to what he called the acclimating fever. And he also referred to this as the bilious remitting fever, caught typically within the first 2 months of one's stay, and which often recurred. The fever always seemed to come on suddenly and violently, followed by its intermittent return, accompanied by bilious vomiting, gastric irritability, and a furred tongue. I hope no one's eating right now. And that is, a furred tongue is not a tongue just coated white, but one that was covered with a fur-like substance. A bad headache with a fever, temporary delirium if the fever was high enough, laid one low. Luganbiel noted that to treat this illness, he had to put aside everything he had learned at medical school and simply encourage the patient to exercise physical and mental quietude. Sometimes he intervened with emics and laxatives and cupping and leeches, and he himself contracted the acclimatizing fever, and he suffered frequent intermittent bouts of it, which he tried to treat prophylactically with quinine. So we know this is an early anti-malarial drug of the day. Although most Black American settlers recovered from their initial attacks of malaria, many died. Sometimes entire families succumbed to the disease. While colonizationists publicized that the mortality rate in Liberia hovered around 3%, one historian estimated that at times the death rate could be as high as 50%. Luganbiel's writings highlighted what the American Colonization Society, the overseer of Liberia, as you know, had known for decades but rarely acknowledged publicly, that the climate of Liberia was unhealthy, disease-ridden, and pestilent to unacclimatized American bodies. Letters from Black American settlers in Liberia to their colonizationist sponsors in the States are replete with complaints about illness, disease, and death. When asked if the region's diseases affected whites and Blacks alike, one ship captain replied, yes, but quickly qualified his answer by noting that it was unhealthier for whites than for Blacks. Blacks from the middle and northern states, he claimed, have to go through what is called seasoning. They take on a fever in their first month there, which rarely proves fatal, he claimed. Those from southern states, he said, either avoid it or have a mild case of it. Though some do die, but many at the rate you would find in Philadelphia, New York, or Baltimore. In fact, one white colonizationist pastor in Philadelphia preached in April 1849 that Liberia was like, quote, a miniature United States with a climate healthier than Baltimore's, more like Philadelphia's. Although most white agents of the ACS downplayed Liberia's unhealthy climate on American bodies, they knew they had a health care delivery crisis on their hands. For the first 30 years of Liberia's existence, only a few white physicians volunteered to administer to the sick there, and most of them either fell deadly ill or died. In September 1830, Dr. Thomas Henderson, a white physician connected with the Columbian College Medical School in the city of Washington and an ACS agent, reported that, quote, the uniform effect of the climate at Liberia has been to destroy the life of the white residents. Thus, in 1832, upon his recommendation, the American Colonization Society embarked on a project to replace white physicians in Liberia with Black male doctors, whose American medical training it would help underwrite, with stipends paid directly to the students. In return, these Black medical students had to pledge to relocate to Liberia, where they agreed to practice medicine for at least 3 years, if not permanently. Between the early 1830s and the Civil War, 16 Black men, initially Black Americans, but by the 1840s, largely the sons of Black settlers in Liberia, and I'm not going to discuss all 16, participated in this experiment. This aspect of the American colonization project is receiving renewed attention now from historians who see this phenomenon with greater complexity than an older generation of historians who framed this experiment as heroic, altruistic racemen striving to do good, only to be thwarted by white racism in the United States. While this is largely true for many, I share somewhat Robert Murray's interpretation of racial inventiveness and self-refashioning performed by some of these medical students to explain the success that some Black physicians, such as Samuel F. McGill, enjoyed in the States and in Liberia. Indigenous Liberians, Murray argues, viewed McGill, for example, as a white Black man because of his birth in Baltimore, his status among Americo-Liberians, his professional achievements, and his comportment. Thus, McGill was able to maneuver through Liberia's society as an elite, but in the States, he was just another Black man. This paper does not examine Black whiteness in Liberia, but rather examines ways in which Black medical students asserted their self-determination and insisted on equal treatment by doing whiteness, a term coined by historian Allison Hobbs to mean not passing, but rather presenting codes of whiteness. And by this she means posing a bold front, holding one's head up high, conveying a certain class status through your comportment, dress, speech, and taste, and above all, becoming literate and educated. Moses Shepard, a white colonizationist, confirmed these qualities of whiteness when he explained success in Liberia to a Black emigre whom he respected. He said, "You will be then a white man, for freedom and independence makes a white man, not color." And he added that in Liberia, quote, "the term white man refers to intelligence rather than color." However, this construction of Black whiteness in Liberia did not apply in the United States. The most successful Black ACS medical students performed whiteness by insisting on equal treatment, but ultimately had to walk a taut tightrope between doing whiteness and living while Black. These early Black medical students experienced, I argue, a version of Du Bois's double consciousness, seeing oneself through the eyes of the white other. But in their case, they viewed themselves through a refracting lens, one of racial equality as they performed whiteness through their medical school training, the other as a problem, as Du Bois coined it, living while Black. But they also performed what Du Bois claimed was required of Black men to attain social power, the spread of independent thought and the expanding consciousness of manhood, by which he means asserting self-determination. In 1832, the ACS supported a half dozen Black male medical students, 3 at the Columbian College Medical School in the city of Washington, D.C., and 3 at the College of Physicians, of Surgeons in New York City. The Columbian Medical School in DC barred the 3 men from attending regular lectures and from critical medical demonstrations, including postmortems. When they complained, the ACS and the school's administration refused to address their concerns, leading 2 of the students to drop out because of an unequal treatment. The 3rd sailed for Liberia without his degree, and shortly after landing, contracted malaria and died. The story was similar for the 3 men at the College of Physicians and Surgeons in New York City. While none of them officially received their diplomas, 2 journeyed degreeless to Liberia. Curiously, one of the men, William G. Smith, who was biracial, passed as East Indian while studying in New York. No doubt his attempt to avoid racial discrimination by passing as a foreigner, which disrupted white assumptions about race. It is unclear if other ACS trained Black medical students sought to pass while doing whiteness to avoid discrimination. If they did not seek or were unable to pass because phenotypically they couldn't, they at least understood what was required of them in early 19th century United States to receive fair and equal treatment. Present the codes of whiteness. Perhaps Samuel Ford McGill was the most skilled of all the early Black medical students at balancing this double-edged performance of doing whiteness while asserting his Black autonomy. We have James Hall. I'll get to McGill in a second. Dr. James Hall, a white physician and founder of the Maryland colony of Cape Palmas, Liberia. So I'm just showing you this map to orient you from where we know Monrovia is all the way down to Harper, which is part of the Maryland colony of Cape Palmas. He founded this colony in 1834, and he recommended to the Maryland Colonization Society Samuel McGill. Now, we don't have a photograph, at least I can't find a photograph of Samuel McGill, but here are his brothers, Arius Africanus McGill and Roy Samuel McGill. So maybe you can get a sense of what he might have looked like. Perhaps he had some white racial mixture in his background, but I don't think he could phenotypically pass as white. So Sam McGill was an American born in Baltimore, son of an expat Black American settler in Cape Palmas. And so the surgeon said that he would make a good candidate for the ACS sponsorship. Yes, Dr. Hall, good for ACS sponsorship. So using his prominent status as a member of an elite Americo-Liberian family, and his reputation had recently been burnished by his recent participation in the 1835 war with King Joe Harris and the Bassa people, McGill
Dr.
wrote
Hart,
to, yes.
Just a time alert. You've got another couple of minutes.
Couple of minutes. I've got about 4 more pages. I'll try to do this quickly. His reputation was burnished by being in this war. McGill wrote to the officers of the Maryland Colonization Society to seek assistance in getting his medical education. And they agreed. And they sent him to the Washington Medical College in Baltimore. But ironically, Before leaving Liberia, McGill corresponded with Moses Shepherd. Remember the same Shepherd who had told McGill's father that professionalism and class whitened expat Black settlers in Liberia? Shepherd now told Sam McGill that while at the University in Baltimore, McGill had to present himself not with bold uprightness, but rather as a servant. For if he claimed equality with his white classmates, he would forfeit his medical school education. So performing whiteness was not possible in the US. But McGill enrolled in Washington Medical School, and it was a very rudimentary kind of proprietary institution. The instruction was not very good. And they selected this for McGill because they didn't want him to have access to abolitionists in the North. Nevertheless, in time, the white students at the Washington Medical School complained about McGill for saying that this boy has gone far beyond the space granted him and has encroached as far upon the privilege enjoyed by the white students as to wound their feelings. So McGill was forced to withdraw from this school, and he was sent up to Vermont. Here's the Washington Medical College, and he was sent to study with Edward Elisha Phelps in Windsor, Vermont. He lived with a Black family while he studied under Phelps, and after about a year, Phelps resigned from UVM, forcing McGill to go to Dartmouth College, where McGill continued his studies there. And I guess, was a Sellers student there. He was introduced not as an African-American, but he was introduced as a young African man. And that put the Dartmouth students at ease, and they accorded him the respect that they would give to any international students. It is said that McGill thrived there. One of his favorite subjects was dissection, and he practiced that by having Black cadavers shipped up to him from Baltimore in barrels. I don't know how that happened, but that's what's written. So McGill didn't want to go back to Liberia right away, but the Maryland State Colonization Society insisted that he go. And he had a very successful life, successful career there. He trained other Liberians in the medical field, and he used his exalted status to then leave the medical field and enter into more lucrative fields like trade and politics. He even became governor of Liberia when his brother-in-law, Governor John Westworm, died in 1851. And I will wrap up with this remaining minute by talking just very briefly about what some of you may know, and that is Martin R. Delaney was a medical student at Harvard, along with Daniel Lang and Isaac Snowden. We don't have pictures for the last two men. Like McGill at the Baltimore Medical School, the white Harvard students complained about these men being at Harvard, saying that they would diminish the quality of their degree, and they forced Delaney and Snowden and Lang to withdraw. But by the time we get to the 1850s, this project begins to shift a little bit. It's taken a little bit out of the hands of the parent company and put in the hands of more state organizations like the Massachusetts Colonization Society, the New York Colonization Society, and they start educating American-born men who then make certain demands on these state societies. If they're going to be trained, they want to be trained well, which means going to Europe to be trained. Lang went to London, Snowden went to Paris, and they completed their training there before going on back to Liberia. So there's a shift that we see between 1850 and the start of the Civil War, and the Civil War really brings to an end this whole experiment. And I'll just finish by saying that there are a couple of unintended consequences to this whole experiment. It showed that Black American men and Black Americans were educable, which many white Americans thought was not the case. And these doctors showed that they were the equal of white medical students through their training, through their grasp of the medical field, that they were entitled to the same rights, privileges, and treatment as white Americans, whether they remained in the United States, whether they went to Liberia. And I argue that this is a lesson that many white Americans still have not yet learned. And I will stop right there and stop sharing my screen. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Bryan.
Thank you, and thanks to my colleague Danielle Smith for organizing this panel. So I will share my screen and apologize in advance. Just a warning that I can be a bit of a klutz on these kinds of presentations with two computers and slides and such, so I beg your indulgence. So the title of the presentation is Africa is Neither Our Nation or Home, 19th Century Black Reformers and the Liberia Question. I'll start with trying to move the slides. Okay, so I'll start with an anecdote. In the winter of 1855, Henry Waggoner became enraged when he learned that Illinois Governor Joel Madison, a pro-slavery Democrat, endorsed the American Colonization Society efforts to resettle free people of color in Liberia. He fired off a letter to the Chicago Daily Tribune denouncing the plan's flawed logic. The Maryland-born son of a free mulatto woman and a slave-owning white planter argued that the assumption that colored people belonged in Africa ignored what he saw as the fact that American birth made them American citizens. Moreover, he believed the goal of separating the Blacks from the whites perpetuated a fiction that there were innate essential differences among human beings. Colored people, Wagner explained, were part of the human race for whom God created the entire world. Borrowing from Shylock, the Jew in Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice, he asked, have we not eyes, hands, organs, dimensions, senses, affections, passions? If you prick us, do we not bleed? If you poison us, do we not die? And if you wrong us, shall we not speak? The humanity colored people shared with all the world's people gave them a natural right, he argued, to live wherever they chose. Wagner's anti-colonization stance is consistent with widespread opposition to the American Colonization Society's project among 19th century free people of color, the population targeted by the ACS. However, rather than rehearse general anti-ACS sentiments that form the long tradition of anti-colonization, I want to try to focus on the appeals to a common humanity that ground Wagner's critique, because it points to a broader discourse about the concept of race among Black reformers. It illuminates their conceptions of nationality and of Liberia as a nation to which they allegedly naturally belonged by virtue of racial notions of human difference. So thought I was framing. Okay, I need to, figure out how to navigate. Okay, so I've framed my presentation with a question about the significance of the concept of race in 19th century opposition to the ACS, African Resettlement Project. Now, although Wagner's assertions do not reveal the logic that grounded the Illinois governor's position, they engage connections between race and nationality that were critical to ACS endeavors. And I'll be brief, I hope, on this portion. The linkages were set well before the organization's founding, as resettlement proposals emerged with the nation's founding. Thomas Jefferson offered the most famous articulation of the idea in his notes on the state of Virginia, which characterized removal of emancipated slaves from the US as necessary to the process of ending slavery. He perceived a difference of race in Negroes' skin color, hair texture, sweat, sleep patterns, body shape, emotions, odor, intelligence, heat tolerance, poetic capacity, sexual desires, and capacity for love that explained, he said, why they could not be incorporated into the nation as free people, as citizens. The formation of the American Colonization Society in 1816 gave institutional weight to such ideas. Although colonization became many things, as its advocates tried to convince white and colored people of its virtues, the pivotal claim that people of color could not be free and equal American citizens rested on the premise that national boundaries and citizenship had to conform to distinctions marked by racial classifications. In short, race was an essential part of the ideological foundations of removal. The natural distinctions white colonizationists saw between themselves and people of African ancestry guided their determinations of membership in the Republic and the parameters of American freedom. And these connections were self-evident. As the African Repository and Colonial Journal reported, the insurmountable barrier of color made people of African descent a distinct and inferior race, repugnant to our Republican feelings and dangerous to our Republican institutions. Even when they acknowledged bigotry and discrimination as obstacles to citizenship, colonization advocates found its roots in differences beyond the control of human will. Even those who stopped short of identifying moral degradation as a race trait, since many did, they maintain that differences between races made degradation of free population inevitable. As Lucius Elmer, insignificant to everyone except me since he's buried across my childhood home, across the street, as Lucius Elmer argued, the indelible mark of African descent was not the cause of inferiority. However, it destined colored people to subservience by precluding citizenship. Similarly, alleged depravity made removal the remedy of choice for Reverend William McMurray, but color and blood made it logical. And this is a recurring theme, I won't repeat it, but people refer to the separate and distinct race that constituted Africans, and was their project was to send Negroes to the land assigned the race by God and nature. And to emphasize the absolute character of race as a factor prohibiting American citizenship, they explained that it was not the fault of the colored man, nor of the white man, nor of Christianity, but an ordination of providence, and no more to be changed than the laws of nature. So for critics, what I want to focus on, critics, claims that physical characteristics justified removal signal a conceptual flaw in the foundations of colonization. They found no basis for the assumption that a dark complexion could turn Americans into Africans. The idea failed to establish grounds for identifying Africa as their natural home. A colored Philadelphian, possibly James Fortin, and this is possibly, these are possibly images of him, reasoned that colored people were no better suited for living in Africa than white Americans were. Writing in The Liberator, he insisted that birthplace, not color, determined where individuals could live. Comparing colored Philadelphians with their white counterparts, he asked, how is it that we who were born in the same city or state with themselves can live any longer in Africa than they? Similarly, New Yorkers stressed the futility of using appearance to map human differences in order to disqualify colored people from American citizenship. The facts of nature illustrated the illogical character of efforts to render colored people ineligible for inalienable human rights guaranteed by the Constitution. There are different colors among all species of animated creation, they explained. Difference of color is not a difference of species. The ACX critics in Massachusetts and Delaware insisted that African and American identities were established by birth. As American-born citizens, they could not be Africans. They echoed Fortin and asked how a person could be born in two countries. American nativity meant that they shared no interest with Africans. Instead, their concerns and rights were akin to those of their fellow Americans. Even critics who sympathize with ACS missionary claims question their presumed moral ties to Africa as natural. William Watkins argued, skin color created no special affinity between colored Americans and Africans, and it would give colored missionaries no advantage in evangelizing Africans. Moreover, he was certain that complexion created no exclusive moral obligation for colored people to save Africans. Others noted the logical inconsistency of ACS supporters who called on them as potential missionaries while charging them with innate moral deficiencies. New Haven's Peace and Benevolent Society of African Americans, which share the hope of seeing Africa civilized, ridiculed the perversity of ACS plans to send a nation of ignorant men to teach a nation of ignorant men. Perceived cultural differences and the similarities between Africans and Americans led Delaware's free people of color to insist that Africa was neither their nation nor their home, and they're led in this argument by Peter Spencer, one of the founders of the African Union Church in Delaware. So they were different because their language, habits, manners, morals, and religion all differed from those of Africans. If they settled in Liberia, they reasoned, they would remain a distinct people. They shared the position of Connecticut and Pennsylvania African Americans who denounced all efforts to remove them from their true and appropriate home inherited from their fathers. While identifying themselves as descendants of Africans, Delawareans interpreted ties to the continent as strictly voluntary rather than self-evident. And they opted to sever their ties with the pronouncement, "We disclaim all connection to Africa." Now, these forums for denouncing colonization displayed complex and complicated and inconsistent and multifaceted connections to Africa, especially since anti-colonization groups met in African churches and included people who embraced African ancestry, designated themselves as Afro-Americans. This is even in the antebellum period. Despite public acknowledgement of African ties, refusals to settle in Africa meant, among other things, denying being African, repudiating natural obligations to or affinity with African peoples, and claiming the mantle of true American reformers. Ultimately, it meant rejecting colonizationist assumptions that the label African signified an inherited racial and/or national identity and designated the natural homeland of the free colored people. I'll say just briefly something about this label African for these institutions. So this term on the titles of Black-led denominations and churches drew censure as the label colored grew increasingly popular among anti-colonization campaigners. For example, Prince Loveridge, the Episcopalian agent of schools for colored children in New York, counseled AME churchmen to abandon the lie in their name and adopt the name colored, he says, because there are no Africans in your connection. We see this kind of language going on inside and outside churches. The editorial in the Mirror of Liberty says, he couldn't understand the metamorphosis that transformed native-born American citizens into Africans, what he speculated the colonizationists could. The term African troubled some leaders of African churches. African Baptists in Boston took a decisive step to eliminate the appearance of inconsistency and rename their congregation the First Independent Church of the People of Color. They felt that the former title was ill-applied to a church composed of American citizens. But they, of course, were an exception. We know that the names endured and endure, and there's a tradition. In the AME Church, the editor of the magazine says, it is true, we're not Africans, but the truth was not all that compelling in terms of changing the name for many different reasons, but he felt the need to find a justification for using the term. And ultimately he decided that, among other things, that he said that he and his flock should do what their fellow Americans did. He said people of English descent boasted of their Saxon blood, descendants of the French celebrated their Norman and Gaulish blood. And if these people were proud to preserve the names of their ancestral origins, he reasoned, why shouldn't we? So the term African was perfectly compatible with American citizenship in institutions. It was not an assertion of nationality, but a term of remembrance. So the connections between race and nationality among opponents of the ACS presented challenges for people who embraced Negro nationality, like Martin Delany. And I don't have time to explain fully, but I will say this, that he equated colored people with nations that presented as races, and used this equation as the basis for a Black nation. He reasoned that if all other races referencing English the French, the English, the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Turks, the Persians, Greeks, and Jews, if those races possess native and inherent peculiarities, then why not our race? And I should say that he didn't think that all nationalities constituted races, so he wasn't altogether clear about the connection between race and nationality. But Delaney, as someone who was also a critic of the ACS, felt a need to distinguish his immigration policy from the ACS in racial terms, and he mocked the ACS references to the what they said about the African race. He says, the colored people were not specifically suited to warm climates, but he cited what he called a physiological fact that unlike the white race, the colored race could adapt to every climate. They were endowed by God with natural properties of adaptability, he argued. But even for him, choice was a decisive factor in how he configured races. Membership in the race that he envisioned as part of his immigration project, that is, those who had a legitimate claim to Africa, were those who claimed an identity with the race. Only they could rule in his proposed nations. The linkages between race and nationality persisted into the new era of freedom after emancipation. In some cases, it hardened into outright antagonism about all things African and Liberia in particular. I want to give two examples to close. The examples illustrate the phenomena and the enduring significance of race challenges that emerged in anti-colonization discourse for Black American claims to citizenship. So the first is 1869, the National Convention of Colored Men of America, and was organized primarily to demand suffrage rights for citizens, chaired by Henry McNeill Turner, became a bishop in the AME Church. And one of the debates in this convention centered on the presence of Joseph Jenkins Roberts, who at this point was president of Liberia College and the former president of the Republic. So he appeared at this gathering that was billed as the most intellectual body of colored men ever assembled on this continent. And he was greeted with outright hostility. Delegates refused to grant him the honorary membership that they were courteously extending to the white politicians who fell below Robert's rank. But his colonization society ties presented an excuse for the rude treatment. Some invoked their longstanding opposition to the ACS, but they were ruthless in their critique. Isaiah Weir's Philadelphian scorned Roberts for deserting colored people and fleeing to the swamps of Liberia. He reviled the statesman for having surrendered his American identity, insisting that he had no right to impose a foreign odor on an initiative of citizens. George Downing, who worked in Congress with his in the dining room, quite elite status, was more diplomatic in attributing his rejection of Roberts to Liberia's Negro nationality. In keeping with his creed that the colored population comprised an inseparable part of the American people, he rejected any nationality based on color. In a feeble attempt to excuse their actions, the group issued a special resolution explaining that it was a mistake for anyone to interpret their actions as a sign that they believed white men to be superior to others, or that delegates lacked respect for other Black men. Instead, they insisted that they acted to display their enduring contempt for the ACS and its challenges to their rightful claims to citizenship. The second and final example, I point to because it signals the enduring effects of race challenges that arose in the anti-colonization discourse. This took place on the heels of this 1869 convention. After the group failed to reach agreement on how to organize campaigns for manhood suffrage, Robert Fortin, the son of James I showed earlier, tried to influence the terms of suffrage on his own. He appealed to Senator Charles Sumner for new language when he learned that a revised draft of the 15th Amendment stipulated that voting rights could not be denied on the basis of race, color, or previous condition of servitude, which is 15th Amendment says now. He opposed permanently marking American citizens with a categorization scheme that structured their oppression and rendered them ineligible for rights. We want no reference to race or color or previous condition engrafted in the national charter, he argued. There must be no color to Americans but the national one. Inscribing taxonomies of race, color, and servitude in the Constitution implied for him that they were neutral ways of distinguishing Americans and obscured their status as the status of the classifications in maintaining inequalities. He hoped to eradicate them instead of letting them stand as naturally occurring phenomena that had to be overlooked in according rights. Wharton's pleas resonate with the long tradition and antebellum condemnations of the ACS and its assumption that race constructions were at odds with the rightful claims to American citizenship. It points to one of the ways that the discourses of race, nationality, and questions about Liberia were held hostage to endeavors for citizenship rights premised on claims to American nationality. Stop there.
Thank you so much, Professor Brian. Dr. Smith.
Okay. Sorry, all of a sudden I'm having computer. I apologize. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, we can. You're not in the slideshow mode yet, but
I'm
your
not. I
PowerPoint
tried to. Okay, can you see my PowerPoint on screen sharing?
Yes. Yep.
So from beginning.
Okay. There we go.
I don't know what happened to my computer all of a sudden. I'm going to try to share this again, and I sincerely apologize. Can you see my screen? I don't know why it's done.
No, it was there, but it's not any longer.
Okay. Gosh.
Well, Dr. Smith is working on getting her presentation. It'll certainly be much more effective if she shows us the PowerPoint. So if we could just be patient. Whilst we're waiting for her, because we've got 40 minutes or so left. Professor Bryant, one of the things I found interesting about what you were talking about is that I recall a story I read somewhere how Abraham Lincoln called a number of Black leaders to the White House to convince them to buy into his colonization project, and they rejected it with a great deal of disdain. And it seems like some of these men you were describing were of similar thought.
Yes, similar, very much part of the same tradition.
And initially, when you mentioned Joseph Jenkins Roberts, I really thought you were going to say he was not allowed in, perhaps because he was so light. But it seems like they had permitted honorable white folks to come in, but rejected Roberts specifically because they felt he deserted the United States.
Right. So they felt he compromised their claims to citizenship. Yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
Professor Hart.
To follow up on your question, Mr. Jones, about Lincoln, Frederick Douglass supported Lincoln during his run for president in 1860, but then did not like his thoughts about colonization and even maybe allowing slavery to exist until 1890. Lincoln threw that idea out, and Douglass was so distraught by that, he, for a short time, became a colonizationist. He was going to move to Haiti, but then Lincoln shelved that idea, and once the war began, Douglass supported Lincoln.
Correct. Dr. Smith, any progress? One of the things is that all of us have experienced these technical situations, especially over the last year, when many of us had never heard of Zoom or used it or Teams and began to use it daily and experience all sorts of problems. So we understand Danielle as she tries to resolve this. Professor Hart, so how many of those doctors ended up in Liberia? I do remember McGill from my Liberian history. I remember that name. So how many of those 16 ended up in Liberia?
Of the 16, about half went. Half simply either dropped out of the program or went to another school for a while, and there things were so terrible for them, they dropped out of that program. The few who went to Liberia, a couple of them died before they could really practice, but about, I believe it's about 7 or 8 did practice in Liberia, medicine, training others. But what I find interesting is that after a while, they left the field of medicine and went into more lucrative businesses. There's one, I didn't get this quote, but there's one Liberian who said, we desperately need doctors here, but we have no money with which to pay them. So the field of medicine was not a very lucrative field for most of these ACS trained doctors.
Okay, Danielle.
Yes. Okay.
Welcome.
Yes, I apologize. I've lost my PowerPoint and it's not allowing me to share screen. I'm not sure why, but I did send it to Joan Bryant. June, if you're able to show it. But I will go ahead with my presentation and hopefully June can show the PowerPoint. Before beginning, I would like to thank my fellow panelists and the audience for your patience. I also want to note that at 6 o'clock, Jackie will be a discussant on a focus on Liberia program. And Jackie, can I ask you if you can share information about accessing the program? Because I would like to attend, and I imagine others would also like to attend. So
Before you do that, Jackie, Joan, if you go to slideshow and click slideshow, you see it at the top. I see your mouse moving. Oh, now it's disappeared.
okay. So slide. Okay. So the PowerPoint isn't showing for me, but I will begin. In my presentation, I focused on the writings of Liberian literary and legal scholar, political commentator, and university professor, Dr. K. Moses Nagbe, to gain a more profound understanding of the Liberian state building enterprise. As Professor Nagbe elucidates in his work, I discuss historical and continuing impacts of colonialism on the nation and on how Liberians construct or conceptualize the nation's lands. Joan, this is slide 2. So how Liberians think or conceptualize the land, cultures, and societies, and how these constructions push beyond or reinforce narratives of a simple dichotomy of indigenous or Liberians or Liberian descendants of resettled Black Americans. Analysis of nation building in Liberia through examination of the writings of Liberians, both in Liberia and within the broader diaspora, has relevance. So in centering the perspectives of Liberians regarding the development of the state, I think their writings offer competing and contrasting interpretations and frames of reference. Slide 3. In past literature and popular discourse, understandings of Liberia's formation and development as a state and its inherent connections to indigenous Liberians and the land have sometimes been framed through a one-dimensional narrative. And these articulations have often failed to bring attention to the lived experiences of the indigenous, and their contributions to Liberian history are often excluded from the dominant narrative of the Americo-Liberian. So to continue to provide a more complex and diverse view of the nation and to gain this broader understanding of all Liberians and how we all contribute to nation building, it has been important to examine the works of a broad range of Liberian writers. And my objective is for students and Liberians more generally to become more familiar with the complexities of history and current events that shape the constantly evolving identities of Liberians. Slide 4, June. Nation building is a central theme in Professor Nagbe's work. In The Scum of the Earth, published in 2017 in Maryland, Professor Nagbe begins his political economic exploration of Liberian history with the racial justifications of the ACS for the repatriation of Black Americans to Africa and their own colonization of African land. So he writes, among the ACS benefactors, there were surely those who feared the contamination of the white race by Black blood. He notes the appropriation of American Indian land by whites based on their notion of white racial superiority. Similarly, Nagbe notes that American Blacks exerted control over the social, political, cultural, and economic aspects of Liberia through their power over education, religion, language, and other forms of expressions. And through this control, resettled Black Americans functioned as colonizers and altered the population's world outlook and their environment. And so Nagbe argues that American colonialism continues to wield tremendous impact on Liberia with its underlying ethos of private ownership and its construct of manipulative strategies and laws, which legitimized the push for increasing private ownership of land and natural and other public resources. In the Liberian state, as in other capitalist states, private ownership is a primary driver of economic wealth, and economic power based on this individualistic acquisition of power has contributed to the exclusion of the mass poor of society. And so Nagbe refers to the settlers and their descendants as the well-served, and the Africans, to cite him, among whom they planted the pillars of the land to become Liberia, became the underserved. And this is cited from Scum of the Earth. Slide 5, please, June. Nagbe views core perspectives of Liberians regarding the development of the state as shifting between attitudes towards individualism, and he discusses the works of John Locke, John Stuart Mills, and John Dewey, and communalism, and he discusses Karl Marx, George Hegel, and other social theorists, political theorists. So Nagbe argues that on the one hand, there are Liberians who define success by the volume of material wealth acquired to be used by an individual and their group of family, friends, and acquaintances. Whereas on the other hand, there are Liberians who define success by the volume of material wealth acquired to be used to enhance the well-being of communities of all Liberians across the country. And in his work, focusing on this Liberians with a more communalistic perspective, Nagbe documents the lives of extraordinary Liberians who have stood up against social, economic, and other forms of injustice as stories which are important and contribute to nation building. For example, he writes about Reverend Johnson Wiatwe, who challenged vicious brutality against indigenous Liberians. Reverend Twe was raised with local cultural practices in Sorboland, and he also challenged some of these local practices to promote social change. Nagbe has also authored a biography of Reverend Dr. W. Knott Dixon, a Pentecostal cleric who became a primary architect of peace in post-war Liberia. And so he narrates how these Liberians found the strength and imagination to find ways to go beyond the status quo and to struggle as individuals to effect social change and to build up Liberia. And he also documents, similarly, the lives of progressives of the 1970s, including college professors and students, and Liberians after who have advocated for social change to benefit the collective welfare. And of course, in his writings, which is complex, there are confluences between these core shifting perspectives of individualism and communalism. June, slide 6, please. Many Liberians have been energized by individualistic drives of nation building, or more specifically, the construction of the land, the culture, and the society has been driven by individualism. And discussing these ideas are central in Dr. Nagbe's work. So he argues that many development plans have ultimately focused on what's in it for me mentality among Liberians, and engagement by multinational corporations, private investors, and others with policymakers and state actors. This engagement has been determined by interests of individuals and not by the collective interests of the citizens. And he gives many examples of these engagements, including demolition of the Kendija Cultural Center and the creation of sites of chemical waste where multinational corporations are located. So within these diverging perspectives then, the civil troubles in Liberia can then be partially explained by the upward surge of an individualistic rather than a communalistic approach to developing the state. And according to Nakbe, the danger of this individualistic approach is that it breeds and sustains corruption and other diverse social ills. The concept of the state then is partially based on adherence to the principles of recognition and respect for democratic structures determined by rules, statutes, and ethical codes. And these structures facilitate how information and knowledge of the state are processed and sustained among the people. Slide 7, please. Nakbe describes nation building as a concept that goes beyond monolithic considerations. And particularly in contemporary times, it is mainly relevant to multicultural groups of people who live in a selected land space, like Liberia, with the members invested in working together and sharing resources for the advancement of themselves and their descendants. And in that process, agreeing to be governed by a constitution and laws which they have mutually created and codified. Nation building thus references the recognition and evolution of these structures which respond to the needs and wants of all citizens. These structures include laws and ethical codes of governance and broader infrastructures like transportation, communication, education, healthcare systems. Nakbe declares that in a functional state, an understanding of the uses of power and authority are crucial. And in Liberia specifically, these uses have advanced the interests of an elite clique of individuals, rather advancing the health, education, employment, and other needs of people. And these abuses of power and authority resulted in the civil crisis and war, which devastated the nation. Slide 8, June. And I'll wrap up for time. In Lick Them to the Bone, a short memoir of the Liberian Civil War, Professor Nakbe denounces violence stemming from grievances among Liberians based on their ethnic affiliations. And rather, he calls on a collective memory of where we came from and who we were to continue the work of constructing a national Liberian identity and to reconcile and to live in peace. And he writes of being internally displaced on the University of Liberia Fendel campus, where, to cite him, the same Fendel harbored those who felt it their right to bully others. Why? Their fellow ethnics were fighting the war. One ethnic group in, another out. Poor Liberians, poor us. Nakbe documents then the violence of the Civil War against the physical bodies of the people of the land and the violence that was committed against the land itself. In his essay, Any Man's Death, he forcefully responds to atrocities committed by the Liberian government against citizens of Nimba County during the Civil War. And in addition, though, his writings also show how violence had been instigated against Liberians before the Civil War. So to begin to conclude, June, slide 9. I will end with these next two slides. In his writings from the diaspora, there is nostalgia for the landscape that he and so many other Liberians have lost. He shows images of Liberians who are in exile without a country and who continue to carry Liberia and its lands within themselves and within their hearts. And so exile and memory are essential to Nakbe, as they are to many diasporic writers. In his love story, Beneath the Grinding Waves, he writes of the anguish of wandering around packed marketplaces in Monrovia and crowded streets to, quote, searching out the one you love, his love, who has gone forever. And in Lick Them to the Bone, written in Vytown, Monrovia in 1992, Nakbe evokes, as people suffer from food insecurity, as we've talked about, he discusses the taste, the memory of eating cassava with fish gravy, rice with flour sauce, rice with palm butter, and dried fish. And this is at a time of civil war when people were surviving on palm cabbage, palm nuts, and wild edible leaves. Joan, please show slides 10, and you can keep going and I will conclude. So to conclude, as Nagbe's writings push beyond these simple narratives of dichotomies between indigenous Liberians and Liberian descendants of resettled Black Americans. He documents the knowledge of a certain person considered a lunatic for his profound thoughts on life. Many came to know this person as Bishop Wule or S. Agbaku. Bishop Wule lived in Ukru town around the end of the 1900s. And Nagbe's reference to Bishop Wule is his way of emphasizing the democratic value of natural indigenous knowledge. As he explains, although the bishop lacked a Western or formal education, he often taught wisdom. The bishop taught in Kru about identity, the work of family, and many other issues. Polemukichi Biam Teble Gpokpo, which is translated as get me into the kitchen and I'll get you to a table. And Yiban Je Dlo Jale Nini Jalil Jepuen. If you disrespect me, I will doubly disrespect you. So Nagbe shifts between English and Kru and African language to show that education goes beyond mastery of the language of the colonizers. His love for Liberia and his deep memories of the country are manifested in his writings. And these memories are particularly important in literature because they show the complexities of identity and belonging. His writings have important literary value in the context of Liberia's post-colonial and post-Civil War histories. I love his work. I use Dr. Nagbe's writings here to contribute to conversations about the issues that we have talked about throughout the conference and that we must continue to talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. Wow. So what we had here were three presentations, I think, that cover the beginning of Liberia, some of the conceptual challenges, and some of the pushbacks against starting Liberia, on through special projects like doctors going to Liberia back in the 19th century, to the body of work of Moses Nagbe, my law school classmate. But that one wonders, why isn't this literature being taught more extensively, if at all, in Liberian schools? Because it would certainly enrich the platforms upon which the continual evolution of Liberia would be based. Professor Bryan, we have a question here for you, which is a couple of questions. Is there a way you can share your archival sources for your book? I think there's a great deal of interest. And if there is, perhaps through Danielle, we can make them available to the LSA if it's not necessarily here tonight. So that's one. The other one is, have you published your presentation? And if you have, where can we find it? If you haven't, when will you do it?
So the question of when is one that everyone asks. But in any case, I'm proofreading the last chapter of the book. And I should say that the discussion of colonization that I presented today is part of a larger discussion. The book is called Reluctant Race Men, Black Opposition to the Practice of Race in 19th Century America. And so the anti-colonization materials is in the part of the first chapter, because that's where the discourse of sort of race challenges begin, with these claims to American nationality, but they continue through the early 20th century. And so hopefully the book will be out by the end of the year. you'll hear the earth move. So that's when you'll know it's out. And I'm happy to share though. So I don't have this, this is not a discrete chapter that I have in it, but I'm certainly happy to share, and I'm glad people are interested. I mean, I think it's a challenging topic to deal with, but I think it's important part of reform tradition in Black American history.
Well, certainly once your book is published, the LSA will certainly be willing to expose it to our members so they can have the option of obtaining copies, if you will.
Thank you.
Professor Hart, when will your book be published? You know, my father graduated from Liberia College in 1949. His class was actually the very last class of Liberia College. In 1950, it became the University of Liberia.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm at the beginning of it, more or less, of the book. I published an essay on Martin Freeman in this collection of articles on slavery and the university. This was in 2019. So the project that I'm working on really looks at the role that small colleges in the Northeast universities and medical schools played in advancing the colonization project. Has been mentioned, the Colonization Society was founded in December 1816. First meeting was January 1st, 1817. And early on, they said to the states, we would like you to form auxiliary colonies to collect money to funnel to DC where their parent company is. So many states did that. And the very first state that founded an auxiliary society was Vermont. The whitest state in the Union, Vermont was the first. Why? They thought they were doing God's work by sending free Blacks where they thought they belonged, you know, in West Africa, first Sierra Leone, and then it became Liberia. So it's a look at colonization work that colleges and universities did, and I'm using the life of Martin Freeman as a lens onto this, because as I mentioned, he graduated from Middlebury. He was very conflicted about going. He was brought to Middlebury College to be part of the vanguard, to lead free Blacks to Liberia, and he was reluctant to go. He actually became the first Black president of a college in the United States, Avery College in Pittsburgh. It was Allegheny Institute and Mission, but it became Avery College, named after a cotton merchant in the mid 1850s. First Black president of an American college. And then when he went to Liberia, he was a teacher of natural science, physics, and became president pro tem for a while in the 1870s when Roberts and Jenkins and others were gone. And then he was finally made full-time president just a couple of months before he died in 1889. So I'm using his life as a way of examining this particular aspect of colonization, the role that colleges and medical schools played.
Thank you. So Danielle, the publications by my classmate, Moses Nagbe, are so many. And I think, you know, perhaps there's a feeling that we haven't made sure that more people knew about them and the variety. But if you were to list a number of the themes, you know, that you intended to portray and did portray, but just a shorthand list. You talk about communalism, individual. What are some of the major themes that cut across his books?
Yeah, I think, well, first I want to say that Professor Nagbe's books are published by, many of them are published by Pentina Publishing in Maryland. And I want to encourage people to go to the website and look at his work. And again, just, you know, buy books by Liberians and read them and cite them in your work, and consider publishing with Pentina to increase the recognition and reputation of a Liberian press. But I think the themes that I really love reading Dr. Nagbe's work, just his love for Liberia, like when he talks about being in exile and being in the diaspora and just that longingness to be in Liberia and to commit to Liberia. And I think that's important for what we're discussing now, nation building and state building, because he talks about moving beyond sort of like blame, fatigue, where constantly we may be caught in like the negativity, but his work is so positive in what can we do to move Liberia forward? And in everything I think he writes about, that's like the central question. How can we individually and as a group contribute to moving our country forward?
Really appreciate it. We must stop it here to give enough time for closing the day's session and giving us information about something that's supposed to start in 5 minutes. So Jackie, are you around?
I'm here. I am here.
Okay, please go ahead. So goodbye, panelists. We'll get off the screen and Jackie will take over.
Okay, so I'll move everybody from off the screen except Danielle. Okay. Okay. Danielle, do you want to tell them a little bit about tomorrow's panel before we...
Professor Hart is still on the screen. Professor Hart, could you turn your camera on? Your video.
Yes, we're so excited to continue this amazing and enriching discussion tomorrow. We will begin with the keynote speaker at 10 a.m. Dr. Jyotirmoy Pal Chaudhary. And after his keynote address, we will have a session on women, public policy, and society. And
what happened? Hello? Oh, okay.
sorry, I got kicked out.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what you heard, but I just encourage everyone to come back tomorrow to continue the discussions. Our keynote speaker will present in the morning and we have sessions following that. So thank you all so much. And I hope you're able to spend some time supporting Jackie at her discussion. And yes, good night, everyone, and hope to see you tomorrow. Oh, Jackie, please share information for your discussion.
Yeah, it's okay. It's focused on Liberia, but it's okay. I will post it.
Hey guys, are we still? Are we done, or are we gonna have a brief meeting before we get out of here?
I think we're done.
Okay, so I can get off the platform then, you know.
Yeah.
And see you guys.
See everyone. I'm just waiting for Jackie's information. Oh.
Okay, so Danielle, the literary hour is at 6:30 today and is on Facebook, Focus on Liberia. There's no link because it's not shown on YouTube until the day after.
Okay.
If you have a Facebook page, people can watch it on Focus on Liberia. And then if they miss it tomorrow, they can just do a search on YouTube and find Focus on Liberia and put Professor Nangbe's name, and then they will find the panel.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, everyone. Hope to see you at this presentation. Bye, everyone.
Yeah.
Bye, Jackie. Thank you.
Okay, see you tomorrow then.